Clement moved at the front with about 70 students trailing behind him. Everyone's senses were on edge. Some even flinched at the slightest sound that didn't come from their own group. They had already passed forests and mountains, but it felt endless. Beside them, a black river lake flowed along the terrain, constantly giving off an ominous pressure. Most students already had their weapons drawn, gripping them tightly. None of them wanted to waste even a second drawing a blade when their life might be on the line. A few tried flattering Clement on the way, hoping to stick close and get his protection if things went bad. But this was Clement, someone who barely spoke to his own subordinates, much less to Anthony. Why would he care about strangers? Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with him. Just because they chose to follow him didn't mean he had agreed to protect them. Then, without warning, it started raining. Not water. Arrows. Each one wrapped in chaos. Swish. Everyone heard it. They reacted instantly, raising weapons and shields. Clink, clink, twick. The first wave of arrows was blocked, parried, or shattered with relative ease. But like sparks leaping out of a flame, demons burst out from the trees and shadows, throwing themselves at the students. Battle erupted on the spot. In an instant, it turned into a free-for-all as everyone shifted into survival mode. Blades clashed. Spells lit up the dark sky. Arrows fell like a deadly rain. Magic surged as the battlefield lit up in shifting colors. A spear shot forward, fast and precise. Swords slammed into shields with thunderous force. Spells collided midair, releasing bursts of light like twisted fireworks. Flames erupted from a mage's hands, scorching the earth as enemies scattered. Steel met flesh. Blood sprayed. The air filled with the scent of iron, ash, and fear as everyone fought desperately. Students screamed. Elements roared to life as they unleashed everything they had. Boom, sizzle, arc. Explosions, collisions, and cries of pain blended together into one chaotic roar. Clement stood still in the middle of it all. His heart rate climbed. His blood boiled. His body and physique seemed to come alive in the chaos, hungering for battle, for blood. His body wanted him to move. So he did. His daggers appeared in his hands, their blades wrapped in a faint, dark glow. Chaos energy, which only demons and forsaken cultists should be able to wield, flowed freely around him. It didn't harm him. It welcomed him. The ground cracked under his feet as he released a fraction of his speed. He blurred across the battlefield. Wherever he passed, a head flew. Demons and cultists didn't even realize he was there until their vision spun and their bodies hit the ground. Souls were pulled from their bodies and pulled into Clement as he moved, his hunt more like a dance than a slaughter. Then, mid-movement, a chill crawled up his spine. Something was behind him. He vanished from his spot. Swish boom. A devastating attack cut through the air where he had just been standing, carving into the earth and tearing apart everything in its path. Tease K, you assassins are always quick to run. A voice floated out from the ruined area. Clement's eyes locked onto the source. A man stood there holding 2 daggers. He had a solid build, and his aura was sharp and suffocating. Chaos clung to his body and blades. He couldn't use mana anymore. He had abandoned it and surrendered himself to the demon's grace in exchange for greater strength. Chaotic energy coiled around his dagger like a living thing. A human, a traitor, a member of the Forsaken cult. To think an academy student would dodge my strike, truly, the world is unfair, the man said lightly. He took a single step forward. With that one step, he vanished and reappeared behind Clement. His dagger rose, then came down in a ruthless arc. Clement reacted instantly. He turned, dragging his dagger up from his waist in an ascending slash. Clank! Blades met. Sparks burst out as the force behind both weapons collided and locked. A Grandmaster Ranker who uses daggers in darkness, Clement thought, feeling the weight behind the strike. The man had already recognized Clement's attributes. He knew Clement wielded darkness and daggers as well, but unlike Clement, he wasn't an assassin. He simply favored daggers as his main weapon. Then, with the precision of a clock shifting gears, the The Grandmaster twisted his torso and wrist, changing angles mid-clash and initiating a flurry of fast leaps. Clement's speed spiked as he parried, deflected, and flowed around each assault without panic. He stepped back, reassessing his opponent. The man only smiled, as if this were all a game. Like iron drawn to a magnet, they vanished from where they stood and clashed again in the center. Their daggers collided over and over, each impact leaving streaks of light in the air. Steel rang against steel, the rhythm of their battle echoing louder than the screams around them. They moved in tight patterns, blades flashing like lightning. Each strike was controlled, each step measured. Neither of them let up. Their daggers snapped in and out like twin vipers, striking, retreating, then striking again. Explosions rumbled around them as their movements shattered trees and shook the ground. Cracks crawled across the land. Mountains quivered when they passed. Darkness shrouded everything, thick and heavy. But as time dragged on, the Grandmaster realized something. In pure dagger skill, he was losing. He stopped treating it as a game. His gaze hardened. Killing intent surged out like a wave. He raised his daggers and, for the first time, unleashed his technique. Neglected dagger technique, quivering sorrows. Chaos and darkness flowed together as he sent out a barrage of dagger slashes, each one leaving a streak of dark energy that ripped into space itself. Clement's daggers glowed deeper with darkness as he moved. He responded without hesitation. Darkness erupted from his body as his blades blurred. Clement technique, dagger series, death's cut. He slashed straight into the incoming attacks. He didn't dodge. He cut through. Boom. The ground trembled from the collision. A violent shockwave rippled out, and everything within range was flung back. Dark storms flared into existence. Every living creature within 5 kilometers died. Clement activated his movement technique, void steps, and his already absurd speed spiked. He appeared beside his enemy. His next motion was smooth and deadly, an arc of pure precision. Clement technique, dagger series, hidden slash. His daggers moved like ghosts. He lunged, each strike landing like an arrow fired from point-blank range. He unleashed hundreds of cuts in an instant, ignoring mana and stamina costs completely. The world seemed to shake under his assault. The Grandmaster, a veteran of countless battles, met every strike head on. His center of gravity shifted as he slid into a different stance. Neglected dagger technique, shame of the world. The air seemed to hum with the technique. It carried the weight of his life, his grudges, his pain. His slashes came in a storm, fast and endless, no break in rhythm. Boom clang. Chasms split the earth. Dagger marks carved the atmosphere. Crater after crater appeared as the sheer pressure of their blows tore into the terrain. The intensity between them climbed higher. Their attacks were relentless, consuming everything in their path. Even Clement's hidden strikes from hidden slash were brushed aside like nothing. When the smoke finally cleared, both of them were still standing. No visible injuries, no labored breathing, no sign of fatigue. The Grandmaster laughed. To think you'd reach master rank in your first year at the academy and match a Grandmaster like me. Truly, I was neglected by the world. But it doesn't matter now. My destiny is in my own hands. He waited for a reaction. Clement gave him nothing. His gaze never left his opponent. No words, no emotion. The man clicked his tongue softly, but kept smiling. Fine then. Feast your eyes, kid. Chaos surged. Darkness thickened as he pulled them together, the weight of the air pressing down harder and harder. Neglected dagger technique, shambling hopelessness. He moved with terrifying grace, daggers swirling around him. Crescent slashes formed into spinning cyclones of distorted space, closing in on Clement from all sides. Clement responded calmly. His dagger cut through the air in a clean line. Clement technique, dagger series, shivering slash. He targeted each weak point in the cyclone, cutting them apart one after another. The formation shattered. The chaos dispersed. Clement walked out of the collapsing assault like a king stepping through a broken gate. unhurried, unharmed, unshaken. He knew now he wouldn't win this fight by relying only on his usual techniques. The battle had already dragged on for 2 hours. He couldn't keep trading blows forever. He needed to end it with one strike. His lips parted. Dark hemisphere. For a brief moment, a deeper darkness bloomed into existence, thick and absolute, then vanished just as quickly. The Grandmaster's instinct screamed. Every part of his being began to ring like a bell. He felt it. Death. He stared at Clement, realization and fear sinking in. The next instant, Clement disappeared and reappeared right beside him. His dagger gleamed faintly, the edge cold and inevitable. He moved like a musician finishing the final note of a song. Swish! His dagger cut across space. The wind exploded from the force of the swing, the strike carrying an absolute sense of finality. The man couldn't react. Clement's speed had simply jumped beyond what the human body should be able to follow. His soul shouted at him to dodge. His mind roared at him to move. But his body was too slow. By the time his nerves caught up, the strike had already landed. Clement's gaze drifted across what was left of the battlefield. A few demons and forsaken cult members were still alive, scattered, disoriented. He didn't bother walking toward them. Instead, he used something he'd learned from watching Anthony during their journey to the floating island. Clement technique, dagger series, dark bestowment. Thousands of spectral Clements appeared all over the battlefield, each one a shadowy copy that radiated his presence. Every clone raised its dagger in perfect sync. For a brief second, the field went silent. Then all the daggers fell. Heads flew. In one heartbeat, it was over. The battle turned into a final, clean rhythm. Each strike a beat. Each death a full stop. The Academy domain. More than an hour had passed, and they still hadn't found a single trace of the missing students. It was as if they'd been erased from the world. No bodies, no energy signatures, not even a distorted fluctuation in space. Nothing. Silence pressed over the Academy domain, broken only by the occasional crackle of stray mana across the walls, a visible echo of the professor's barely restrained rage. Everyone was moving. Professors, staff, even some retired monsters hidden in the shadows of the Academy's hierarchy. They tore apart every inch of ground, chased every scrap of information, followed every possible lead. Every trail led to a wall. This was the third time students had been attacked under their watch. It wasn't just a security failure. It was humiliation, a bruise on the Academy's pride and legacy. They were furious, but fury wouldn't bring the students back, so they swallowed it down and kept working. Auras flared and dimmed across the domain like a storm of suppressed tempests. Every step carried weight. Every breath felt heavy. This was the golden generation, the most frighteningly gifted batch of students the Academy had ever seen. And now, that very generation was missing. The dean and the vice president sat still amid the chaos, watching everyone move. They didn't shout. They didn't pace. They simply observed. Their calm wasn't apathy. It was the quiet of two people who understood exactly how bad this was. Finally, the dean spoke, voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Bring me the ones who opened the portal during the exam." The command settled over the room, and in the next moment, everyone understood. If anyone knew something, it would be the 10 people tasked with handling the portal. They were the last thread to pull, and they were gone. They had disappeared the moment their role ended. Not even the Academy's information network could immediately track them. That on its own was alarming. When they were finally found, there were no answers waiting. Only corpses. Their bodies were torn apart, their deaths brutal and deliberate. Whoever silenced them hadn't left anything useful behind. Another dead end. Time became a weight. Every passing minute felt like it was pushing the missing students closer to the edge. An hour turned into 2. Still nothing. No clue. No breakthrough. Even the dean, usually unshakable, felt the press of helplessness at the back of his mind. Aiden, his most trusted tracker, had come back empty-handed. No energy trail, no spatial residue, no karmic echo. It was as if reality itself had refused to record what happened. "I suppose we'll have to go to the seer," the Blood Empress said quietly, her tone composed, though annoyance flickered beneath her calm. "Let's hope he has something this time," the dean replied, rising to his feet, expression set. With a flick of her wrist, the Blood Empress twisted space. A portal unfurled before them, its edges crackling with power. They stepped through together, their movements unhurried despite the urgency. They were worried, but they also knew what their students were capable of. They had to believe that, if fate allowed it, the golden generation would endure. The seer's room. The seer lay sprawled on his couch, one arm tucked behind his head as he lazily popped pieces of fruit and sweets into his mouth. He looked like a man with nothing better to do, as if the world outside barely existed. When the portal opened in front of him, he didn't bother to sit up. He didn't even pretend to be surprised. He just kept chewing, gaze fixed on the fruit in his hand. The dean and vice president stepped out of the portal and took in his usual lazy, unkempt state. The contrast between the situation and his attitude was almost offensive. "Why are you here? It hasn't even been that long since your last visit," the seer muttered, brows creasing in irritation. "Why do you insist on asking questions you already know the answer to?" The Blood Empress shot back, her voice cool and edged. "We both know why we're here. Don't waste time." The seer sighed, gave him a tired look, then finally spoke. "This is a first, no, technically a second," he said slowly. "I don't have the answers you're looking for." For the first time, the dean and vice president visibly reacted. The seer was supposed to be their final line. When all else failed, he was the one who could see what others couldn't. "What do you mean, you don't have answers?" the dean asked, his voice tightening. "You haven't even tried. Can you stop being lazy just this once?" the vice president added, her tone sharp as frost. "The lives of the golden generation are at stake." The seer shook his head and took another bite. "The moment they stepped into that portal, I knew something was off. I knew you'd come, so I tried to look ahead before you arrived." He paused, gaze growing distant. "I saw nothing. Not blocked, not blurred. Nothing. I couldn't even understand where I was supposed to be looking." "This is the second time you've been blocked," the Blood Empress said quietly, a note of old unease in her voice. "Is it those humans again?" "No, it's not them this time," the seer replied, his usual drawl shifting into something heavier. He peeled another fruit slowly, as if buying time to find the right words. "This time, it was fate and destiny. Both. Together." "How can you be so sure?" the dean asked. "What if it's something like that? Entity from before? Or a similar existence on the demon's side?" "Those of us who look into such things can tell when it's fate and destiny at work," the seer said. "They have a signature, a feeling. You don't mistake it once you've sensed it." His tone was more serious than they had heard in years. "Fate and destiny have laid out their plan, and this time they don't want anyone interfering." The air in the room seemed to thicken. "What exactly are you saying?" the dean asked, voice low. The seer's eyes sharpened, an unusual clarity flickering there. "This generation, this golden generation, isn't normal. The previous one was incredible, yes, but this is something else. Their talent is unnatural." He let that sink in, then continued. "Think back. During the Academy invasion, when millions of demons swarmed the domain, not a single student died. Not one. Fate and destiny protected them, bent events around them, turned what should have been a massacre into a miracle." He exhaled slowly. "But this time, I don't know if they'll step in again." Silence settled, heavier than before. "Everything has a price, slaughterer." "Blood Empress," the seer murmured, his voice low but firm. "Nothing in this world is free. Nothing. The students are paying the price for their gifts. Fate and destiny poured talent into them, gave them potential and power that shouldn't exist at their age. Now the bill has come due. This trial, it's their test. Their lives are the wager. Blessing and burden bound together. Fate and destiny lift you with one hand and reach for payment with the other. And if nothing is ever free, no matter how small, then what about Anthony? What price is he paying now? Or what price will he be forced to pay later? He may not be moved or controlled by fate and destiny the way the others are, but there is still, behind him, is helping him out of kindness? Or is simply waiting for the right moment to collect? If nothing.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support, we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
In a valley cloaked by jagged mountains, their peaks obscured in the dense, sinister atmosphere of chaos, Brian and a demon faced each other. The air hung heavy, pulsing with the dark energy of the demon's aura, twisting the natural order into an ominous, almost suffocating haze. Wisps of chaotic fire drifted from the demon's spear, licking at the ground and searing marks into the earth. Brian gripped his saber, the blade glinting with a faint, otherworldly shimmer as he called upon his mana and aura, his eyes set with unwavering focus. Both combatants were poised, a silent tension brewing as the elemental forces around them awaited the storm of their clash. Brian was the first to break the silence, surging forward in a blur, his saber ignited with the glowing power of his Inferno Wave. He swung down, sending a wide, searing arc of flames toward the demon. The fire lit up the darkness, carving through the chaotic haze with a fierce, burning brilliance. The demon responded with an almost casual flick of his spear. Abyssal flames, black fire erupted, clashing with Brian's. The dark flames seemed to consume light itself, swallowing the blaze of the Inferno Wave as if it were merely fuel to feed its dark hunger. But Brian was relentless. He twisted his grip, channeling the flow of mana into his weapon, infusing his next move with a surge of water. His blade gleamed with a blue shimmer as he unleashed a technique. Brian's saber technique, water type, drowning slash. A wave of water followed his strike, cascading over the rocky terrain in a relentless torrent. The ground trembled, cracks snaking across the valley as water surged, drenching the earth. The demon narrowed his eyes, raising his spear in a counter. Demon spear technique, chaotic spiral. A vortex of chaotic energy spun from the spear, meeting the wave with a chaotic whirlwind that split the water around him, scattering droplets in a glistening arc. Brian moved swiftly, his body enhanced by aura. Each step made the ground quiver. Every slash brought with it a burst of energy. His sword shimmered again, now crackling with electric fury as he released yet another technique with a different element this time. Brian's saber technique, lightning type, spark rend. Arcs of lightning danced along the blade, igniting the air with the stinging scent of ozone. He struck, a bolt of pure energy ripping through the valley toward the demon. The demon's response was cold and precise. He leveled his spear. Drawing upon his chaos, he cast it instantly. Fire magic, Hell's Cape Fissure. A jagged rift split the earth, consuming the lightning and sending dark flames roaring toward Brian. The flames shot upward, forming a blazing wall that bore down on him with fierce intensity. But Brian held his ground, channeling his mana into the earth itself, and cast it immediately. Earth magic, rockfall. Boulders materialized above him, plummeting into the path of the dark flames, each impact scattering burning debris. Stone and fire intermingled in a chaotic storm, the mountain quivering under the pressure of their elemental powers. Shards of rock and embers rained down as Brian surged through the dying flames, his saber poised and alight with a searing crimson. He quickly switched to another technique with utter fluidity. Brian's saber technique, fire type, searing slash. His blade cut through the air with an intense heat that turned the ground beneath him molten. The demon sidestepped with supernatural agility and efficiently replied, each move crisp and timely. Demon spear technique, shadowed pierce. His spear extended in a quick, lethal thrust, leaving afterimages that confused Brian's sight. In a blink, Brian felt a sharp, burning pain across his side as the demon's spear grazed him. A narrow miss, but enough to draw blood. Gritting his teeth, Brian forced himself to keep moving, his body now fueled by the will to survive and conquer. He inhaled deeply, focusing, and unleashed a dragon-exclusive attack. Dragon's Breath. A torrent of scorching fire poured from his mouth, roaring through the valley like an unleashed dragon, flames licking the trees and sending their charred remains tumbling. The sheer heat forced the demon to leap back, his feet skidding against the fractured ground, his chaotic aura barely holding back the intense flames. The demon retaliated quickly. Chaos Magic, Chaos Storm, a spell that darkened the sky with swirling chaos. Bolts of dark lightning and gusts of corrupted wind lashed out in every direction, tearing apart what was left of the valley's tranquility. Trees splintered, their trunks thrown asunder, and the mountainside began to crumble under the relentless assault. Brian's focus sharpened, and he channeled his mana into a spell of his own. Lightning Magic, Flash Storm. Lightning erupted from the heavens, illuminating the darkened sky with a crackling network of pure energy. Bolts collided, sparks and shadows weaving together in a nightmarish tapestry of light and dark. Their spells collided overhead, scattering clouds and splitting the chaotic atmosphere. Brian felt the weight of exhaustion creeping in as his mana reserves stretched thin. But he would not relent, not now. He pushed himself beyond his limits, his aura flaring wildly around him, a testament to his indomitable will. The demon lunged forward, his spear spinning in a deadly arc as it delivered another technique. Demon Spear Technique, Cataclysmic Sweep. A wide dark wave of energy flowed off his spear, tearing through rock and soil alike, leaving behind a deep ravine that carved. Brian met the assault head-on without hesitation. Brian's Saber Technique, Wind Type, Tempest Strike. His saber slicing through the air in rapid, precise motions, each slash carried by the force of a roaring wind. The two forces clashed, sending shockwaves across the valley. The mountain shook, loose rocks tumbling down its slopes as sinkholes formed in the earth beneath them. Brian's grip tightened, his arms numb from the effort, yet his spirit burned brighter, unyielding even in the face of death. The demon's face twisted in dark satisfaction, sensing Brian's waning strength. He raised his spear, calling forth a spell. Chaos Magic, Eclipse Veil, a spell that shrouded the entire battlefield in darkness, obscuring Brian's vision and making every shadow a potential threat. But Brian activated a skill he had always hidden, although not as ridiculous as Anthony's and not a passive skill. Mana Eyes, his vision piercing through the darkness, allowing him to see the faint trails of chaotic energy as the demon moved. Then, at the edge of his endurance, Brian felt a surge within him. His aura intensified, his mana expanded, his power surged to new heights. Breaking through his previous limits, he entered the SS rank. Author's note, Protagonist Halo, activate. A radiant glow surrounded him, illuminating the darkened field, casting aside the shadows in defiance. With newfound strength, he moved with vigor. Brian's Saber Technique, Earth Type, Crushing Boulder Slash. His blade struck the ground, creating a colossal fissure that spread like a fracture through glass. Chunks of earth rose, crashing toward the demon in an unrelenting wave. The demon met this with an attack of his own. Demon Spear Technique, Desolation Stab, driving his spear into the ground with chaotic energy that detonated, sending the fissured earth scattering like shards. The ground split, and Brian could feel his own strength slipping even as he fought to control the surge of power coursing through him. Every breath burned, his muscles ached, but his resolve remained unbroken. For a final, desperate attack, the demon raised his spear, channeling all his chaotic energy into a last, overwhelming blow. The spear crackled, seething with the intensity of his chaotic flames. With a roar, he unleashed another assault. Demon Spear Technique, Abyssal Lunge. His spear, transforming into a jet of darkness, aimed directly at Brian's heart. Brian countered, summoning every ounce of mana and aura left within him. His saber blazed with elemental energy as he unleashed his own move. Brian's saber technique, water type, deluge cut. Water burst from his blade, forming a protective surge that met the dark flames head-on. The energies collided, spiraling together in a chaotic cyclone of water and fire, dark and light, mana and chaos. The impact unleashed a shockwave that split the earth between them, a massive ravine forming as the land itself could no longer withstand their clash. When the dust settled, Brian remained standing, though barely. His breath came in ragged gasps, his arm hung limp, and his body bore the marks of a harrowing struggle. Blood streamed down his side, and one of his arms was missing, torn away in the chaos. But he had endured, pushing himself beyond what he believed possible. His vision blurred, but he forced himself to stand tall, staring down at the fallen demon. The chaos surrounding them began to dissipate, the valley bearing the scars of their battle, fractured mountains, scorched earth, and gaping ravines marking the land as a testament to their clash. Brian's last remnants of strength ebbed away, and he fell to his knees. The taste of victory was laced with agony, the price of survival almost too high. Yet he had overcome, breaking through his limits, facing down a force that should have destroyed him. The lowland was eerily quiet, the jagged mountains towering above like silent sentinels, their sharp edges cutting into the blood-red sky. The air was thick with the oppressive weight of chaos, swirling in ominous currents that seemed to twist the very fabric of reality. The ground beneath Spectre's boots cracked and groaned under the immense pressure, the atmosphere itself a battleground of untold power. Spectre's katana gleamed in the dim light, his grip firm, his stance perfect. He was surrounded by the remnants of his fellow students, who fought valiantly but were already outclassed by the overwhelming number of demons. Demons of all ranks, F to SSS, moved in a coordinated assault, their bloodshot eyes gleaming with malice. They all had been fighting for over an hour now, with no sign of the enemy's number dwindling. But Spectre was focused on one target, Kush. Kush stood with an air of utmost casual arrogance. His figure was a perfect contrast to Spectre's intensity, tall, composed, and impossibly calm. The elf was a master of both wind and lightning elements, his aura shimmering like a storm waiting to burst. Despite the chaos of the battlefield around them, Kush's attention never wavered from Spectre. He was waiting, studying him like a predator savoring its prey. "You've done well to last this long, but this is where it ends, Spectre," Kush said, his voice a taunting melody. "I almost admire your tenacity." Spectre didn't respond. He couldn't afford to. He knew his fellow students were fighting for their lives, but he also knew that no matter how strong they were, they stood no chance against the sheer numbers of their foes. He couldn't protect them. He had no time for that, not when the battle with Kush was at hand. The elf's sword pulsed with a crackling energy as he lazily unsheathed it. The wind began to swirl around him, the blade gleaming with a cold, merciless light. Kush's stance was relaxed, almost lazy. He was at the King Realm, 3 ranks above Spectre, and he knew it. Spectre's heart pounded in his chest, but his focus remained sharp, the weight of his katana grounding him in the moment. Without a word, Kush moved, a blur of wind and lightning. His sword slashed forward with incredible speed, a single motion that left a trail of crackling energy in its wake. Spectre barely managed to raise his katana in time, the 2 blades clashing with a sound like thunder, the shockwave of the impact sending a ripple through the air. Spectre's eyes widened as he felt the force of the blow travel through his body, his muscles straining to absorb the impact. His feet slid slightly on the rocky terrain, but he managed to hold his ground. He met Kush's eyes, and for a brief moment, the elf's lips curled into a smirk. "Impressive," Kush murmured, stepping back with a fluid grace. "But your strength will never match mine." Spectre didn't offer any response. Instead, he adjusted his stance, tightening his grip on the katana as a bolt of lightning surged through his body. He had to move faster, be stronger. His own lightning element crackled to life, infusing his limbs with a newfound surge of power. He was faster now, his instincts sharpening, his reflexes quickening. With a swift motion, Spectre lunged forward. Spectre technique, katana series, calm waver. The katana sliced through the air with a graceful, controlled arc, the blade humming with energy as it cut through the space between them. Kush, however, responded with effortless ease. He raised his sword to deflect the strike, the blades meeting with a crackling sound that echoed across the valley. Sparks flew, illuminating the darkened atmosphere for a brief, brilliant moment. The light cast shadows that danced across the battlefield, highlighting the destruction that was taking place all around them. Kush's smirk deepened as he spun with the deflection, his own sword following through with a precise, devastating strike. Spectre technique, katana series, alternating swing. Spectre parried the blow, his katana sweeping upwards and then down in an alternating motion, catching the elf's sword with a loud clash. The shockwave from their clash sent ripples through the air, the force of their battle shaking the very earth around them. The ground cracked open in places, and boulders tumbled down the jagged cliffs. Yet neither combatant seemed to notice. Their battle was pure. Focus on anything else was an afterthought. You move well for someone of your rank, Kush said, his tone dripping with mockery. But it won't be enough. Spectre gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing. He was already pushing himself past his limits, but he could feel the gap between them widening. Kush was toying with him, but Spectre wouldn't give in. Not yet. With a sudden burst of speed, Spectre closed the distance between them again, his katana arcing downward in a lightning-quick strike. Spectre technique, katana series, one way. The blow was fast, precise, and filled with intent. But once again, Kush was ready. His sword moved with the fluid grace of a dancer, deflecting Spectre's katana with a single, effortless motion. Sparks flew in all directions as the two blades met, the light briefly illuminating the chaos around them. Trees splintering, rocks shattering, and demons clashing against one another in a battle for survival. The sheer force of the impact sent Spectre stumbling backward, but he regained his footing quickly, his instincts sharpening with every exchange. Kush's grin widened as he saw the effort in Spectre's eyes, his own power unconcerned by the struggle. He wasn't even sweating, his speed, his strength, it was all too much. Spectre, however, refused to back down. He took a deep breath, drawing upon his mana and aura to fuel his next technique. His body surged with power as he drew the energy into his blade, the katana humming with raw intensity. Spectre technique, katana series, Thunderstrike. A bolt of lightning shot through the katana, crackling along the blade as Spectre swung it with all his might. The strike was blinding, the electric surge leaving a trail of destruction in its wake as it shot toward Kush. But Kush was faster. With a graceful leap, the elf spun in midair, narrowly avoiding the bolt of lightning as it tore through the earth beneath him. The ground exploded in a shower of rocks and dirt, but Kush landed without a scratch. His sword was already moving again, the blade singing through the air as he countered. The battle turned once again. Kush was relentless, his sword moving with deadly precision, his every strike a calculated effort to wear down Spectre. The sound of steel on steel echoed through the valley, sparks dancing through the air with each clash. The light from their weapons illuminated the battlefield, casting long shadows that twisted and writhed as the two combatants moved in a deadly dance. For every strike Spectre landed, Kush countered 2 or 3. His movements were flawless, his technique beyond anything Spectre had ever seen. And yet, Spectre fought on, his will unyielding, his body pushing itself to its absolute limits. Spectre's breathing became ragged as the battle wore on, his strength waning. He was fighting an uphill battle, his body screaming in protest with every movement. But he couldn't stop. He wouldn't stop. Not when his comrades were still fighting, not when they still had a chance. With a final, desperate effort, Spectre summoned the last of his lightning power, augmenting his speed and strength in a final burst of energy. His katana crackled with electricity as he closed the distance between them once more, his blade arcing toward Kush's chest. But Kush was faster. His sword flashed out like a serpent striking, a single, precise movement that cut through the air. The clash was deafening, the sound of steel on steel echoing through the coulee as the force of their swords sent shockwaves through the ground. Kush's voice, almost gentle now, broke through the chaos. "You've done well to last this long, Spectre, but this is where it ends." Spectre's vision blurred as he staggered back, his body on the verge of collapse. His breath came in ragged gasps, and his legs trembled beneath him. He could feel the weight of the battle pulling him down, his body failing to keep up with his will. Kush raised his sword, his movements slow and deliberate. "Goodbye, Spectre." And as the elf's blade descended, Spectre knew it was over. The final blow was inevitable. He knew he stood no chance. He couldn't magically jump 3 realms and fight the king rank elf equally. With a single fluid motion, Kush's blade descended, a deadly arc aimed directly for Spectre's chest. The wind howled, and the ground beneath them seemed to quake, the very atmosphere bracing for the death blow that would end Spectre's struggle. Spectre, his strength completely spent, could barely lift his katana in defense. His movements were sluggish, his vision fading as his arms grew heavier. His katana lowered in a feeble attempt to block, but he knew it was futile. His body was too weak, his senses too dulled. He had fought with everything he had, but it had never been enough. The sound of the approaching sword was deafening, the crack of energy rippling through the air as Kush's blade descended with unstoppable force. And then, just as the sword was about to cleave through Spectre's chest, a gust of wind exploded through the air, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. The ground trembled beneath their feet as a streak of light flashed across the sky, falling toward them with astonishing speed. Kush's eyes widened for a brief moment, the faintest trace of surprise flashing across his face. He instinctively raised his sword to block, but it was too late. From the sky, a figure descended with the force of a meteor, crashing into the earth with an explosion of light and wind that sent the surrounding demons scattering, their momentary panic giving them a brief reprieve. The impact created a massive crater, the force of it shaking the ground and causing rocks to fall from the surrounding cliffs. A figure emerged from the crater, tall, powerful, and radiating an aura of immense strength. His presence was enough to freeze the air around him. Anthony had arrived. "Forgive my timing. I trust it's sufficient," Anthony said, his voice calm but filled with authority as he stepped forward, his feet leaving cracks in the earth with every step. His aura surged around him like a tidal wave, an overwhelming force that caused the very atmosphere to quiver. Kush's expression shifted, no longer the confident, taunting figure he had been moments ago. Instead, a flicker of wariness crossed his features as he sized up Anthony. The elf's posture stiffened, his eyes narrowing. "You've arrived," Kush said, his tone measured but tense. "I should have known." Anthony didn't respond immediately, his attention flicking briefly to Spectre, who was barely standing, his face pale and covered in blood. Spectre's body was slumped, his katana hanging loosely at his side, the faintest trace of life still flickering within him. Anthony's gaze hardened, his features set in a grim expression. "Get back, Spectre," Anthony said, his voice cutting through the battlefield like a blade. His aura flared as he advanced, his steps unwavering and confident. "Your resolve has been proven. Let me handle the rest." Spectre, with great effort, lifted his head to look at Anthony. His body trembled, his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. He wanted to speak, to say something, anything, but the words caught in his throat. He could only nod weakly, knowing that his fight was over. Although he could just heal himself and continue the fight, he knew it won't change the outcome. If Anthony hadn't arrived, he would have just ran away by activating the spatial mark skill. Anthony turned his gaze back to Kush, his eyes narrowing as he measured the elf before him. The air around them crackled with tension, the atmosphere charged with the weight of the two powers facing each other. Cush's confidence had returned, but there was a visible shift in his demeanor as he recognized the true threat in front of him. "You're a bit late to the party," Cush said, his voice no longer mocking, but tinged with a quiet respect. "I never imagined I'd encounter one of your prowess here, particularly in a student. It seems the rumors of your unmatched skill were well-founded." Anthony smirked slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Better late than never, right?" His tone was laced with amusement, but there was no mistaking the deadly edge beneath it. "I'm afraid I can't let you finish what you started." Cush's grip tightened on his sword, the wind around him beginning to intensify, swirling into a vicious tempest. His eyes locked onto Anthony's, the challenge in them undeniable. "You've been warned," Cush said quietly, the wind beginning to bend to his will, surrounding him in a vortex of power. Anthony's eyes flared with a sudden intensity, his aura expanding outward like a hurricane of force. The wind and lightning crackled around him, but it wasn't just those elements. Anthony's entire being seemed to radiate with a power that rivaled the forces of nature itself. "Let's see if you're ready to face me," Anthony said, his voice cold and commanding. The ground beneath their feet groaned under the weight of their power, the earth cracking and splintering as the two behemoths prepared to clash. Behind them, the battle between the demons and the students continued to rage, but the focus of the battlefield had shifted. The demons, momentarily distracted by Anthony's arrival, were now pausing, uncertain of what would happen next. Some were retreating, sensing the overwhelming presence of the new challenger, while others held their ground, sensing that their fate had not yet been sealed. But none of the demons dared to approach the two combatants. Their battle would be a legend in its own right. As the tension between Anthony and Cush thickened, the students watched in awe, struggling to comprehend the sheer magnitude of power they were witnessing. Spectre's final battle had been fought with everything he had, but it had been Anthony's timely arrival that would change the course of this conflict. The students, many of whom had only seen death and destruction in the past moments, now found a flicker of hope in the chaos. The air around them was still, as if holding its breath, awaiting the next move. With a final glance at Spectre, Anthony's smile faded, replaced with a quiet, deadly seriousness. He was ready, and Cush, for the first time in their encounter, seemed to acknowledge that. Spectre's battle, though nearly lost, had set the stage for a clash of colossi that would reshape the fate of all. And in that moment, as the winds howled and the earth trembled beneath them, they blinked out of existence with a thunderous explosion. As the first clash echoed through the valley, the ground seemed to tremble under their might. Anthony and Cush stood at a mere breath's distance from each other, their swords raised high, the sharp edges glinting like twin stars in the dimming twilight. The air around them crackled with anticipation, the tension so thick it felt as though the atmosphere itself held its breath. With a sudden, fluid motion, Cush struck. His sword slashed through the air with the force of a storm, aimed straight for Anthony's heart. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Anthony met the blow, his katana dancing to life with the precision of a master, parrying the strike with a single fluid motion. The sound of their blades meeting rang out like the tolling of a bell, sharp and final, before their swords were drawn apart. Cush's eyes flashed with a predatory gleam as he pivoted, unleashing a series of rapid strikes that blurred the air. Each swipe was aimed with deadly intent, seeking Anthony's throat, ribs, and legs. But Anthony was there, his katana moving with such speed it was as if the sword itself was alive, blocking and deflecting every blow with eerie calm. Steel rang against steel, each strike a heartbeat of war, echoing like thunder in a storm-laden sky. The ground beneath them seemed to shake with each strike, the force of their blows sending tremors through the earth. The very air between them exploded as their swords collided in a tempest of force and fury. Sparks flew like fireflies, illuminating their fierce expressions as they moved in a deadly dance, their swords flashing like lightning bolts torn from a storm god's wrath. Anthony shifted his stance, his katana now a blur as he countered with a series of strikes that tested Kush's own defenses. His sword carved arcs through the air like whispers of death, each blow deliberate and calculated. But Kush, with a fluid grace that belied his towering strength, turned and parried every attack, his own blade moving in perfect counterpoint. Their swords clashed with the finality of a judge's gavel, the echoes ringing through the valley as the earth trembled beneath their feet. With each strike, they aimed for every vital points, liver and lungs, but every slash was met with a deflection, a block, or a swift counter that sent the air vibrating with power. Their movements were so swift that they were mere blurs of motion, and every step they took seemed to resonate with the power of the cosmos itself. The sound of their duel was a symphony of steel blades meeting with the fury of a tempest, reverberating through the valley like the distant roar of thunder. Every strike was met with an answer, every parry with a counterattack. They were perfectly matched, yet Anthony held a slight edge. He moved just a hair faster, his strikes just a fraction more precise. Kush, however, was no less a master, his own prowess on full display as he blocked and parried with equal skill, the only difference being the smallest gaps in their strikes that Anthony exploited. Their swords wove through the air, carving arcs of silver fire as they danced. Every slash was a testament to their mastery, the blades so sharp that they left a trail of burning air in their wake. Each blow was delivered with such force that the space around them seemed to crack and distort, as if reality itself struggled to keep up with their movements. The ground beneath their feet cracked and splintered with every step, the air seeming to warp with the intensity of their battle. A flash of light erupted as Anthony pressed forward, his blade slicing through the air with a speed that seemed impossible. He aimed for Kush's exposed side, but in a blur of motion, Kush's body twisted, deflecting the blow with such precision that their swords slid apart like the kiss of two stars. Both warriors paused for a fleeting moment, their eyes locked in mutual respect. In that instant, they both marveled at the other's swordsmanship. Each had tasted the other's prowess, felt the burning passion for the blade in every strike, every parry, every counter. There was no room for error, no space for hesitation. It was a battle not just of strength, but philosophy of two masters who lived and breathed the sword. Kush smirked, his breathing steady, but his heart pounding with exhilaration. "You're as good as the rumors say," he remarked, a rare smile twisting his lips. "Truly you are a different breed." Anthony's eyes gleamed in response, his katana still held at the ready. Likewise, a worthy opponent. They squared off again, and the earth trembled once more. Their swords met again, with such force that the very sky seemed to pulse with the intensity of their battle. Anthony pressed the attack once more, his speed just a fraction quicker, but Kush was there, every step, every swing, met with equal determination. They moved as one, two warriors locked in a contest of sheer will, the clash of their blades echoing through the valley like the chorus of an ancient war. The speed, the power, the precision, each strike, each block, a testament to their dedication to the craft. Their swords sang through the air, carving paths of death that only the strongest could survive. Yet, it was Anthony who began to hold the slightest advantage. While Kush was powerful, his strikes sometimes carried an element of overcommitment, a slight delay in his follow-through. Anthony was able to exploit these small gaps, slipping through them with surgical precision. He pressed forward with each strike, his katana flashing like a comet in the night, aiming for weak points, exploiting every opportunity that arose. But Kush never faltered, matching Anthony blow for blow, strike for strike, the two locked in an eternal battle of swords and will. In the end, neither would fall. Their blades hovered, their faces mere inches apart, sweat beading at their brows. A moment of silence passed between them, filled only with the sound of their labored breathing. And then, without a word, they disengaged. Both stood, blades still raised, bodies trembling with the exertion of their duel. Neither had given an inch, but in their eyes there was something more, a shared understanding, a bond forged in the fires of battle. Cush's moved again as his sword cleaved through the air with the precision of a master, cutting a diagonal line towards Anthony's heart. The speed was blinding, the strike so powerful that it seemed to split the very air. But Anthony was faster, his katana flicking into position as if guided by instinct. With a single motion, he met the blade with his own in a resounding clash. The world appeared to stand in awe of their artistry, a spectacle of sublime elegance. Each sword swept through the air like the stroke of a master's brush, with the sky above and the chasm below merging to form a boundless, ethereal canvas. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the ground, the sound of metal on metal ringing through the valley. The clash was not just the meeting of two swords, it was the meeting of two wills, two minds honed through years of combat, each seeking the fatal opening in the other's defense. As the two warriors separated, the ground beneath their feet cracked, fissures running outward from the center of their clash. The air shimmered, distorted by the sheer pressure of their force. Cush, undeterred by the brief moment of separation, pressed forward, his strikes coming like a torrential rain. Each was aimed at Anthony's death, the muscles, the bones, the side, all places where a master could end a battle in an instant. But Anthony was no stranger to pressure. His katana danced, a blur of motion, every block, every deflection a perfect countermeasure to Cush's aggressive onslaught. The swords met again and again, each time with the fury of a tempest. Sparks exploded into the air, brilliant streaks of light cutting through the shadows of the valley. The sound of their blades was deafening, a rhythmic pounding that echoed like thunder crashing against the heavens. Each strike sent vibrations through the air, shaking the very space around them. Every time Cush thought he had an opening, Anthony was there, his blades sweeping in to meet the attack with uncanny speed and precision. Their swords moved in blurs, weaving arcs of silver fire as they clashed, creating a deadly dance that was as graceful as it was lethal, all with the ruthless determination of two duelists born of legend. And yet, every time their blades met, one of them would be there, blocking, parrying, or countering. The force of their strikes sent ripples through the air, the very atmosphere vibrating with the intensity of their clash. Anthony's katana, though a sword of unmatched sharpness and precision, was met by the sheer power of Cush's strikes. Cush was not just fast, but his blows carried the weight of a man who had honed his strength to an unimaginable degree. Each strike, each twist, was designed to overpower his opponent through sheer force. But Anthony, using his mastery over the sword, met every blow with equal force, his katana flashing through the air in smooth, fluid motions, as if the blade itself were a part of his soul. The basin trembled with each movement, the air itself rebelling against the power being unleashed. The earth cracked beneath their feet, splintering as they moved. Each of their strikes created shock waves, the space around them distorting, bending under the weight of their strength. There was no room for error. Every second, every fraction of a second, counted. One wrong move, one misstep, and it could be over. Cush launched a sudden flurry of attacks, his sword moving in a dazzling pattern of slashes and thrusts, each more deadly than the last. His blade flashed like a streak of lightning, the power behind each strike a testament to his strength. Anthony responded in kind, his movements as smooth as water, his katana flashing with equal brilliance. They were so fast, so in sync with each other, that it was hard to tell where one's blade ended and the other began. The two warriors danced in a deadly rhythm, their swords cutting through the air with a speed and grace that defied belief. Their strikes came with such force that the very fabric of reality seemed to tremble, as if their fight were shaking the very foundations of existence. Their swords carved through the air, each strike a perfect blend of power and finesse, the clash of steel ringing out like the roar of a lion. The ground beneath them seemed to shudder as the two masters clashed again and again, their swords meeting with a resonance that could be felt in the bones. The air around them rippled with the heat of their battle, the very temperature shifting with each strike. Every time Kush thought he had Anthony on the back foot, Anthony would retaliate, his katana flashing to intercept, blocking the attack with such force that it sent Kush staggering back. Their fight was a game of inches. Every step, every strike was calculated and deliberate, but the gap between them remained razor-thin. Kush would let out a grunt of frustration as Anthony expertly blocked another one of his attacks, his katana flashing in a circle to meet Kush's sword with the force of a tidal wave. Sparks flew in every direction, the air sizzling from the sheer heat of their battle. The earth beneath them shook, dust rising from the cracks in the ground. There was a moment where both men stepped back, eyes locked, swords raised. They were both breathing heavily now, sweat dripping down their faces, but neither would yield. Their gazes spoke volumes, an unspoken acknowledgement of the other's strength. There was no room for ego in this fight. No winner had yet been decided, but both knew that this battle was as much about respect as it was about victory. Kush gave a small nod, his blade held low in a relaxed stance. "You truly are a remarkable swordsman," he said, his voice quiet but filled with respect. Anthony nodded in return, his eyes still sharp. The brief moment of respite was gone in an instant. Kush lunged forward, his sword aimed straight for Anthony's neck, but Anthony was already moving, his katana cutting through the air to meet the attack. They collided once more, a shower of sparks exploding from the meeting of their blades. The sound of metal against metal rang like a bell, each strike echoing across the valley. They continued their brutal exchange, neither one of them gaining the upper hand for long. Every strike, every block, every parry was a testament to their unrivaled skill, their passion for the sword fueling every movement. Anthony's movements were as fluid as a river, his strikes just a fraction faster, his counters just a hair more precise. Kush, however, was relentless. His strength was overwhelming, and his strikes were as unyielding as the mountains that surrounded them. The fight continued like this, a symphony of speed, power, and precision. Neither one would give up. Every strike, every counter, every block was an expression of their mastery. Their swords clashed with the finality of a judge's gavel, each blow ringing with the weight of fate. In the end, neither would yield. The fight had reached its peak, both men locked in a perfect stalemate. Their swords hovered, inches apart, their bodies trembling with the effort of their fight. Anthony and Kush stared at each other, their breathing heavy, their hearts still pounding in their chests. Neither had won, yet both had gained something from the other, a mutual respect that could only come from the purest form of battle. With a final, slow nod, Anthony lowered his katana. "Not bad at all," Anthony said, his voice steady, yet filled with admiration. Kush smirked. It was then that the realization dawned. The fight had not been about winning. It had been about the love of the sword. And in that, they had both emerged victorious. Though both had achieved victory, Kush bore the weight of over 1,000 years. He had devoted centuries to perfecting his swordsmanship, each swing honed and refined through countless battles and tireless practice. Yet, despite all this experience, he now found himself evenly matched by an opponent who had scarcely wielded a sword for even half a decade. It was an incomprehensible marvel, defying all logic and shattering the bounds of conventional understanding. It was an astonishing paradox, a profound affront to reason itself. With a silent understanding, both warriors reached for their stamina potions, their hands steady despite the weariness that had gripped them. They drank deeply, the potent liquid coursing through their veins, reviving their bodies from the precipice of collapse. Their gazes locked, gleaming with unwavering resolve, as the symphony of steel came to an end. Yet, the true struggle had only just begun, for the battle of their lives now. The ground beneath them trembled with every strike, as the two warriors faced off, their weapons gleaming with deadly intent. Anthony's katana, crackling with the power of all elements, was an extension of his will, his aura shaping the air around him into a palpable force. Across from him, Kush stood, his sword infused with the fury of wind and lightning, his every movement like a gust of a storm, a flash of lightning ready to strike. They were forces of nature, their swords the embodiment of their mastery over their respective elements. The first clash was so sudden that the world itself seemed to hesitate. Anthony's katana was a blur of motion, a streak of silver that cut through the air like a lightning bolt. Endless technique, katana series, constant flow. The slash was relentless, each arc flowing seamlessly into the next as he pressed forward with methodical precision, his aura making every strike a promise of death. Kush, undeterred by the speed and ferocity of the attack, responded with a flurry of his own, his sword raised high, the tip crackling with energy. Kush sword technique, lightning type, storm strike. He brought his blade down in a tremendous arc, summoning a bolt of lightning that surged downward, targeting Anthony's head with the precision of a predator. The force of the strike created a blinding flash, and for a moment, the air was thick with the crackle of electricity. Anthony sidestepped with the grace of a phantom, his footfalls barely making a sound on the shattered earth. He intercepted the attack with a sleek, unfathomable quickness, the parry a mere glint of motion. Endless technique, katana series, continuous slash. His sword meeting Kush's with a symphony of metal against metal. Sparks erupted on impact, lighting the battlefield with the sheer force of their clash. The ground beneath them cracked open, fissures forming in the wake of their overwhelming aura. Kush twisted his wrist and flowed into another attack, using his speed to stay one step ahead. Kush sword technique, wind type, zephyr slash. A diagonal cut sliced through the air, and a sharp gust of wind shot out from the tip of his sword, its blade-like wind traveling swiftly toward Anthony. The gust was sharp enough to cut through the thickest armor, and it screamed toward Anthony's torso, intent on carving its way through. But Anthony was already gone, his katana flashing with a sudden burst of energy. Endless technique, katana series, splitting the heavens. The slash tore through the air, sending a shockwave of pure energy outward, cutting through Kush's wind attack with ease. The force of the strike sent a massive shock wave through the valley, the trees around them uprooted as they were blown away in the wake of the collision. The very landscape seemed to recoil from the sheer power of the exchange. Kush gritted his teeth, his body flickering with the crackling energy of his elements. Kush sword technique, lightning type, thunder flash. He charged forward, moving with the blinding speed of a thunderbolt, his sword glowing with raw power. As he closed the distance, a beam of lightning shot out from his sword, blinding in its intensity. The bolt was aimed directly at Anthony's chest, but Anthony, ever the strategist, stepped aside at the last moment. He responded with a roar, his katana drawn back as if gathering the very elements around him. Endless technique, katana series, raising swing. With a single swing, a colossal surge of power erupted from Anthony's blade. The swing was so forceful that the air itself seemed to explode in a violent burst of energy, the shockwave tearing through the environment. Rocks flew, trees were uprooted from their foundations, and the ground itself cracked as if it were unable to bear the weight of their battle. Kush was forced to leap back, narrowly avoiding the devastating attack. His feet left deep impressions in the earth as he landed, his aura flaring as he regained his balance. Kush sword technique, wind type, tempest fury. With a powerful leap, he spun through the air, his blade carving arcs of wind around him. Each slash released a burst of wind so sharp and fast that it seemed to cut through the very atmosphere, creating a storm of blades that swirled around Anthony, leaving him with no room to escape. Anthony narrowed his eyes, watching as the wind and lightning swirled around him like a tempest. He could feel the pressure of Kush's techniques bearing down on him, but he was not one to back down. His katana shimmered with power, the air around it vibrating with the force of his aura. Endless technique, katana series, space ender. With a single step, he closed the distance between them, his sword slicing through the air with the power of a collapsing star. The ground beneath him shattered, the very space around him warping from the sheer force of his slash. Kush staggered back, the blow grazing his side. His body, already bruised from the previous strikes, trembled from the impact, but his resolve remained unbroken. Kush sword technique, lightning type, voltaic thrust. He thrust his sword forward, the tip crackling with an intense surge of lightning. The energy released shot out like a spear, targeting Anthony's heart with deadly precision. The speed of the attack was blinding, and for a moment, it seemed as though nothing could stop the bolt from striking its target. But Anthony was faster. With a fluid motion, he twisted his katana in a circular arc, deflecting the lightning with ease. Endless technique, katana series, scorching slash. His blade ignited in a fiery blaze as it clashed with the bolt, the heat of the attack spreading outward, incinerating the ground around them. Kush was forced to retreat, his sword crackling with energy as he tried to avoid the encroaching flames. As the battle raged on, the environment became a wasteland. The ground was littered with deep cracks and craters, trees splintered and scattered in every direction. The air was thick with the residue of their battle, the ozone scent of lightning mixing with the acrid smell of burning wood and earth. The sky above was a storm of swirling clouds, each strike between them sending ripples of energy through the atmosphere, creating a spectacle of light and shadow that was almost otherworldly. Kush's breathing grew labored, his movements slower now, his body showing signs of wear. The cuts on his body were beginning to accumulate, and though his spirit remained unyielding, the toll of the battle was starting to show. He gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain as he focused his energy on his next strike. Kush sword technique, wind type, whirlwind strike. He spun his sword in a wide circle, creating a vortex of wind around him that struck from all angles. The wind howled like a beast as it tore through the air, its ferocity unmatched. But Anthony, his body a vessel of raw power, did not falter. Endless technique, katana series, frozen slash. He swung his sword with a flick of his wrist, and in an instant the temperature around them dropped. The very air seemed to freeze, turning the swirling wind into icy blades that shattered against his katana. The ground below froze in an instant, turning into a slick sheet of ice that threatened to send Kush sprawling as his footing was lost. Kush's determination remained unshaken. Even as the cold seeped into his bones, he was not finished yet. Kush sword technique, lightning type, chain reaction. With a rapid flurry of slashes, he lashed out, the lightning coursing through the air like a series of strikes that chained from one target to the next. Each hit left a trail of electric arcs that danced through the air, striking Anthony in rapid succession. Anthony, however, was unfazed. His katana shimmered with a bright light, glowing with the accumulated energy of all his elements. Endless technique, katana series, existential nihility. With a single swipe, he cut through the chain of lightning, the force of his slash creating a void in the air that absorbed the lightning before it could reach him. The air itself seemed to warp, and a ripple of darkness spread out from the point of impact, annihilating the energy in an instant. Kush, now wounded and struggling to maintain his composure, knew that he had to finish this quickly. Kush sword technique, wind type, tempest blade. He infused his blade with a violent burst of wind, and in one final, desperate move, he lunged forward, releasing a shockwave of wind that tore through the landscape. The storm that followed was so fierce that it sent trees toppling and rocks flying into the air. It was a last-ditch effort to overwhelm Anthony, to break through his defenses and claim victory. But Anthony was prepared. Endless technique, katana series, lightning calamity. With a surge of power, he slashed downward, his katana crackling with the raw fury of the elements. The air exploded with light as the two forces collided. The energy released was so intense that it sent shockwaves through the valley, creating a massive rift in the ground. The landscape trembled, and for a moment, it seemed as though the very fabric of reality itself was bending under the weight of their battle. In the aftermath of their clash, the valley lay in ruin. The ground was scorched and shattered, the trees reduced to splinters, and the sky above darkened by the lingering energy of their combat. Anthony stood tall, his katana gleaming in the now silent battlefield, while Kush, bloodied and bruised, collapsed to one knee, panting heavily but still alive, his gaze unwavering. The fight had taken everything from both of them, but in the end, it was Anthony who emerged victorious, his body untouched by the devastation of their battle, while Kush, though still alive, had been pushed to his absolute limits. The valley had been shattered, but their struggle was far from over. It was a battle that would be remembered for generations, a testament to the power of two behemoths locked in a clash of wills. Kush remained motionless on the ground, blood pooling around him as if binding him to the earth in silent homage. His gaze seemed distant, as though he were lost in a quiet contemplation. After a moment, a faint, genuine smile graced his face, a smile of pure, unrestrained satisfaction. The thrill of the battle lingered in his veins, and even though he was on the cusp of death, he felt a strange serenity. For as long as he could remember, Kush had never encountered anyone who matched his own fervor for the sword. Yet here, at the end of all things, he had met a kindred soul, and that very soul would be his end. And he found no fear in it, no bitterness. He had no desire to plead for his life, nor to resort to a self-sacrificial explosion to drag his opponent down with him. This was a true, honorable peace, untouched by desperation. He had fought with his honor on the line, and, in the end, he had lost. To live on through some final act of dishonor would be a betrayal of everything he stood for. In that, he found clarity. Accepting his fate became a small victory in itself. Dying by the blade of one who could meet him strike for strike in the sacred dance of swordsmanship was, to Kush, a fulfillment beyond the mere act of survival. Anthony looked down at him with a steady gaze and said, "The time of rest is near, my friend. Embrace it well." Kush raised his head, locking eyes with Anthony. A profound understanding passed between them, and he replied, "To meet my end by your sword is a privilege I embrace." With a calm acceptance, he closed his eyes, surrendering fully to his fate. Anthony's katana rose, its blade catching the light, glinting like a tribute to the heavens. For a brief moment, it was as though the world itself held its breath, every glimmer of light reflecting on his steel, as if singing silent praises to the victor. With a single, fluid motion, Anthony brought his blade down. The strike was clean, a testament to his skill and respect. Kush's head ascended briefly, that tranquil smile still upon his lips, before his body collapsed to the earth with a muted thud. Blood spilled forth, painting the ground in a final testament to his unyielding spirit. Anthony remained still, his gaze lifted to the sky as if searching the infinite. He had been scarcely tested by any opponent before, yet this clash with Kush had kindled something profound within him. It was as though a door had opened, revealing paths previously hidden. In this struggle, he had found a wholeness that few warriors ever attained, even amid the peril. His body craved more, and his soul seemed to resonate with the memory of the fight. His katana trembled faintly in his grip, humming with a satisfied resonance, as if it, too, recognized that it had been wielded in its truest form in the hands of a master seeking purpose. The academy domain appeared serene, its imposing structure rising majestically amidst centuries-old buildings that stood as silent sentinels, bearing witness to the relentless march of time. Its majestic towers, crafted with meticulous purpose and unwavering discipline, seemed to resonate with the immense knowledge and power contained within. Yet, in an instant, this tranquil facade was violently shattered, as though the very fabric of calm had been torn asunder. The heavens above trembled, and the once clear skies were suddenly rent with fierce, crackling bolts of lightning. The heavens themselves quaked, and the once serene skies were violently torn asunder, consumed by fierce, crackling bolts of lightning that split the air with a deafening roar. The air, once crisp and serene, grew heavy and oppressive, thickening with an inescapable, suffocating pressure, a foreboding omen that weighed on every soul, impossible to ignore. Collins descended from the skies, his form enveloped in a tempest of seething, crackling lightning, as though the very storm itself bowed to his command. The electric force surrounding him surged with a life of its own, crackling and writhing in violent fury. With each step he took, the very air seemed to cry out in agony, bending and warping under the sheer magnitude of his presence. The atmosphere itself distorted, the tension building to an unbearable crescendo, as bolts of lightning streaked down from the heavens, striking the earth with such ferocity that the ground split and shattered beneath their relentless assault. The Academy domain quaked as if it recoiled in terror from the storm approaching, and even the students, once immersed in their daily routines, could feel the palpable shift in the atmosphere. Windows shattered with an almost mournful cry, and buildings groaned, their very foundations buckling under the overwhelming force of Colin's aura. The world itself seemed to warp and writhe beneath the weight of his energy, the very fabric of reality distorting as everything he touched bent to the will of his immense presence, unraveling in response to the raw power that radiated from him. In the heart of the Academy domain, the dean and the vice president stood stunned, their eyes locked on the unfolding scene before them. Neither had prepared for such an intrusion, for the sheer force of presence that seemed to bend reality itself. "What is that?" the vice president murmured, her voice barely rising above the deafening hum of raw energy that surged through the air, each tremor of power reverberating deep within their bones. The dean, a man accustomed to dealing with powerful individuals, stood unfazed. His gaze remained locked on Collins. "It's him," he muttered, his face distorted. "Collins, he's here." At the utterance of the name, a sudden wave of realization swept over the vice president, replacing her once composed expression with one of stark recognition and unease. "You mean Anthony's grandfather?" The dean nodded subtly. "Yes, and his power is beyond anything we could have predicted." In a single, terrifying moment, Colin's presence expanded, enveloping the entire Academy domain. It wasn't just his aura, it was the very essence of destruction itself. The trees swayed violently, the once solid stone walls cracked and splintered, and the ground beneath them buckled in fear. The air stank of ozone, the smell of impending doom. Every living thing in the vicinity felt the weight of his fury. No one was safe. The dean and vice president stood, motionless, as Colin's footsteps resounded like thunder, each one shaking the very air. "Collins!" The vice president's voice cracked as she took a tentative step forward, her body straight. "What brings you here?" Collins stopped in front of them, and the ground beneath his feet shattered as though the earth itself could no longer support him. His eyes, glowing like molten lightning, fixed on the vice president with chilling calm. "I have no time for pleasantries," he growled, his voice a low rumble that seemed to shake the very air. "Where's my grandson?" The vice president opened her mouth to respond, but the dean raised his hand, silencing her. There was a deep, unmistakable tension in the air now, and the dean could feel the gravity of the situation. "We have no knowledge of his whereabouts," the dean said slowly, trying to keep his face straight. His voice was strained, but he stood his ground. "We've kept this from the public for as long as possible. But I'm afraid." "Afraid?" Collins interrupted, his voice laced with venom. His eyes narrowed, and the lightning around him flared with intensity. "Don't lie to me. You've been hiding the truth about Anthony's disappearance. The entire Academy knows. Don't pretend otherwise." His gaze shifted toward the vice president, who visibly frowned as she too didn't like this situation. "Don't you?" The vice president's frown deepened, the weight of Colin's words resounding in her ears. "It wasn't meant for you to find out like this." She stammered, her voice slow. "We didn't want to cause panic. Anthony and the rest of the first years have been missing for some time now. We've been trying to locate him, but you failed." Colin's voice was a low growl now, the lightning around him intensifying, crackling with raw energy. "You failed to protect him." The Dean's aura surged, his gaze presence also flaring under Colin's overwhelming presence. His breath came in steady, like was not affected by all this. "Collins, you have to understand, we have our hands tied. We've done everything we could." "Everything you could?" Collins snapped, his fury rising like an unstoppable storm. "You've done nothing but allow this disgrace to happen. You dare speak to me about what you've done? I can feel the truth, slaughterer. My grandson is gone because of your incompetence. And now you expect me to stand here, listening to your excuses?" He took a menacing step forward, and the space around him cracked with the sound of thunder. "You think you can hide from me? From my power?" The weight on the Dean's knees increased. He could feel the oppressive weight of Colin's fury pressing down on him. The vice president, standing beside him, was also stood affected. Even she could feel the power radiating off of Collins, suffocating the air itself. "What do you want from us?" The vice president stood tall, her voice steady and unwavering, her body firm against the overwhelming presence of Collins. Despite the immense pressure in the air, she held her ground without a hint of fear, her expression resolute and confident. Collins' eyes flicked to the vice president, and he took a step toward her, his aura sparking like a live wire. The air seemed to shudder with the force of it. "What do I want?" he scoffed, the derision in his voice clear. "I want my grandson, and if you've hurt him, if you've even laid a finger on him, I will make you regret it. Understand me." His aura intensified, swirling violently around him. The ground beneath them cracked, and the sky above seemed to twist with his fury. The clouds parted, lightning flashing down in blinding arcs, each bolt a testament to the power Collins wielded with ease. The vice president and the dean both winced at the sheer pressure. The air had turned thick, charged with energy, and the faintest movements felt like an effort against a crushing weight. Collins' power was beyond their comprehension, and even as they tried to maintain their composure, the reality of the situation was undeniable. Collins had transcended their level, advancing far beyond their reach. He had taken not just a single step, but several, nay, countless steps in his cultivation, elevating himself to a realm that now seemed unfathomable to them. "Collins," the dean said, his voice hoarse, struggling to hold himself upright under the weight of Collins' fury. The dean's and vice president's posture, once resolute and unyielding, faltered as they sensed the relentless intensification of Collins' aura. Their unwavering demeanor began to waver, the undeniable weight of his power forcing them to acknowledge the gulf that now separated them. "We never meant for this to happen. Anthony's disappearance, it's not what you think. We have people searching for him as we speak. We just—" "Enough!" Collins roared, his voice like thunder. "You've failed, and now you will suffer the consequences of your negligence. Don't think for a moment that I won't make you answer for this." The dean closed his eyes briefly, attempting to center himself. He had faced countless powerful beings throughout his career, but none had ever made him feel so helpless. "We will find him, Collins," he said, his voice strained. "We just need more time." Collins' gaze bore into him like a physical force. "Time!" His voice was icy, his fury barely contained. "You've run out of time. You should have acted sooner. You think I'll allow you to waste any more of it?" He took a deliberate step forward, and as his power surged, the very ground beneath his feet trembled, splintering with a deafening crack as if unable to bear the weight of his immense aura. The air was electric, as if the entire world held its breath. The vice president moved, taking a step back and standing slightly in front of the dean. "Collins, let's not escalate this. We can talk. We'll do everything we can to—" "You want to talk?" Collins sneered, his eyes flashing with contempt. "What good is talk? What good is your empty rhetoric when my grandson is in danger?" He clenched his fists, and the lightning around him crackled violently, as if in agreement with his fury. "You will answer for your failure. If anything happens to Anthony, I will make this entire academy regret it. The vice president and dean stood frozen as the storm intensified, and Colin's aura flared once more. It was suffocating, overwhelming, and inescapable. The very air around them seemed to vibrate with an ominous energy, crackling with an impending sense of danger that pressed in from all sides. "Prepare yourself, slaughterer," Colin said, his voice cold and calculated. "Prepare for the consequences." With that, Collins turned, his eyes dark with fury, and without another word, he moved away. His presence lingered in the air, like the aftermath of a storm, unrelenting, powerful, and terrifying. The vice president and dean were left standing in the wake of the storm, their bodies still trembling as the world around them continued to crack and shudder. Without further warning, Collins vanished into the sky. The storm he left in his wake raged on, the entire academy feeling the brunt of his wrath. The dean and vice president exchanged a look, fear and realization settling in. This was far from over. The storm had only just begun if anything happened to a single human boy. They could only pray nothing happened to Anthony, or the Null family won't hesitate to go to war with the academy itself. As the storm that Collins left in his wake continued to rage, the air crackled with an oppressive tension, a heavy silence hanging over the academy. The dean and vice president stood motionless, their hearts pounding in their chests as they tried to process the weight of what had just transpired. The ground still trembled beneath their feet, the lingering pressure from Colin's furious aura holding them in place. They both knew they had just narrowly avoided a catastrophe. Colin's anger was no joke. Far above, in the storm's epicenter, Colin stood like a titan, his gaze cold and determined as he focused on the task ahead. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Anthony, his missing grandson. The memories of his son Michael, the Sword Saint, flooded his mind. Michael had always been a force to be reckoned with, a being who wielded power beyond most comprehension. And Mitchell, Anthony's mother, the Elemental Queen, was no different. Both were world powerhouses, and they would not let their son, their legacy, disappear into the abyss without a fight. It was then that Collins remembered his son Michael had left behind a sword intent within Anthony's body, a mark of his lineage that could be traced. And Mitchell, in her own way, had placed a mark on Anthony the day he was born, one that would allow them to find him no matter where he was. "Anthony," Collins muttered, his eyes flashing with fury and resolve. "I will not let you be lost." In that moment, his hand moved toward a small talisman at his side, one that had been left to him by Michael. Without hesitation, he activated it. A pulse of energy surged through the talisman, and within moments, the aura surrounding him intensified, coalescing into a path of lightning that shot into the sky. Michael, the Sword Saint, and Mitchell, the Elemental Queen, felt the surge of energy from across the world, and both knew exactly what it meant. A powerful, crushing aura exploded into the Academy domain, as though the very earth itself had split open to allow the entry of two gods. The space around them shimmered and bent, like the very fabric of reality being torn asunder. Michael appeared first, his presence impossible to ignore. His eyes glowed like stars, and his every movement seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 worlds. His sword intent, sharp and refined like a blade through the ages, radiated around him with such intensity that even the most formidable of beings would have quivered in its presence. Mitchell followed closely behind, a woman whose beauty and power could bend the elements themselves. As the Elemental Queen, she commanded the forces of nature as effortlessly as breathing. The wind howled around her, the earth groaned in reverence, and the very air was thick with the power of fire and water in their most primal forms. Her rage, fueled by the agony of her son's disappearance, filled the skies as she appeared beside her husband. Together, Michael and Mitchell descended upon the Academy like a storm of fury. The dean and vice president, still recovering from Colin's tempest, were now frozen in place once again. They knew what was happening, but the sheer magnitude of Michael and Mitchell's arrival made them feel insignificant in comparison. Michael Mitchell, the dean muttered under his breath, his voice scarcely more than a hushed whisper. The vice president could barely breathe, her face drained of color. They possessed this level of strength as well. What could have transpired? None of Anthony's family had the luxury of concealing their immense strength when their precious descendant was in danger. The urgency of the situation left no room for restraint, and their power, vast and overwhelming, surged forth uncontrollably in their haste to find him. Neither Michael nor Mitchell spoke as they landed, their gazes locked on the dean and the vice president standing before them, who had been responsible for keeping Anthony's disappearance a secret. Their expressions were cold, their auras flashing with unbridled rage. But their purpose was clear. They were not here for words. Time was running out. Without a word to the dean or vice president, Michael turned toward the ground beneath him, and with a single motion, he unsheathed his sword, his aura flaring like a comet. The sword in his hand was not just a weapon. It was an extension of his will, an embodiment of the sword saint's legendary power. He raised it high, and in an instant, a surge of energy exploded from him. The air itself trembled, the atmosphere bending and cracking as his sword intent, a higher form of aura, sliced through the very fabric of space. The ground below Michael split open in a single, fluid motion. The world seemed to warp, space itself bending under the force of his sword intent. It wasn't just a cut, it was a tear in reality, a rift that opened a portal in the space before them. The portal connected directly to the sword intent that lay dormant within Anthony's body. Mitchell's eyes flicked toward the portal, and she, too, let her aura flare in response to the urgency of the situation. Without a single word exchanged, she stepped forward, her every movement flowing with the grace and power of the elements. The winds swirled around her, and the earth beneath her feet seemed to shift in accordance with her will. Together, they moved through the portal, their auras descending like a tidal wave, overwhelming everything and everyone in the academy domain. The dean and vice president, standing motionless, could do nothing but watch as the portal closed behind them, leaving nothing but the resonating echoes of their power. The air hung heavy with their presence, and for a fleeting yet terrifying moment, the entire academy domain seemed to hold its breath, as if the very world paused in reverence to the power that had just descended. The ground trembled under the intensity of the elemental forces they commanded. The atmosphere rippled with the power of Michael and Mitchell's auras, as their presence spread outward like a tidal wave, drowning everything in their wake. The dean's voice caught in his throat, and the vice president found herself unable to move, unable to speak. It was as if the very air around them had frozen, their bodies paralyzed in the wake of such unimaginable power. For a moment, time seemed to stop, and all that was left was the feeling of their auras descending upon everything. Then, as abruptly as it had all begun, the storm subsided, and an oppressive silence descended, its weight so profound that it seemed to echo in every corner of the world. The portal snapped shut, its edges flickering out of existence as Michael and Mitchell materialized at Anthony's location, their presence overwhelming the surroundings with an undeniable force. An unfathomable presence descended upon everything and everyone. It permeated the very core of every living being, leaving them acutely aware of their insignificance. A suffocating sense of helplessness washed over them. The arrival of these three colossal auras caused the very foundations of reality to tremble. Under Mitchell's radiant aura, the space itself, the earth, trees, mountains, hills, summits, and valleys shuddered with an immeasurable force. In less than a heartbeat, the entire terrain exploded outward under the overwhelming pressure of her aura. Her presence was so dense, so suffused with power, that the very area where the students had been confined was obliterated, reduced to the most primal, formless state, leaving no trace behind, not even the faintest particle of debris. Yet, with her extraordinary restraint, she ensured that no life was lost. None of the students, demons, or members of the Forsaken cult were allowed to perish. With terrifying precision, she kept them all alive while simultaneously eradicating the vast space around them. They floated suspended in the air, bound by some unseen force, incapable of movement, held in place by the sheer magnitude of her control. She had ensnared every living soul in that space, locking them in place, manipulating reality itself. Her gaze fell upon the remaining demons, who, though alive, were now marked by a deep terror that seeped into their very souls. Her eyes were cold, devoid of mercy, as she unleashed her elemental powers upon the demons who dared to lay hands on her son. Without a simple, subtle gesture, flames erupted around the demons, searing their flesh with a heat so intense that their bodies writhed in agony, contorting against the ground as their anguished cries filled the air. Just as the fire's relentless grip pushed them to the brink of death, Mitchell's hand shifted, and a pulse of healing energy flowed from her fingers, mending their charred bodies and dragging them cruelly back from the edge. They gasped, horrified, their relief short-lived as they realized she intended to begin the torment anew. A flick of her wrist summoned tendrils of water that coiled around them, freezing in jagged shards that pierced deep into their flesh. They were immobilized, caught in a silent scream as icy daggers filled their veins with frost. With another wave, the ice shattered, splintering into shards that embedded themselves painfully, yet still she would not let them die. Her voice cut through their agony, calm yet saturated with venom. "You dared lay hands upon my son," she whispered, the air around her thrumming with latent power. "Beseech oblivion if you like, but know that mercy is something you will not receive." Mitchell's eyes narrowed as she let the ice fade, their agonizing warmth giving way to a chilling calm. She raised her hand, summoning a rush of wind that whipped around the broken demons, slicing into their flesh like unseen blades. The air itself became a weapon, cutting into them with a relentless, invisible force that left blood seeping from countless wounds. As they fell to their screams, struggling to shield themselves, she commanded the winds to still, leaving them gasping and trembling in the silence. Yet she offered no respite. With a flick of her fingers, the sundered earth coalesced beneath their feet, reforming with an effortless grace, as though summoned back into existence by her sheer will. Jagged spires of earth erupted, encasing their limbs and torso in cruel restraints, twisting their bones and pinning them in place. She watched, unmoved, as they writhed against the earthen bonds, their faces twisted in pain. When their struggles grew faint, she waved her hand once more, releasing them from the earth's grasp, only to heal their wounds, restoring them to full consciousness. "You dared to profane my bloodline," she murmured, her voice echoing like a terrible incantation. Finally, she reached into the depths of her elemental mastery, conjuring a veil of shadow that clung to their forms, slipping beneath their skin like tendrils of darkness. The shadows seeped into their very beings, twisting within them, causing their minds to fracture under the relentless intrusion. They screamed, clawing at their own flesh, as if trying to expel the darkness from their souls. And yet, just as their minds teetered on the edge of shattering, she withdrew the darkness, leaving them hollow, shaking, and yet alive. Alive to suffer anew. Mitchell's gaze turned colder, her eyes flickering with a dark intensity as she called upon the fundamental fabric of reality itself. Space, malleable, intangible, responded to her command. With a single gesture, she twisted the very air around the demons, bending space in ways that no mortal mind could comprehend. The fabric of reality around them warped, distorting their surroundings into a nightmarish panorama. Their bodies stretched grotesquely, limbs elongating and contorting unnaturally, as though the very laws of physics had been torn asunder. The sensation was maddening, as if they were being pulled and compressed in opposite directions, their skin tearing as their internal organs were crushed by the unbearable pressure. Their cries were ragged, their voices distorted and warped, unable to escape the suffocating grip of the shifting space. As they convulsed, bodies tearing apart at the seams, Mitchell closed her eyes for a brief moment, feeling the full weight of her control. She reveled in the agony of their minds, their souls stretched to the breaking, and then, with a flick of her wrist, she released her hold. Space snapped back into place with a violent shudder, and the demons were left in a state of suspended agony, their bodies disjointed and mangled from the sheer force of the manipulation. But she was not done. In an instant, she condensed the space around them into an impossibly small sphere, crushing their forms into a singularity of excruciating density. There was no escape, no time to beg for mercy, as their bodies collapsed inward upon themselves. With one final movement, she severed their existence from reality altogether, their very being unraveling into nothingness. The screams of the demons faded into nothingness as they were consumed by the abyss of her power, leaving no trace behind. The students who had managed to survive watched the horrific scene unfold before them, their eyes wide with terror and disbelief. A suffocating chill gripped their hearts, each of them paralyzed by a fear that clung to their very souls. The raw, merciless display of power was something they had never even imagined, let alone witnessed. Elemental torturer. The thought flashed across Anthony's mind, though his face remained stoic, betraying none of the emotions that swirled within. The contrast of his calm demeanor to the chaos around him was unsettling, yet somehow fitting. He could not look away, not from the inferno of wrath that burned so intensely in his mother's eyes. Mitchell, the elemental queen, was an embodiment of fury itself. Her rage, once boiling under the surface, now spilled forth like a tempest, each elemental manifestation a testament to her boundless wrath and ridiculous control. Though she had obliterated the demons who dared to touch her son, her thirst for vengeance had not been quenched. It was not merely their deaths that would soothe her, but something more, a fierce justice that demanded retribution on a far greater scale. For a fleeting moment, an unthinkable thought surfaced in her mind. Should I turn my fury upon the academy itself for its abysmal incompetence? The temptation was strong, but she pushed it aside with the resolve of a mother who had seen the horrors her son had endured. There was a far more pressing matter at hand. Calm down, Mitchell. Our son is safe. Michael's voice, rich with authority and calm, cut through the tension that suffocated the air. Mitchell's eyes, burning with an intense fire, slowly shifted toward Michael. Her gaze pierced him, a silent storm of emotion swirling behind her stare. For a few long moments, she said nothing, as if weighing his words against the tempest inside her. Then, with a deep breath, her body relaxed. She exhaled sharply, and, just like that, her rage began to dissipate, vanishing as swiftly as it had come, leaving only the echo of its power in the air. We should leave. Colin's voice rang out, thunderous and final, as if the very world bent beneath the weight of his words. Both Michael and Mitchell nodded in quiet agreement, their expressions now more composed, but the silence that followed was thick with unspoken understanding. Mitchell, with a casual wave of her hand, dismissed the remnants of the chaos she had unleashed. In an instant, everything, every shred of destruction, every piece of the shattered reality was erased. Nothing remained of the violence, as if it had never existed. No trace of the demons, no evidence of their cruel acts, nothing at all. Only an untouched void lingered in the wake of their departure. And with that, they were gone, leaving no footprint, no echo, only the lingering weight of their presence in the air. In the wake of their somber rescue, Mitchell raised her hand with a deliberate, measured grace. Her fingers, imbued with an ancient mastery, sliced through the very fabric of reality itself. A shimmering distortion unfurled in the air around her, its edges pulsing with an otherworldly glow. It was as though space itself bent in reverence, warping under her command. The air hummed with an unsettling energy, thick with the essence of unknown forces. In an instant, the radiant cascade enveloped Anthony, the few surviving students, and herself. It was as though they were swallowed by the very fabric of existence, a light so pure and blinding that it seemed to erase the world around them. Each breath felt heavy with the weight of forces beyond comprehension, and the power that surged around them whispered of realms beyond mortal reach, realms where even the laws of nature bowed in deference to her will. In an instant, they were gone, the desolation of the demon's crumbling base swallowed by the very fabric of space. The world around them folded like a curtain being drawn back, and they reappeared high above the academy, suspended amidst the heavens. It was as though they had been carefully lifted from one plane of existence and placed, without a trace, into another, seamless, effortless. For the first time, a profound stillness settled over Anthony's family. The ferocity that had once burned in their auras now lay dormant, as though the raging storm within them had been drawn back into the depths of a slumbering volcano. The raw, untamed power that had seethed in their very presence was now quiet, replaced by something far more subtle, an undeniable control that simmered beneath the surface. Gone was the inferno of fury that had consumed them. What remained now was a quiet yet unwavering resolve. Their eyes, once aflame with divine wrath, now bore the weight of tempered authority, beings whose fury had been spent and whose purpose was undeterred. Their gaze was cold and unyielding, no longer the violent glare of deities scorned, but the composed and calculating stare of those who had already passed through the furnace of their anger and emerged unscathed, resolute in their purpose. Their arrival over the academy was not heralded by lightning or thunder, but by an eerie silence, the sky itself seeming to hold its breath as they surveyed the world below. Mitchell, gazing down upon the academy, allowed her grip on the students to loosen. They hung for a heartbeat in the thin air, their eyes widening in realization before gravity took hold. And then, in one fluid motion, she released them. They began to drop. There was a moment of panic, suspended in the hollow space between heartbeat and breath. The students, young and untested, had no ability to fly, no natural way to stave off their impending descent. Yet in that moment, as the ground surged up to meet them, instinct took command. Flames burst into existence beneath some of them. Others coaxed gusts of wind to cushion their fall, while stones and earthen barriers materialized to halt their descent. Water surged in ethereal streams, and nets of radiant light shimmered in the sky. Even at the very edge of terror, they summoned every fragment of skill they possessed, willing their elements into existence with raw, desperate intent. They had survived battles and trials, and now, survival demanded one last act of resilience. But for some, even that was not enough. Not all of them succeeded in stabilizing their fall. Some stumbled, others faltered, and by the time they touched the ground, less than 100 of them stood whole and unbroken. Each of them bore wounds from the battlefield, cuts, bruises, burns, and worse, but none showed the agony that lay beneath those physical scars. They were changed in a way deeper than flesh. The academy, once home to 1,000 fresh-eyed students brimming with potential, now stood eerily quiet as the remaining first years regrouped, dazed and diminished. The silence was not simply a lack of noise. It was a hollowing, a space created by absence. The air was thick with the memory of the fallen, and their absence filled every breath, weighing heavily on those who remained. They had all entered the academy with dreams of greatness, unaware that their talents, their ambition, and their hunger for power would exact a toll. Fate had demanded they prove themselves, and now it stood as both judge and executioner, a silent architect of destiny's brutal balance. Those who had failed to answer that call, whose talents had burned too brightly and too briefly, had been swallowed by the weight of their own potential. The dead had not just lost their lives. They had been unmade by their inability to rise to destiny's unforgiving test. They had, in some final sense, been deemed unworthy, a terrible price exacted for the audacity to wield power before the spirit had been tempered to endure it. The demons, too, had been caught in the web of fate's design. Their efforts to manipulate the outcome, to abduct these students and use them as pawns in their schemes, were revealed to be nothing more than a mirage, a futile struggle against the inevitable. The demons, blinded by their own arrogance, had believed they were the masters of their own fate. They thought themselves clever, cunning enough to slip past the unyielding hand of destiny. In their twisted arrogance, they had plucked the students from the path they were meant to walk, as though they could thwart the very forces that governed the world itself, believing they could delay the inevitable test that loomed over all. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, they were nothing more than pawns, unwitting tools caught in a game that had been set long before they had ever drawn breath. The demons, in their deluded pursuits, had never been in control. Their every action had been guided by invisible hands, their every plan merely the fulfillment of a design far beyond their comprehension. They had been mere players in a play they could never hope to understand, puppets on strings pulled by the inexorable will of fate itself. Every effort they made to deviate from the script was simply another page in the story that fate had already written. Whatever plans they had conceived, whatever delusions they clung to in their darkest corners, were nothing more than echoes of destiny's will. They were as bound to the course of events as the students. They sought to capture a part of the same intricate, unchangeable weave of fate. In the end, their actions had been nothing but a feeble dance of shadows, a futile attempt to assert control over a world that had already set its course. And in their ultimate failure, they had proven just how utterly powerless they truly were in the face of forces that cared not for their plans. The test had never been about them. It was never within their grasp. They were but tools in a much larger design, one that would unfold regardless of their interference. The demons were as much slaves to destiny as the students, their lives and their actions written into a script they could not escape. In the grand tapestry of fate, they were nothing more than puppets. The hands that guided them, the forces that had prodded them into this final, disastrous conflict, were those of the universe itself. They had been players on a stage, moved like pieces in a game they could not fathom. Every moment of their existence, every breath they took had been preordained, and the crushing weight of their failure now fell upon them. They had risen against the inevitable, only to find themselves crushed beneath the weight of their own hubris. As the survivors gathered in the academy courtyard, glancing around with haunted eyes, the reality of their loss became painfully clear. In a single year, the number of first years had shrunk from 1,000 to fewer than 100. The once thronging halls and vibrant classrooms would now echo with emptiness, a testament to the high cost of their path. Eyes met in silence, acknowledging the unspoken truth. They had crossed a threshold, emerging from the crucible changed in ways even they could scarcely comprehend. The dean and vice president stood in somber silence, gazing up at Anthony's family as they hovered in the sky. Their faces were still, expressions hardened, yet there was no mistaking the tension that lay beneath. They had brought these students to the academy to train the next generation of powerhouses, to mold them into legends and leaders. But in fostering that raw potential, they had also sown the seeds of tragedy none had foreseen. The academy's purpose had always been to challenge its students, but this trial had been something beyond their control, a reckoning that lay within the hands of fate itself. Mitchell, Michael, and Collins cast their eyes over the dean and vice president without a word. Their gazes held no accusation, yet they bore a weight more profound than any reprimand. There was nothing to be said. The truth lay bare in the losses suffered, the souls left behind in the empty seats, and the silent despair of the living. And then, in an instant as seamless as their arrival, they turned away. With a final glance at the academy below, they vanished into the ether, taking Anthony with them, leaving no trace but the silence and the shadows cast by their presence. They had come, they had seen the cost of the academy's purpose, and they had departed, leaving the survivors to carry the weight of that legacy forward into a future forever altered. As the last remnants of their aura faded, the academy stood in reverent silence, absorbing the impact of fate's harsh judgment and the lesson it had wrought upon them all. The air hung heavy, filled with both sorrow and a newfound resolve, a silence that bore the weight of promises yet unfulfilled and the memories of those who had paid the ultimate price for daring to dream. The academy's hallways, once teeming with the laughter and chatter of 1,000 students, now felt empty and hollow. Fewer than 100 had returned, and many of them were broken in ways that couldn't be healed by training or cultivation alone. The demons had thought themselves to be cunning, that they had found a way to outmaneuver fate. But in the end, the hand of destiny had not been denied. They had been mere pawns in a game much larger than they could comprehend. The winds had shifted. The game had been played, and all that was left in its wake were the echoes of the fallen and the harsh, unyielding reality of fate's control. The Null Estate loomed ahead, an indomitable fortress of heritage and might, carved into the heart of the rugged valley. Its presence exuded an aura of silent authority, an ancient testament to the power and lineage that guarded it, standing steadfast as if to shield against the encroaching shadows cast by recent upheavals. The estate's entrance unfurled like the maw of a slumbering giant. Massive iron gates, dark and unyielding, barred the way with an air of solemn command. These gates were bound by towering stone walls, weathered yet enduring, their cold surface softened by the drape of ivy that curled upward, clinging tenaciously to each jagged surface. As the last remnants of daylight faded, the ivy cast elongated shadows that seemed to entwine with the falling twilight, cloaking the walls in a rich, foreboding darkness. The silence of the valley was profound, as though the land itself held its breath, bearing witness to the return of those who tread upon its soil with purpose. With each step Anthony and his family took, the sound of their approach resonated through the dusk, a quiet thunder reverberating against the valley walls, an omen of both sanctuary and reckoning. Anthony walked in silence, flanked by his father, Michael, and his grandfather, Collins. His face held an impenetrable calm, devoid of any trace of exhaustion or pain, as though the recent battles had left him untouched. He moved with a quiet dignity that belied the struggles he had faced, his expression steady as if the weight of his experiences rested far behind him. Beside him, his mother, Mitchell, strode with a silent intensity, her gaze sharp and unreadable, as if every thought was meticulously concealed beneath her composed exterior. Meanwhile, Irene, his grandmother, stayed close, one hand resting gently on his shoulder. Her touch, though light, was imbued with purpose, a delicate reassurance, and a silent vow of protection as she monitored him, ever watchful. Their collective presence was undeniable, a union bound by generations of power, history, and unbreakable bonds, each family member embodying the might and resilience of their legacy. They had not come merely to confront the results of a trial within the academy. They were here because their son and grandson had been taken, tested, and ensnared by forces audacious enough to challenge the sanctity of their bloodline. This was not a confrontation. They were a force of reckoning. As they neared the grand entrance of the estate, Irene's hand gave Anthony's arm a gentle, lingering squeeze, her gaze soft yet fierce, radiating a warmth that struggled to mask the storm of fury simmering within. Though gentle by nature, Irene possessed an indomitable spirit, revered not for battle skills, but for her unparalleled mastery in the healing arts, a power that had saved countless lives and earned her a legendary status across the world. Her aura was not one of intimidation or brute strength, yet those in her presence felt compelled to tread with respect. It was her gift, her artistry in healing, that commanded reverence, and although she wielded no weapon, her presence bore the same authority, her skill set one of restoration rather than ruin, but powerful nonetheless. Wasting no time, Irene began her examination of Anthony, her touch precise and methodical. Her hands hovered, tracing patterns through the air around him as if feeling for disturbances invisible to others. The energy she projected was soft yet intense, like a cool flame that soothed while probing deeply. She checked for any lingering injuries, any trace of dark magic, any evidence of the demon's influence, unwilling to overlook even the smallest detail. Anthony didn't bother to protest, knowing well that even his word would not stop Irene's meticulous scrutiny. He understood her instincts. He could claim to be unharmed, yet she would trust only her own assurance. With a quiet sigh, he lifted his arm, allowing her full access to inspect him, displaying skin unmarred by bruises or scars, a stark contrast to the battle he had endured against Kush, an opponent leagues above his rank. His form appeared untouched by the conflict, as if his body had defied the punishment of combat altogether. His skin held a healthy flush, free from the pallor of mana exhaustion, and his movements were smooth, his posture unwavering. There were no signs of fatigue, no tremor in his stance, no weakness in his step, no sign of any physical toll. Not a speck of dust or a smear of blood marked his figure. Anything short of Kush's direct attacks had been halted by Infinity, leaving him remarkably unscathed. Mitchell crossed her arms, her gaze sharpening as she scrutinized Anthony's expression and stance with the intensity of a hawk. Her eyes lingered on every line, every subtle shift, searching for the slightest indication of pain or discomfort he might be masking. But her examination revealed nothing. No hint of strain, no shadow of fatigue. Anthony's face remained an unreadable mask, calm and composed, devoid of any trace of suffering. He held himself with a quiet resilience, unwavering and unscathed, leaving Mitchell with the unsettling realization that, despite the trials he'd faced, there was simply no pain left for him to hide. "Irene," Mitchell murmured, "be thorough. The demons are clever. We can't risk any hidden magic left behind." "Understood." Irene's brow furrowed as she heard this. She channeled her aura through Anthony's body, trying to draw out any dark energy, residual traces of the demon's chaotic influence. But how could Anthony's physique allow such things exist in his body, if it could even enter in the first place? Her expression softened only slightly as she worked, her hands moving with practiced care, continuously trying to identify any impurities and ensuring her grandson was truly unharmed. Michael took a step closer, his gaze penetrating. "Anthony, tell us everything. From the moment you were taken to the fight with the elf we saw beside you." Anthony steadied himself, nodding before he began. "Honestly, the entire thing happened too fast. Nobody even knew what happened or anything. We were supposed to be taken to the battle exam venue. But as we stepped into the portal, we appeared in a place that looked like a pocket dimension or separate space." Anthony sighed as he spoke and explained everything that happened. Colin's jaw tightened, his eyes steely as he spoke. "It seems that they were trying to wipe out the entire golden generation, even sending a king ranker just to kill some stewed ends." Anthony nodded in agreement. Their plan indeed kind of succeeded. Barely 10% of the total students are alive. A heavy silence fell over the family. King rank. That was a force Anthony, a mere first-year student, should never have been forced to face. Mitchell's expression hardened, though her eyes flickered with a hint of pride. "And yet, you survived. You fought against a king ranker. You didn't just win, you even killed the elf with your own abilities." Her voice carried both admiration and anguish, a mixture only a mother could feel. "Tell us, Anthony, how did you stand against such power?" Anthony locked eyes with his mother, his expression calm, a faint smile playing on his lips as though the weight of the world could not disturb him. In that brief moment, the air seemed to shift around him, and with a subtle, almost imperceptible surge of power, his peak Grandmaster rank aura exploded to life. The sheer force of it rippled through the space, causing the air to hum with its intensity. None of them could comprehend the scene unfolding before them. A 15-year-old peak Grandmaster. It was an impossible feat, an accomplishment so preposterous that it threatened to shatter the very understanding of talent and potential. The very foundation of what was deemed achievable by a human at that age crumbled before their eyes. Michael, who had thought his son's previous display of defying the limits of cultivation was already beyond reason, now stood in stunned silence. His mind raced, struggling to grasp the magnitude of what he was witnessing. This was beyond extraordinary. This was an aberration of nature itself. Anthony, ever composed, chose not to speak. Instead, with a mere flicker of his fingers, he conjured an illusion. The shimmering figure of his battle with Kush materialized before them, an intricate, vivid recreation of their clash. The fluid dance of blades, the graceful yet deadly exchanges, each moment captured in excruciating detail. The tension, the ferocity, the elegance of his swordsmanship, it all unfolded in the ethereal projection. Michael's initial shock slowly melted into a smile, a prideful, knowing grin as he watched his son's form with the sword. The purity of Anthony's technique, the precision with which he wielded his blade, left him speechless. The boy had transcended all expectations, not just in power, but in the very art of combat itself. To think he trained alone and got this far, he thought. Michael watched intently, a flicker of longing in his gaze. He desired to face his son in a true test of the sword, a clash of skill and spirit, much like the battle he had witnessed between Anthony and Kush. "You have hidden quite well, my grandson." Colin's voice boomed across space as the illusion ended with Anthony's victory and their arrival. "Are you sure you weren't hiding your rank? Like you were at the Paragon rank, but showing us the Grandmaster rank?" Mitchell held Anthony's gaze, her expression both fierce and expectant. Anthony gave a small, awkward cough, recalling how, until now, he'd masked his true abilities, a feat that was already exceptional. But this time, he chose differently. He let them see his real rank, unfiltered and undeniable. They grappled with the revelation, the staggering new reality Anthony laid before them. At first, there was silence, an unspoken tension hanging heavy in the air. But eventually, they found themselves cooling down, the shock transforming into acceptance. After all, Anthony was their descendant, their own bloodline, a prodigy, yes, but their prodigy, such talent could only bring them pride. Meanwhile, the rumors stirred in quiet whispers. Some students who had witnessed Anthony's battle with Kush had survived, and soon enough, word would likely spread, carrying tales of his rank and battle prowess to every ear eager to listen. A grandmaster fighting a king was an impossible event. Anthony's expression darkened as he remembered the students who had seen his fight with Kush. But after some thoughts, he just decided to just forget about it. There was no need to keep hiding his strength or ability. I wonder how broken the remaining students must be. I only hope this experience doesn't become an insurmountable wall on their path forward, Irene said as her mind shifted to the students who had survived. The demons showed no mercy at all, grandmother. Anthony said with a sigh, "This is how the world works. If they get over the wall in front of them, a whole new realm awaits them. Those that didn't even encounter any wall at all and just push through it all with sheer will are already in their own world." The room grew quiet, as each of them knew the truth in Anthony's words. It might have seemed simple enough, yet the wall Anthony had mentioned had repelled countless others. For many, the barrier wasn't physical. It was the weight of unimaginable horrors that overwhelmed their minds, leaving them unable to press forward. Collins broke the silence, his voice carrying a hard edge. "This doesn't end here." The demons overstepped, thinking they could wield power without consequence. "They'll learn soon enough the cost of such recklessness." Irene placed a hand on Colin's arm, a silent agreement passing between them. Anthony looked at these two and said, "There's no need to waste your time and strength. Mother has already wiped out every last demon that was with us earlier. Even if you continued hunting them down, it wouldn't make a difference in their numbers." Irene's soft voice cut through the tension, her hand still resting on his shoulder. "Are you sure about this?" Michael asked. Anthony nodded. "If someone specific were involved, I wouldn't be standing here talking. I would have demanded their immediate execution and eradication. But it's just the demons. No matter how many we kill, they'll keep coming back. We'd be wasting both time and strength." They held his gaze in silence for a long moment, each contemplating his words before nodding in solemn agreement, recognizing the truth in his point. In the sweeping grandeur of the Null Estate's great hall, the family lingered, exchanging unspoken oaths, an unbreakable bond of purpose woven between them. Their unity was more than a mere resolution. It was an unyielding pact to safeguard their legacy and to secure the future of their bloodline. The silence was gently broken by the soft, rhythmic hum of Irene's healing aura. Irene continued to channel her energy toward Anthony, even as he quietly protested, claiming he bore no injuries. Yet, she persisted, her aura a silent testament to her unwavering care, as if soothing wounds he couldn't or wouldn't reveal. A week had passed since Anthony was rescued by his parents and grandparents, yet the world still trembled under the weight of the events that had unfolded. Whispers of the catastrophe spread like wildfire, leaving domains reeling in disbelief. The news had shaken societies to their core. What they heard defied comprehension, and what they saw was even more harrowing. Entire academies mourned the loss of potential, the golden generation, the pride of their future, decimated by a relentless foe. Nearly all the first-year students, once beacons of hope, had been obliterated. Promising lives, filled with unfulfilled dreams and untapped potential, had been snuffed out as easily as candles in a storm. It was not just a loss of lives. It was the loss of brilliance, the dimming of an era that was meant to shine brighter than any before. 3 attacks in a single year. 3 strikes that broke the spirit of the unprepared and tore apart the illusion of safety. The enemy's ruthlessness had left a scar on the fabric of their world, a reminder that even the brightest gold can crumble under the weight of chaos. With this devastating revelation, a once unshakable belief crumbled. The Academy wasn't so formidable after all. What was once revered as a bastion of safety and progress now stood accused of negligence and hubris. The tragedy left a wound that festered in the hearts of the people. Parents, hearts broken and eyes brimming with tears, stormed the Academy's gates demanding answers. Their grief echoed through the hallowed halls, where silence and avoidance served as the only response. For them, the Academy had failed not just as an institution, but as a sanctuary. The promises of protection had proven hollow. The common people's news outlets were consumed with grim statistics. Headlines painted a haunting picture of the death toll, names of the deceased rolling endlessly in solemn remembrance. The weight of loss bore heavily on the world as funeral pyres burned and graves were dug. The Academy faced an unrelenting tide of backlash. Letters of fury, accusations of incompetence, and even whispers of rebellion filled the air. Its once sterling reputation now hung by a thread, tarnished by the blood of its students. Yet, amidst the ruins of hope, a peculiar truth emerged. Those who survived, scarred but standing, were unlike any before them. Their resilience had been forged in fire, their strength born of tragedy. They were diamonds refined in the crucible of death and despair, rising above the ashes of their fallen peers. Though the loss was insurmountable, these few survivors carried a potential that even the fiercest storms could not extinguish. From Anthony's loyal subordinates to Tiara, Brian, the Storm Brothers, and even the peculiar necromancer, all had survived the harrowing ordeal, and not just survived, but thrived. Their trials had forged them into warriors beyond their previous limits, each stepping into newfound realms of power. Anthony's subordinates, steadfast and unwavering, ascended to another level within the master rank, their aura now carrying an edge of maturity and dominance. Meanwhile, Tiara, Brian, and the Storm Brothers shattered the barriers of their potential, rising into the exalted SS rank. Their very presence seemed heavier, their abilities sharper, as though their newfound strength demanded recognition. The 4 of them dedicated the week that followed to adapting to their new ranks, honing their abilities and exploring the depths of their enhanced power. Their training left scars upon the earth, the ground trembling beneath their relentless determination. It was clear they were no longer the same people who had faced death a week prior. Yet, for every glimmer of good news, shadows of bad tidings loomed. Among the survivors, some students who had faltered before the insurmountable walls of their limits chose to leave the academy altogether, unable to bear the weight of their shortcomings. Others, though still bound by the barriers of their potential, stayed behind, resolved to push through and claim their ascension. Rumors began to swirl within the academy domain, spreading like ripples into the wider world. Whispers of Anthony's strength ignited imaginations, giving rise to tales as varied as the tongues that spoke them. Some claimed he had stood against the strongest demon in existence. Others spoke of a paragon of power, while some wove tales of his clash with the Grandmaster. Every version seemed more outlandish than the last. Yet amidst the cacophony of speculation, one detail remained constant across every retelling. Anthony had won. Having already accomplished a feat from the Academy's fabled impossible list, Anthony's prowess was beyond question. To most, the idea of him battling a mere master ranker was almost laughable. His strength far eclipsed such a challenge. Instead, the whispers centered on something far more audacious. What rank could possibly rival his strength now? At first, the rumors were dismissed outright. The thought of someone so young and unseasoned standing against figures of legend, those at the pinnacle of power, seemed absurd, no matter who heard it. Yet, curiosity soon overcame disbelief. The seeds of intrigue sprouted, and the world leaned in closer. Academics, adventurers, nobles, and mercenaries alike delved into their networks, wielding their information-gathering skills with fervor. Mana crystals exchanged hands in secret alleys. Coded messages flitted across borders, and even spies were dispatched to uncover the truth. For Anthony, this frenzy was a storm of scrutiny. His perfect one skill, a defensive ability to protect his secrets, activated so frequently he lost count. Waves of prying eyes crashed against the unyielding barrier of his self-crafted mystery. Despite the relentless investigations, Anthony left them grasping at shadows. He permitted only the revelation that he had achieved the Grandmaster realm, though the exact level remained veiled in ambiguity. This alone would have been a cause for celebration, but another detail emerged from the sea of rumors, one that sent shockwaves across the world. It was revealed that Anthony had fought and defeated a king ranker. No schemes, no allies, just pure raw strength and unyielding will. This revelation struck like a thunderclap, silencing even the most skeptical voices. To fight a king ranker, let alone win, was a feat bordering on the impossible. The world reeled in stunned awe, grappling with the implications. Who was Anthony, truly? What kind of power did he wield? And, most chillingly, how far could he go? They couldn't believe it. No, they dare not believe it. The idea was too monumental, too earth-shattering. Yet the confirmation echoed across the world. Anthony was at the Grandmaster rank. The weight of this truth rippled through every corner of society, shaking the resolve of even the most steadfast minds. For many, skepticism lingered. Unlike the last time, when a widely circulated video had immortalized Anthony's battle, there was no such evidence now. This time, it was whispers and unverified claims. Doubt gnawed at the edges of belief, a tenuous balance between awe and denial. But there was one who had seen it all, Spectre. From the first clash to the final blow, he had witnessed Anthony face the king ranker in a desperate struggle to save him. Spectre, his voice steady yet laden with the weight of memory, recounted the story to Anthony's loyal subordinates and the other trio, the Storm brothers and Brian. For Anthony's subordinates, the tale was no revelation. They listened without surprise, their unwavering faith in Anthony untouched. To them, there had never been room for doubt, not even for a moment. Anthony's power, resolve, and sheer will had always been absolute. But for the trio, it was an entirely different matter. As Spectre's words painted the vivid picture of Anthony's impossible feat, their perception of the world began to crack. They had always considered themselves strong, their rise to the SS rank a mark of exceptional talent. Yet now, in the shadow of Anthony's achievement, their pride wavered. Their worldview, once solid and immovable, shattered like fragile glass. The enormity of what Anthony had accomplished was incomprehensible, leaving them grappling with their own insignificance. How could someone they had stood beside ascend to heights they could barely fathom? It wasn't just how they felt, it was a quiet, searing realization of how far they still had to go. Tiara, upon hearing the confirmed news from the vice president, could only accept the harsh truth. The world she thought she understood was shifting, and Anthony stood at the center of its upheaval. Reality was unrelenting, and she could no longer deny it. Anthony had ascended to unimaginable heights. As the news spread, so did the inevitable response from the world's darker corners. Assassinations and bounties began piling up on Anthony's head. Many doubted the veracity of the rumors, but none were willing to take chances. Whether the stories were truth or fabrication, one thing was certain. They couldn't afford to let such power grow unchecked. The rewards offered for Anthony's life were astronomical, enough to tempt even the most cautious killers. Yet, not a single one made a move. The reason was simple. Anthony had not left the Null estate since his rescue. The estate, a fortress of power and prestige, was a place no assassin dared to tread lightly. It was common knowledge among even the boldest mercenaries and bounty hunters that to enjoy a reward, one had to stay alive to claim it. No one was foolish enough to gamble their lives by stepping into the Null estate. It wasn't just Anthony that kept them at bay. It was the overwhelming presence of his family. Were Anthony alone, some might have risked the mission, relying on luck or cunning. But with the entire Null family gathered, the game changed entirely. Michael, the Sword Saint, whose blade was rumored to cut through space itself. Mitchell, the Elemental Queen, whose mastery over elements could level mountains. And Collins, a living tempest, his lightning aura enough to turn even the bravest assassins to ash. The mere thought of facing such legendary figures sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned killers. This was no simple assassination, it was a suicide mission. The bounties, no matter how extravagant, weren't worth the price of stepping into a den of lions. For now, Anthony remained untouchable, shielded not just by his power, but by the unyielding fortress. The world stirred with tension, power brokers gathering in hidden chambers to discuss the extraordinary rise of Anthony Null. While whispers of his Grandmaster rank rippled across continents, Anthony himself lay sprawled across a luxurious chaise in the Null estate, doing absolutely nothing. The sunlight streamed through the tall windows, bathing the room in a warm glow. Anthony's katana rested against the wall, untouched for days. He lay on his back, an arm draped lazily over his eyes, and a soft snore escaped his lips. He was truly living out the life his clones enjoyed. Meeting of Powers. In the heart of the Lionheart estate, a clandestine meeting took place in a grand hall. The room was dimly lit, the flickering flames of ornate chandeliers casting dancing shadows on the walls. Leaders, scholars, and military tacticians sat around a crescent table, their expressions grim. "I don't believe it," a bearded general growled, slamming his fist on the table. "No one that young can reach the Grandmaster rank. It's absurd. It doesn't matter if you believe it." A woman in elegant robes countered, her voice cold. "The rumors alone are dangerous. His name has already stirred the masses. Anthony Null is either a beacon of hope or a threat to our stability." "Stability?" An older man scoffed. "A Grandmaster who fought a king rancor and lived to tell the tale. That disrupts more than stability. It challenges everything we know about power and hierarchy." "Have we confirmed these claims?" Another figure asked, their face obscured by a hood. A scholar shuffled his papers, his hands trembling. "The information is fragmented, but credible sources confirm his fight with a king rancor. Witnesses describe the overwhelming aura that only a Grandmaster could possess." "And his family?" the general asked, leaning forward. The scholar hesitated. "Present. All of them. The Sword Saint, the Elemental Queen, the Lightning God. None of them have left the estate." Another voice chimed in, sharper than the rest. That's not just protection, it's a statement. They're daring anyone to challenge them. A heavy silence settled over the room. Finally, the hooded figure spoke, their voice a chilling whisper. We must tread carefully. If the Null family feels threatened, it won't just be Anthony we have to worry about. It will be all of them. The Shadow Guild. Far beneath the city streets of another domain, a gathering of assassins met in the dim light of an underground chamber. The air reeked of damp stone and old blood. Anthony Null, the guild master said, his voice a low rumble. The bounty on his head is unprecedented. Are there any among you daring enough to accept? The room was silent. No one dared to speak. Cowards! The guild master spat. Are you so afraid of a boy? It's not him we fear. One assassin muttered. It's what surrounds him. The Null estate isn't just a fortress. It's a death trap. His family would obliterate anyone foolish enough to try. The guild master's eyes narrowed. Then we wait. Sooner or later, he'll leave the estate. And when he does, he let the sentence hang in the air, a promise of violence yet to come. The Null family estate. Anthony groaned as his mother, Mitchell, burst into the room with a tray of fruit and a stern expression. You've been lying there for 5 days, Anthony, she said, her voice firm but laced with affection. Are you planning to become one with the furniture? Anthony peeked out from under his arm, his voice muffled. It's been a long year, Mom. I'm recuperating. Mitchell sighed, setting the tray down on a nearby table. Recuperating or avoiding your training? Michael appeared in the doorway, his arms crossed. I warned you about this. The boy needs a challenge, or he'll grow soft. Anthony sat up slightly, rubbing his eyes. Dad, I just fought a king ranker. I think I've earned a nap. Nap my foot, Michael retorted. Grandmaster or not, strength needs discipline. Do you think your enemies are resting just because you are? Collins entered the room next, his booming laughter filling the space. Let the boy rest, Michael. He's not going soft. He's just enjoying the rare luxury of peace. Anthony shot his grandfather a grateful look. Finally, someone who understands me. Mitchell shook her head, exasperated. You're all impossible. She turned to Anthony. Fine. Rest if you must, but don't forget to eat. And for goodness sake, go outside once in a while. You look like a ghost. Anthony smirked, reaching for a slice of fruit. Yes, ma'am. As Mitchell left, muttering about lazy men, Collins leaned against the wall, his expression growing serious. You do realize the world is watching you, Anthony. They're afraid of what you represent. Anthony leaned back, biting into the fruit nonchalantly. Let them watch. I'm not in a rush to prove anything to anyone. I don't have time for the cliché assassinations. I just want to get to the next arc immediately. Michael frowned but said nothing, his sharp eyes studying his son. Besides, Anthony added with a sly grin, if they're so scared, they should just come find me. I'm not going anywhere. After eating the fruit, Anthony just went back to his sleep. Hours quickly went by as he slept. The Null estate was serene under the blanket of night, the usual hum of energy subdued as its residents rested. In the spacious living area, the faint crackle of a dying fireplace was the only sound, casting flickering shadows on the ornate walls. Collins leaned back in his armchair, swirling a glass of amber liquid as he watched the flames dance. Across from him, Mitchell sat on a couch, her posture relaxed but her eyes sharp. Michael stood near the window, his arms crossed, gazing out at the sprawling estate grounds. I still can't believe him, Mitchell said suddenly, breaking the silence. He's been sleeping all day, eating like a bear preparing for hibernation, and barely training. Michael chuckled softly, not turning from the window. That's Anthony. He thrives on chaos, then pretends he's unaffected. It's his way of recharging. He needs to take things more seriously. She insisted, her voice firm but not unkind. The world isn't going to wait for him to recharge. Collins raised an eyebrow, his tone light. Do you remember how you were at his age, Mitchell? You weren't exactly the most disciplined student either. Mitchell's eyes narrowed at her father, though a smile tugged at her lips. That's different. I wasn't being hunted by half the world. Michael finally turned, his expression calm but serious. He'll be fine. He's not careless, no matter how he looks. You know as well as I do that he's already thinking 5 steps ahead. Speaking of 5 steps ahead, Collins interjected, setting his glass down. Have we considered what happens when Anthony eventually steps out of this estate? We can't keep him here forever. The boy has a destiny far beyond these walls. Mitchell sighed, brushing her hair back. I know, but for now I want him safe. Let the world speculate and scheme all they want. Anthony deserves this time to recover. As if summoned by their conversation, Anthony strolled into the room, his hair a mess and his expression half asleep. He yawned loudly, scratching the back of his head. Talking about me again, huh? He said, flopping onto the couch beside Mitchell. You make it hard not to, she replied dryly, nudging him with her elbow. Collins grinned. So, young man, how does it feel to be the most talked about person in the world right now? Anthony smirked lazily. Honestly, exhausting. I don't know how you all do it. I'm thinking of going into hiding permanently. Michael snorted. Hiding isn't in your blood, Anthony. Anthony groaned, rubbing his temples. Great, another lecture. Can't we just enjoy a quiet evening without dissecting my life choices? Your life choices are half the reason the world is losing its collective mind right now, Mitchell said, a teasing edge to her voice. So no, we can't. Collins leaned back, his gaze twinkling. You know, Anthony, you remind me of your father when he was younger. Always downplaying his achievements, pretending like he wasn't carving out a legend. It's almost uncanny. Anthony perked up at that, smirking at Michael. So I'm like you, huh? I will take that as a compliment. Michael arched an eyebrow. Don't. I was a fool in my youth. Foolishly strong. Collins interjected with a grin. Exactly. Anthony laughed, pointing at his grandfather. See? I'm just continuing the family tradition. Mitchell shook her head, exasperated but smiling. Tradition or not, Anthony, you need to start taking yourself seriously. The Null estate might be safe now, but the world won't stay out there waiting forever. You've painted a target on your back. Anthony sighed, finishing his apple. Yeah, I know, but can't I just have this time to be normal? Just for a little while? I've earned at least that, haven't I? Collins and Michael exchanged a glance, a silent conversation passing between them. It was Mitchell who finally spoke, her tone softer this time. Of course, you've earned it, but don't let yourself get too comfortable. The moment you step out of these walls, everything changes again. Anthony tilted his head back, staring at the ceiling. Story of my life. The family dinner. Later that evening, the family gathered in the grand dining hall. The long table, usually reserved for formal occasions, was laden with simple but hearty dishes. Collins insisted on pouring drinks for everyone, despite Mitchell's protest that the younger ones didn't need any. Michael raised his glass. To my baby monster, for giving us all something to argue about tonight. They laughed, and even Anthony couldn't suppress a grin. He raised his glass of juice, mock saluting. To me, the troublemaker extraordinaire. As the meal went on, the conversation shifted to lighter topics, stories of Michael and Mitchell's adventures in their youth, Collins regaling them with tales of his battles. You know, Collins said, leaning toward Anthony, I once faced down a battalion of king rankers. Took them all out without breaking a sweat. Anthony raised an eyebrow. Really? A battalion? Well, Collins admitted, grinning. It might have been more like a squad, and maybe I broke a little sweat. But the point is, there's always more to achieve. Michael snorted. Don't let him fool you, Anthony. He likes to embellish. And you don't. Collins shot back, laughing. The banter continued, the family's camaraderie filling the room with warmth. Here, within the safety of the Null estate, he wasn't a grandmaster or a savior. He was just Anthony, surrounded by family who cared for him beyond his achievements. As the night wore on, Anthony found himself sitting alone in the garden. The stars were bright, scattered across the vast expanse of the sky. He leaned back on the cool grass, hands behind his head, letting the stillness wash over him. Mitchell appeared, her presence as gentle as the breeze. She sat down beside him, not saying anything for a while. You're quieter than usual, she remarked finally. Anthony chuckled softly. Just thinking. For all the talk about what I've done, I'm not sure what comes next. Mitchell glanced at him, her expression unreadable. That's the thing about the future, Anthony. It's unwritten, and it's yours to shape. He turned his head to look at her, not surprised by the softness in her tone. No pressure, right? He joked. None at all. She replied, smiling. Just know that whatever you decide, we're here. You don't have to face it alone. Anthony's smile faded into something more genuine. Thanks, Mom. As they sat in companionable silence, the faint sound of laughter from the dining hall drifted through the garden, a reminder that, no matter what the world threw at him, he had a place to call home, knowing that here, in this quiet corner of the world, he was untouchable. The first rays of dawn filtered through the heavy curtains of Anthony's room, their golden light catching the edges of his bedding. The sun's warmth was a soft, welcoming embrace, as if the world itself acknowledged the significance of the day. Anthony stirred beneath the covers, the faintest hint of a smile curling his lips as his eyes fluttered open. For a moment, he lay still, savoring the tranquility of the morning. The weight of the impending day felt strangely distant, no doubt, because he had already surpassed the expectations that others would place on him. Today was merely a formality. The Academy's graduation ceremony, a process that had become nothing more than a simple gesture for him and his companions. Turning his head slightly, he saw the familiar form of his mother, Mitchell, standing by the window. Her crimson hair caught the morning light, glowing ethereally, and her calm presence filled the room. There was a grace in her movements, a regal air that matched the quiet storm within her. As always, she had already been awake long before he had stirred, a habit formed from years of being a world power. "Good morning, Mother," Anthony said, his voice quiet but filled with warmth. Mitchell turned to him, a slight smile touching her lips, but her eyes held a depth of knowing that few could match. "Good morning, son. I trust you're ready for the day ahead." Anthony nodded. "I'm ready, but I doubt there will be much to learn here anymore. The Academy can offer no more to me." He paused, his gaze momentarily flickering to the window, where the distant silhouette of the Academy loomed. "I'm ready to take the next step." Mitchell's smile deepened, her pride for her son evident but carefully restrained. "That you are. You've already surpassed all expectations, far beyond what any of us thought possible." Her voice softened. "I'll make sure you're safe, as always. But remember, Anthony, even in places where you think you no longer have anything to learn, there are challenges awaiting you." Anthony regarded his mother with a quiet respect. "I know, Mom." His words held a subtle weight, as though they were an affirmation of the changes that had taken place within him. Mitchell gave a knowing nod, understanding the meaning behind his words all too well. With a swift motion, she extended her hand, weaving through the air with a fluid, practiced gesture. The room shifted, colors rippled like water, and in an instant, Anthony and Mitchell were standing in the grand courtyard of the Academy. The Academy domain. The grand stone gates of the Academy loomed ahead, their presence imposing and regal. As they stepped into the heart of the Academy domain, Anthony felt the familiar weight of history and tradition pressing against him. The courtyard buzzed with students milling about, their conversations low, filled with anticipation. But as Anthony made his entrance, the courtyard fell into stunned silence. He wasn't merely the son of two legendary figures. He was a force in his own right. His very presence commanded attention, the air around him seemingly bending to his will. And behind him, as always, stood Mitchell, though she kept her presence low, watching from the shadows, her gaze sharp and ever watchful. Anthony's subordinates had already gathered, standing together with a quiet intensity. The 10 stars, as they had now come to be known, were waiting. They were the heart of his power, loyal, unwavering, and forged through trials no less harrowing than the ones Anthony himself had faced. Though they were, to the outside world, simply his companions, Anthony knew they were much more than that. They were his backbone, each of them having passed through hell and emerged stronger for it. His eyes swept over them, taking in their postures. Spectre lit Mike, Ross, Vivian, Evelyn, Donna, Arnold, Clement, and Marcus. Each one of them stood tall, their expressions a mixture of resolve and anticipation. They had already met the requirement for graduation, their strength surpassing that of most in the academy. But even so, they stood not as rivals, but as equals. Ready then, Anthony's voice cut through the silence, carrying a quiet authority. There was a murmur of agreement. The 10 stars nodded in unison, their faces a mask of confidence, though a flicker of admiration for Anthony's calm strength could be seen in their eyes. They had fought beside him, under him, and for him, and they had seen the power within him, an untapped potential that none had been able to match. "Let's get this over with," Vivian said, her tone cold as ever, but with a hint of respect. Brian, Tiara, and the Storm brothers were nearby, having already gathered to join them. Though Tiara and Brian were both Anthony's peers, two figures of great power in their own right, there was something different about this group, something more familial. Tiara, despite her extraordinary abilities and rank, remained a quiet observer, her thoughts locked behind her silence. She had never been close with the others, and, as always, she felt out of place in this gathering of warriors. Brian, on the other hand, stood with a more relaxed posture, his broad shoulders leaning slightly toward Anthony, as if they had known each other for years. Their bond, formed through battles and tests of endurance, was undeniable, and the Storm brothers, Bringer and Ryder, stood together with the same quiet strength, their dark eyes scanning the surroundings with the practiced vigilance of seasoned warriors. "Anthony," Brian said, his voice low but filled with respect of his power. "So this is it, huh? Graduation day. Feels like we've been waiting for this moment for a lifetime." Anthony's lips curled slightly into a smile, though it was more thoughtful than amused. "It feels more like the end of a chapter, Brian. I'm not sure if there's anything left for us here." Kevin, the vice president's younger brother, stood at the far end of the courtyard, his piercing gaze locked onto the gathering group. He was a vampire, as Tiara was, though his presence carried an undeniable weight. There was no need for formalities here, no written exams, no tests of skill. Kevin only needed to sense the aura of each of them to know their worth. "You all look the part," Kevin remarked as he stepped forward, his voice like smooth velvet. His eyes swept over the group with the practiced ease of one who had seen countless talents rise and fall. "Your auras are unmistakable. SS rank, every one of you." Anthony met his gaze. "We're here to graduate. You know the deal, Kevin. We don't need to waste time with the usual procedures. You can sense it." Kevin's lips curled into a faint smile. "Indeed, the Academy has nothing more to teach you. The knowledge you seek now lies outside these walls." He stepped aside, gesturing toward the grand gates that loomed in the distance. "Go. You've earned it." As the group moved to leave, Anthony's attention flickered briefly to Tiara. He knew she had her reservations. Her pride had always kept her distant from others. But today, perhaps, she would come to understand what it truly meant to stand alongside them, not just as a disciple of the vice president, but as an equal. The others exchanged glances, their camaraderie evident even without words. But Tiara, she stayed quiet. Always. Her silence felt like a shield, one that had been built over time. She was still coming to terms with her own place in this world, and Anthony was the mirror that showed her just how far ahead he had gone. It wasn't a matter of pride anymore. It was simply the reality of their situation. Clement stood among them, as ever, the embodiment of silence. His presence was a quiet yet potent force, unspoken but undeniable. His gaze drifted toward Anthony for the briefest of moments, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, yet his lips remained sealed, betraying no emotion. No words passed between them, and none were needed. Anthony could feel the palpable aura that surrounded Clement, an almost suffocating intensity that whispered of power and purpose. The truth was laid bare before him, clear as day. The man's rise to the zenith of the master rank had been forged by his unique ability, Soul Collector. Anthony, with the insight of his all-seeing eyes, had witnessed the unsettling truth the countless souls Clement had gathered during their harrowing captivity. Each one had pushed him further along his path, elevating him to his current position. Yet, despite the weight of those souls, Clement's expression remained as immutable as stone. There was no trace of remorse, no hint of triumph, no glimmer of sorrow, only an unyielding, stoic acknowledgement of his own ascension, a quiet acceptance of the price he had paid to reach this point. In his stillness, he conveyed everything without uttering a single word. As they walked toward the gates, the group, Anthony and his companions, Brian, Tiara, the Storm Brothers, felt the collective weight of what they were about to face. Graduation was not just an academic rite. It was the beginning of a new path, one where their destinies would be forged by their own hands. And so, they stepped forward, leaving behind the walls of the academy. The world awaited them, and they would not be held back. Before they left, each of them shared a brief but meaningful exchange. "Take care of yourselves," Anthony said to the group. "No matter where we go, our paths are forever linked." The Storm Brothers gave a hearty salute. "Until we meet again," Ryder said. Brian nodded, his usual confidence radiating. "Don't forget us when you leave, Anthony." Tiara, standing apart from the group, simply gave him a glance that conveyed more than words ever could. There was no need for farewell. She knew this wasn't the end. Finally, Anthony stood alone at the academy gate. He could feel his mother's presence, a gentle pull on his senses, though she remained hidden. He was about to leave when a soft shift in the air caught his attention. Without turning, he already knew someone was behind him. The air grew still, the world holding its breath as an unknown figure emerged from the shadows. "No, Anthony." The figure spoke, its voice low and unmistakable. "The dean wants to see you." Anthony turned slowly, his eyes narrowing slightly. The figure was cloaked in darkness, but there was something about their presence that felt familiar. "The dean." Anthony raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Lead the way," Anthony replied, his voice calm and steady. The atmosphere within the dean's chamber was heavy, laden with the weight of years and knowledge, a space carved out in a place where time seemed to fold upon itself. The walls of the room were lined with arcane symbols and ancient books, their spines cracked with age, yet still brimming with the accumulated wisdom of countless generations. The faint scent of parchment, ink, and aged leather hung in the air, mingling with the faint hum of magic that always seemed to buzz in the presence of such knowledge. The dean, standing by the massive window that overlooked the sprawling academy grounds, turned his attention toward Anthony, whose presence in the room felt almost too still, as if he had arrived at the edge of something far greater than what he could yet comprehend. The dean's face was a mask of tranquility, though his eyes held the sharpness of someone who had seen far more than any mortal should. The dean, a figure who had seen countless students rise and fall through the academy's ranks, leaned forward, his posture straight but relaxed, as if he'd been waiting for this moment long before it arrived. His expression was unreadable, yet there was a subtle glint of something. Pride? Caution? Perhaps both, perhaps none. Anthony stood tall, his presence commanding, yet there was an air of restraint about him, calm, collected, but always observing. It was as if he had already surpassed this place, and his gaze held the future within it. And yet he remained here, in this conversation, at the behest of someone who, though old in years, still commanded a presence that could stop the flow of time itself. You've arrived at a threshold that few can even fathom, let alone surpass. Grandmaster. And yet, this is not where your path ends, is it? It was the dean who finally shattered the heavy silence that hung between them, his voice cutting through the stillness like a blade through shadow. His voice was smooth, like polished stone, but there was an edge to it, an unspoken challenge. Anthony stood before him, unmoving, his eyes unwavering. It was clear to anyone who understood the weight of his journey that this was a confrontation of minds, not just strength. He had surpassed the SS rank long ago, even before stepping foot in the academy. His abilities had far exceeded those of his peers, even those who had ascended to the rank of Grandmaster. He had already walked beyond the gates of the ordinary world of strength, and now, In the presence of this revered figure, he was asking for more. I've surpassed SS rank. I've exceeded even Grandmaster. My path is no longer defined by the limitations this place can impose. I seek only the freedom to walk the road that lies ahead on my own terms. The dean studied him silently, his gaze piercing, though his face remained as inscrutable as ever. The truth of Anthony's words hung heavily in the air, and the dean's fingers subtly tapped the desk as he contemplated his response. Indeed, before you even entered these halls, your potential had already far surpassed what many would consider the pinnacle of mortal strength. Grandmaster, SS rank. All of these are nothing more than stepping stones for you. But do not mistake your strength for the only measure of your worth, Anthony. There is a weight that comes with surpassing the known boundaries of power, a burden that only a few are prepared to bear. His voice was deliberate now, each word laden with meaning, as though he were imparting wisdom that could only come from a life spent shaping others. It is not merely enough to possess the power to overwhelm your opponents. No, the true challenge lies in understanding the world beyond the strength you wield. To ascend, truly ascend, is to understand the cost of your actions, the repercussions of your every decision. You must learn that power without wisdom is like fire without a hearth. It consumes everything it touches, but leaves nothing of value behind. Anthony's expression remained calm, but within, his thoughts churned. He had heard similar lessons from his family, particularly from his mother, Mitchell, and his grandfather, Collins. Yet the dean's words struck a chord, a reminder that no matter how high one climbs, there is always more to learn. I am aware of the responsibility that comes with my strength. I've already seen the consequences of power in the battles I've faced, the lives I've touched, the alliances I've forged and broken. But the path I walk is my own. It cannot be defined by the chains of tradition or the confines of those who fear what they cannot control. The dean's lips curled ever so slightly into a smile, an enigmatic, almost imperceptible gesture. It was rare for him to show any hint of approval, but Anthony's words had struck the right note. The young man before him had the will to carve his own destiny, and the dean could not help but acknowledge that. Yes, your path is yours to walk, but be careful, Anthony. The road you seek is one filled with shadows. And while you may have already surpassed the SS rank, there are powers far greater than mere mortal strength. It is a world where even the greatest can falter, where your own weaknesses can be exploited by those who have nothing but time, patience, and cunning. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing, as though seeing beyond the physical realm into the vastness of time itself. I know what you are capable of, Anthony. Your strength, your brilliance, it is undeniable. But remember this, you are no longer just a student here. You are a force that will shape the world. And in that, you must be vigilant. For those who walk the line between immortality and mortality find themselves facing forces that are beyond their comprehension. The demons you've fought, the battles you've won, they are but a prelude. The true tests, the ones that will define you, are yet to come. The weight of the dean's words hung in the air, a heavy reminder that power, once attained, could be as much a curse as a blessing. Anthony understood this all too well, but he was not deterred. He had made peace with the darkness that lingered just beyond the horizon. I am not afraid of what lies ahead. I have already faced challenges that would break most people, and I have come out stronger for it. I have not come here for more lessons or teachings. I have come to ask for the freedom to forge my own path. There was a pause, a silence that stretched between them like an eternity. The dean's expression softened just a fraction, a slight but unmistakable acknowledgement of the young man's resolve. Then the dean's lips parted as he spoke. Then it is your right to graduate. But know this, Anthony, there is no true graduation from life. There will always be challenges, always be struggles, and always be a price to pay for the choices you make. Your graduation is not the end of your journey. It is only the beginning. He paused, letting the words settle in the air. The world, Anthony, will require your service far sooner than you think. At this, Anthony's brow furrowed slightly. The words were laden with something ominous, a weight he hadn't expected. "Why?" he asked, his voice steady but his mind racing. "Why would the world need my help?" The dean's smile remained, but it didn't reach his eyes. Instead, there was something more inscrutable in his gaze, as if he was speaking of things too dangerous, too far-reaching to reveal. "You'll be told in time. Just know you aren't the only one this talented or ridiculous. Don't become arrogant, or you might just fall when the world calls upon you." The dean's voice sounded heavier this time. Anthony could sense an unspoken weight in the air, an unshakable impression that the dean harbored a task meant solely for him, something only he could accomplish. Yet, the thought stirred a quiet conflict within him. What could a grandmaster ranker like himself possibly achieve that lay beyond the grasp of someone as formidable as the dean? "Go, Anthony. But remember, the Academy's doors are always open to those who seek knowledge. You're no longer a student, but should you ever wish to return, you will always be welcome." Anthony nodded, a quiet but sincere gesture of gratitude. There was no need for words beyond this. With a final glance at the dean, Anthony turned and walked toward the door. "Thank you, Dean. I will remember your words." His mind was a storm of thoughts, his heart heavy with the weight of the future that awaited him. As the door closed behind him, the dean watched him go, a faint but knowing smile playing. The day had arrived in the bustling mansion, where the sunlight streamed through the windows in radiant beams, casting a soft glow on the polished wooden floors. It was an early morning, but within the walls of Anthony's home, the preparations for the grand occasion were already in full swing. Today was a day of significance, a day that marked not only the passing of time, but a profound transformation in the life of a young man who had lived two lives. His family, both biological and chosen, had gathered to plan for his 16th birthday, a celebration that symbolized more than just a simple milestone. It was a testament to the life he now led, filled with purpose, love, and ambition. Anthony sat in the vast dining room, his back against the ornate chair, hands folded before him, staring out into the distance. He had become accustomed to these moments of reflection, where he would find himself lost in the depths of his thoughts. His previous life felt like a distant memory, a cruel dream that had stripped him of everything: his family, his friends, his future. In that life, he had fought against an indifferent world, pushing himself to his limits, yet never finding the success or happiness he sought. He had been an orphan, with no one to rely on, no one to protect. He had been alone. But now, here in this new life, he had everything he had ever yearned for: a family, companions, a purpose. His transformation from a mere survivor to a person with roots, with love, with something worth fighting for, was the very essence of his rebirth. His mother, Mitchell, a woman of immense power and beauty, had birthed him and nurtured him, providing him with a foundation he had never known before. His grandfather, Collins, a legendary figure, had taken him under his wing, teaching him not the art of combat, but the importance of understanding his place in the world. And then there were the others, the ones who had fought beside him and had become his closest allies, his subordinates, his friends, those he would protect at any cost. In the warmth of his home, he could feel the weight of their love and care, an unspoken promise that they would always be there for him. It was a feeling foreign to him in his past life. He had always been alone, a mere shadow in a world that cared not for his struggles. A soft, melodic voice broke through his reverie. "Anthony, darling, are you lost in thought again?" Anthony turned his head, smiling as his mother entered the room. Mitchell, the elemental queen, was a striking figure. Her presence was commanding, yet there was an undeniable gentleness in her demeanor when it came to her family. She was a woman who wielded power beyond measure, but in her eyes there was a tenderness reserved only for those she held dear. "Just thinking," Anthony replied, his voice calm but filled with a certain depth, "about how far I've come and how much has changed." Mitchell's eyes softened as she approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You've grown so much, Anthony. From a boy who was just cute and liked to read, and swing a wooden sword to the man you've become today. This birthday isn't just another year. It's a celebration of everything you've achieved and everything you will continue to achieve. Anthony's thoughts drifted back to the day of his reincarnation, the day when he had opened his eyes to a new world, a world of boundless possibilities. The memories of his past life, of the pain and loneliness, seemed like nothing more than a fleeting shadow now, a past life that had no claim over him anymore. But there were moments, quiet moments like this, where the weight of his past would seep through, reminding him of the man he had been and of the family he had never known. Sometimes, Anthony murmured, "I wonder if I've earned it all. The love, the care, the life I have now. It feels too good to be true." Mitchell smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "You've earned every bit of it. You've fought and trained for it with your heart and soul. And now, we celebrate you, not just for your achievements, but for the person you've become." Before Anthony could respond, the door to the dining room opened again, and in walked his grandfather, Collins. The Lightning God, as he was known, was a man whose very presence commanded respect. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, surveyed the room before landing on Anthony. His stoic expression softened ever so slightly as he approached his grandson. "You've done well, Anthony," Collins said, his voice deep and gravelly. "This birthday is a reminder of how far you've come. From the clueless, innocent boy I once saw to the man you are now. But remember this, it's not just about the journey, it's about the choices you make moving forward." Anthony nodded, absorbing his grandfather's words. Collins was not one for unnecessary pleasantries, but his wisdom was something Anthony had come to cherish. "Speaking of the party," Mitchell said, her tone shifting to a lighter one, "I think we should make this one truly special. You've done so much already, Anthony. This day should reflect how much you mean to us." Anthony smiled softly, his gaze shifting to the ornate decorations already being prepared. The grand hall had been adorned with flowers of every hue, shimmering ribbons, and crystal chandeliers that gleamed in the soft light. It was clear that his family spared no expense for his special day. "I don't need anything extravagant," he replied modestly. "Just a quiet gathering with the people I care about." "You've earned more than a quiet gathering," his mother insisted. "This is your moment, Anthony. Your journey has been long and hard, and now you have a future that's all your own. A future with people who stand beside you." As Colin spoke, Mitchell's lips curved into a gentle smile, her emerald eyes resting on Anthony with a tenderness that spoke of a mother's unwavering love. The affection in her gaze was profound, a quiet yet powerful reminder of the bond she had cherished since the day she brought him into the world. With that, she left the room, her footsteps echoing down the hallway. Collins lingered a moment longer, his sharp gaze meeting Anthony's. There was an unspoken pride in his eyes, one that Anthony couldn't fully understand but felt deeply. 16, Collins mused, crossing his arms. "You've already achieved more than most in their entire lifetimes. But don't let that go to your head. The world will keep testing you, boy, and you'll need every ounce of strength and wits to meet those challenges." Anthony nodded, his expression solemn. "Understand, grandfather. I'll be ready." Collins gave a satisfied grunt and turned toward the door. "Good. I'll see you downstairs. Your mother will have my head if I keep you from the festivities." As the room fell silent once more, Anthony leaned back in his chair, his gaze returning to the horizon. The morning light had shifted, bathing the world in a soft, golden glow. His thoughts drifted again, this time to the life he had left behind. He had been a nameless orphan then, his existence a fleeting shadow in a world that had moved on without him. And as he sat there, surrounded by the quiet hum of life within the estate, Anthony felt a quiet resolve settle over him. This life, this second chance, was his to protect. Whatever trials awaited him, he would face them with the strength and love that this family had instilled in him. Rising to his feet, he took one last glance at the horizon before heading toward the door. The celebration awaited, but Anthony knew that this day marked more than just his birthday. It was a testament to the journey he had taken, to the bonds he had forged, and to the man he was becoming. This was his life now, and he would live it to its fullest. The preparations for the celebration unfolded with unwavering dedication. Yet for now, Anthony found solace in the present, assured that whatever trials the future might bring, he would confront them alongside those who truly cherished him. And for the first time in his life, he was no longer alone. The banquet hall was a masterpiece of elegance, its grandeur reflecting the significance of the occasion. Crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow across the room, bathing the polished marble floors and intricate carvings in a golden light. Luxurious draperies in shades of deep crimson and royal gold framed towering windows, through which the moonlight spilled, adding a silvery sheen to the room's ambience. The hall was filled with guests, members of the most esteemed families, not just from the human domain, but from other races as well. The Amos, Crimson, Lionheart, Landell, and Stella families, each a powerhouse in their own right, stood out amongst the human delegation. Their leaders exuded authority and pride, each knowing their influence extended far beyond their respective domains. From the Titan race, the Storm brothers commanded attention, their colossal frames and striking features unmistakable. Fairies, with their luminous wings, flitted about gracefully, while dragons in their humanoid forms radiated an innate majesty. The elven dignitaries moved with a poise that spoke of centuries of wisdom, and the vampire contingent, cloaked in dark elegance, observed the proceedings with piercing eyes. Amid the subtle tension of alliances and rivalries, Michael Null, Anthony's father, stood at the center of it all. A figure of authority and composure, he moved through the room, greeting the heads of the attending human families with measured politeness. Lionel Amos, Michael began, extending a hand toward the Amos patriarch, a man of imposing stature with graying temples that spoke of experience. It's been some time since we last met. Lionel clasped Michael's hand firmly, his lips curling into a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Indeed, Michael, time has a way of passing swiftly when one is occupied with matters of import. Michael nodded, his gaze unwavering. And the Amos family, as always, thrives, I presume? Naturally, Lionel replied, his tone tinged with pride. We've secured alliances that ensure our continued prosperity. As their hands released, Michael turned toward the next head, Rufus Crimson, a striking man whose fiery red hair and sharp features mirrored the intensity of his family's reputation. Rufus, it's good to see you again, Michael said, his tone slightly and almost unnoticeably warmer. There was a shared history between the Crimson and Null families, cemented by the bond between Irene and Collins, then he and Mitchell. Rufus inclined his head, his eyes glinting with amusement. Michael, always the consummate host. I trust Mitchell has been keeping you on your toes. Michael chuckled lightly. She certainly ensures life is never dull. Their exchange was brief but genuine, a stark contrast to the interactions that followed. With the Lionheart patriarch, a stern man named Victor, and the Landell matriarch, a composed woman named Celine, the conversations were marked by formality. Neither family hid the underlying tension that stemmed from their unspoken competition with the Null family. Michael, Victor said with a curt nod. The banquet is impressive, though I must say it's rare to see so many gathered for a single boy's celebration. Michael's smile didn't falter. Anthony is no ordinary boy, Victor. Surely, you've heard of his accomplishments. I'm sure that's what you are also here for, to see with your own eyes as people at standings such as yours won't attend such events. Victor's eyes narrowed slightly, but he merely inclined his head. A prodigy, then? We'll see how far that brilliance carries him. Celine Landell, on the other hand, offered a simple smile as she said, Michael, it's nice seeing you again. The achievements of your son have truly caught the attention of many, not just among the humans, but across all races. It's rare for one so young to hold such power and command, and I must admit, I'm curious to see how much more he will grow. She uttered those words like she meant them, even with a cheerful tone. With a room filled with seasoned veterans of the political and social battlegrounds, understood this unspoken language all too well. They knew that behind the veneer of cordiality and civility, there lingered a sharpness, a hint of something far more potent than the sweetness of her voice. Each word, though sweetly delivered, held the quiet power of a hidden dagger, sharp and poised, waiting for the right moment to strike. Michael met her gaze, but he didn't say anything in reply. He had no reason to follow her direction and play. The exchanges continued until Michael reached the Stellar family. The patriarch, Dorian, was a man of few words, but his sharp gaze conveyed much. Their conversation was brief, a perfunctory acknowledgement of each other's presence. Throughout these interactions, Michael remained composed, fully aware that many of these individuals harbored ill intentions toward his son. Yet, for tonight, there was a fragile truce, upheld by the sanctity of the event and the sheer presence of the Null family's power. As the guests mingled, a soft chime rang, silencing the room. All eyes turned toward Mitchell, who stood at the top of the grand staircase. Her radiant presence commanded attention as she smiled warmly at the assembled crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen," Mitchell began, her voice resonant yet gentle, "I thank you all for gracing us with your presence on this special day. Tonight, we celebrate not only the birthday of my beloved son, but also his remarkable journey thus far." Her eyes sparkled with affection as she continued. "Allow me the honor of introducing the young man who has made us all proud, my son, Null Anthony." As she called his name, the grand doors below the staircase opened, and Anthony stepped into view. He moved with deliberate, measured steps, each one resonating through the hall like the beat of a drum. His presence was magnetic, a quiet storm of calm intensity that commanded attention without a single word. The skilled emperor demeanor enveloped him, lending grace to his every movement, as though he walked not as a man, but as a ruler accustomed to the weight of authority. His aura, poised yet powerful, rippled outward, making the air itself seem to tremble. Anthony's striking features drew immediate gasps. His gem-like blue eyes glowed with an inner light, sharp yet composed, scanning the room with quiet command. His tall, robust physique stood with regal posture, exuding strength and an almost otherworldly air. His white hair, cascading like silken strands of moonlight, shimmered with every movement, its ethereal glow captivating all who beheld it. With each step, he seemed less a mere young man and more an emperor in the making, his presence weaving a silent promise of power and destiny. As Anthony entered the room, the atmosphere seemed to shift, charged with the magnetic force of his presence. The whispers and glances that passed between the guests were a silent acknowledgement of the power he held, the kind that did not need to be proclaimed aloud, for it was evident in every step, every movement, every flicker of his gaze. And as the room fell silent in awe of his presence, it became clear this was no ordinary young man, no simple heir to a legacy. He was a force to be reckoned with, a future ruler whose potential burned brightly for all to see. Whispers rippled through the crowd as Anthony approached the staircase, his gaze unwavering. "He looks like he's been carved by the gods themselves," one girl murmured, her cheeks flushed. "That jawline another side. And those eyes." A small group of girls exchanged excited glances, their admiration unabashed. Anthony, ever perceptive, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he reached the top of the staircase. Mitchell extended a hand toward him, which he took briefly before addressing the room. "Thank you all for coming," he said, his voice steady and resonant. "Your presence honors my family and I." As he descended into the crowd, the girls who had been fawning over him gathered their courage and approached. "Lord Anthony," one began, her voice trembling slightly. "It's an honor to meet you. I've heard so much about your feats." Anthony smiled warmly. "You're too kind. I hope the banquet meets your expectations." Another girl stepped forward, her eyes sparkling. "Lord Anthony, do you ever tire of all the attention you receive? Surely someone as accomplished as you must find it overwhelming." Anthony chuckled softly, his demeanor unflappable. "Not at all. It's heartening to know my efforts are appreciated. As the girls continued to engage him in conversation, Anthony found himself enjoying the light-hearted interaction. Despite his composed exterior, a small part of him hoped that among these beauties, he might find someone to stand by his side. Meanwhile, his friends, Brian and the Storm brothers, watched from a distance, their expressions a mix of amusement and approval. Anthony's got his hands full, Brian remarked with a grin. Think he'll find his match tonight? One of the Storm brothers, Ryder, shrugged. He might, but knowing Anthony, he'll be as deliberate in choosing a partner as he is in everything else. Bringer, leaning casually against a pillar, called out, Anthony, if you keep charming them like that, you'll leave none for the rest of us. Anthony turned, his smile growing into a genuine laugh. Bringer, I suspect you'll manage just fine. The Storm brothers, towering over everyone, approached with their typical swagger. Impressive entrance, said Ryder. His deep voice carried a note of approval. We've seen lesser men crumble under that kind of attention, added Bringer, grinning. Anthony clasped forearms with each of them in turn. It's good to see you both here. I trust your journey wasn't too arduous? Bringer shrugged. A few skirmishes along the way, but nothing we couldn't handle. Brian chuckled. Of course not. You Titans love a good fight. The group exchanged banter, their camaraderie evident despite their differences in race and upbringing. The party progressed with elegance and grandeur, the atmosphere brimming with a blend of cordiality and thinly veiled competitiveness. As the string quartet played a soothing melody in the background, attendees began to approach Anthony, each bearing intricately wrapped gifts that seemed as much a display of wealth as they were tokens of goodwill. Anthony stood at the center of it all, a picture of calm and poise. With his emperor demeanor, skill still radiating an aura of authority, he accepted each gift with a polite smile, his movements deliberate and regal. His gem-like blue eyes shimmered as he acknowledged the givers with a courteous nod, though there was no true excitement in his expression. The truth was simple. Anthony had no need for these offerings. He was wealthier than most of the people in the room could even fathom. The fortunes contained within these gilded boxes, rare artifacts, priceless jewels, and promises of alliances, were inconsequential compared to the resources at his disposal. Yet, he played his role impeccably, understanding the significance of such gestures in this intricate dance of power and status. A woman from the elf race presented a silver chest lined with emeralds, claiming it held an ancient elven artifact of immense historical value. A dragon clan emissary, towering over the others, offered an ornate, fire-etched blade said to have been forged in the flames of their ancestors. A vampire, noble-handed over a vial of luminous crimson liquid, whispered to be a rare essence that could enhance mana flow. Each gift was presented with words of admiration and subtle undertones of hope for favor. Anthony accepted them all with the same measured grace. Thank you, he said, his voice steady yet warm enough to maintain the illusion of gratitude. He knew better than to dismiss their efforts outright. Such acts, however trivial they might seem to him, carried weight in the political web of their world. To the untrained eye, his calm acceptance might have seemed indifferent. But to those who understood Anthony, it was evident that his poise was deliberate, a masterful blend of humility and quiet dominance. Even as the guests whispered among themselves, speculating about the value of the gifts and their implications, Anthony remained an unshakable figure of composure. As the line of givers dwindled, a faint smile touched his lips, not out of interest in the gifts, but as a subtle acknowledgment of the effort made by those present. To Anthony, this display was less about material gain and more about solidifying his standing in this intricate world of alliances, rivalries, and silent conflicts. The night continued with an air of quiet reverence around Anthony, his stature and grace drawing admiration and envy in equal measure. Yet, within himself, he remained detached, his mind turning to matters far greater than the gleaming treasures now piled at his feet. Every particle of this realm hummed with an energy that could obliterate any who dared to challenge it, a constant reminder of the unyielding might of the rulers who resided within. In this sanctuary, there was no room for weakness, no place for intrusion, only an overwhelming aura of dominance and control. The air hung thick and unervingly still, a profound silence draping the space like a shroud. It was as though time itself had stilled, holding its breath in anxious anticipation of the arrival of those whose presence would shake the very foundations of existence. Every living thing, every flicker of movement, seemed suspended in reverence, caught in a moment where the world itself awaited the unfolding of events that would alter the course of destiny. This place was no ordinary realm, but neutral ground, an ancient, sacred arena where no alliances, no conflicts, no factions could intrude. Here, the most powerful, the most revered individuals, those who stood atop the pinnacle of power, beyond the reach of all others, could converge without the constraints of their worldly realms. It was a space designed solely for those whose strength was not bound by the mortal plane, a space untouched by the lesser forces that governed the worlds below. There was an overwhelming sense of stillness here, as if the very air itself was infused with the weight of power, an invisible force that hung heavy in the atmosphere. The mere presence of these beings, whose abilities defied the laws of nature, could send shockwaves through the environment, distorting the very air around them, rippling through the atmosphere in ways that bent the senses. The earth beneath their feet trembled in reluctant obedience, as if it recognized the unfathomable might of its occupants. The hall that held them was an awe-inspiring, infinite expanse, a realm without walls, without borders, an ethereal void suspended between dimensions. It was not a physical structure, but a meeting place forged in the very fabric of reality, existing beyond the scope of time and space. Its boundaries were formless, its dimensions fluctuating like a dream, allowing those who entered to leave behind their mortal constraints and exist within a realm where only the unfathomably powerful could endure. Here, strength was not simply an attribute. It was a force that resonated through every atom, every molecule of the place, warping it with an undeniable aura. The ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse with energy, as if it, too, felt the weight of their presence. Each step taken in this sacred space sent tremors through the very air, each movement a declaration of dominance over the realms beyond. It was a place that could only hold those who had transcended the limits of their existence, a place where power was not just a means to an end, but the very foundation of the universe itself. The mere act of gathering here was an event in and of itself, a convergence of beings whose abilities shaped reality, who held the fate of the world in their hands. In this space, the highest powers could meet without fear, without hesitation, for they were untouchable. They were the sovereigns of the world, and here, in this sanctum of power, nothing could challenge their rule. As the representatives arrived, their auras flared in unison, an overwhelming torrent of power that rippled through the air like a tempest. The sheer intensity of their presence seemed to warp the very fabric of reality, a pressure so palpable that it could reduce lesser beings to mere shadows in its wake. The atmosphere thickened, as if the room itself recoiled in response to the raw force, each of their energies mingling and clashing, creating a tumultuous resonance that echoed throughout the space. The earth beneath their feet trembled, and the very air seemed to hum with the weight of their collective might, an unmistakable declaration of their dominance over all life within their respective domains. It was a reminder that they were not mere rulers, but living embodiments of their race's strength and pride. Each of them entered with an unspoken understanding. This was not a place for words, but for presence, for the subtle exchange of power and the weight of their legacies. They were not here to converse with one another. No, this meeting was not for the exchange of pleasantries or political maneuvering. They were here to discuss something far more pressing, something that could push the world further. The first to step forward were the dragon representatives, embodiments of untamed power and primordial magic. The Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, Iserios von Deathwrath, was a towering figure draped in a cloak of scales that gleamed like molten lava under the dim glow of the dimension. His wings, vast and imposing, unfurled as he entered, casting a shadow that seemed to stretch endlessly. His long, serpentine tail lashed through the air with an authority that demanded silence. His draconic eyes burned with an eternal flame, capable of incinerating even the most defiant of foes with a single glance. Iserios was known as the Ember Monarch, his control over fire magic unparalleled, his power in elemental manipulation almost godlike. His presence alone filled the room with an intensity that made the very air vibrate. At his side stood Draconis Pyrosin, his younger brother, a dragon whose wings were marked with the ancient symbols of his clan's bloodline. Draconis was known for his mastery of destructive magic, his fire magic not only powerful, but also capable of reshaping the very essence of the world around him. Though a brother to Iserios, Draconis was not seen as a mere shadow. He was a force to be reckoned with in his own right. The Phoenix domain was represented by Aurelius Ignis, the Phoenix King, whose fiery presence could scorch the very air. His wings, burning with the intensity of 1,000 suns, symbolized his unmatched control over fire and regeneration. By his side stood Virelia Ignis, the Phoenix Queen, known for her mastery over healing and fire magic. Find your next adventure on m_VL eNovelBin.net. Once a fierce warrior, she had evolved into a brilliant strategist, her aura radiating power and wisdom, complementing Aurelia's strength with her own fiery determination. The demi-human domain was represented by Kalen Wildheart, their towering leader, a half-beast, half-human whose battle prowess and intellect had led his people through countless wars. His obsidian claws and glowing moonlit eyes signified his fearsome strength and tactical brilliance. Alongside him was Nyxera, the swift and cunning warrior. With her feline grace and sharp mind, she was a master of stealth and strategy, capable of turning the tide of any battle with a single move. Her golden eyes and silver hair were as striking as her unparalleled intellect. Next, the elf representatives appeared. The Elf King, Eltharion Moonwhisper, was as timeless as the forest itself, his presence graceful yet immeasurably powerful. His skin seemed to glow faintly, his eyes shining with the wisdom of millennia. The air around him crackled with spirit energy, his magic in perfect harmony with the world. His mastery over wind and spirit magic was unmatched, his connection to nature itself allowing him to wield the elements with an ease and fluidity that seemed impossible for any other being. At his side, the second representative was Silas Nightshade, a renowned sage and one of the highest practitioners of wind magic in all of Elvenkind. Silas' connection to the wind was so strong that it was said he could command the very breath of the world itself. He was a silent, calculating figure, with eyes that betrayed the depth of his experience. His long, silver hair and the quiet, rhythmic movements of his body marked him as a being who had long since mastered not only magic, but the art of patience. For the Titans, the room seemed to darken as they entered, their footsteps causing tremors in the floor beneath them. Gorith Storm, the patriarch of the Titan race, was a colossus of muscle and might, his presence an unrelenting force. His skin harder than any metal many knew, his body built for battle, and his strength beyond anything the other races could comprehend. The sheer force of his aura could crush mountains, his every movement resonating with raw, primal power. His companion, Theric Earthbreaker, was a warrior in his own right, standing slightly behind Gorith with a stoic expression. Theric was the Titan race's master of battlefield tactics, a strategist whose mind was as sharp as his immense axe. Together, they represented the unstoppable might of the Titan race, a race whose very existence was built on strength and endurance. The dwarven representatives entered with a clanging of metal, their stout forms heavy with the weight of the forge and the battle. The grand smith of the dwarven race, Balder Ironhammer, was a figure of incredible presence, his short but stocky body brimming with the power of the forge. Balder's hands, though scarred by the fires of the forge, were strong enough to wield any weapon, his skill with metal unrivaled. His aura, while heavy and grounded, seemed to pulse with the steady rhythm of the hammer on an anvil, a heartbeat of a race that had long since perfected the art of weapon crafting and battle. Beside him was Thorin Stonefist, a warrior of great renown, his face covered in a thick beard that flowed like molten iron. Thorin was not only a master blacksmith, but also a battle-hardened veteran, his skills with both hammer and shield legendary. Together, the two represented the heart and soul of the dwarven race, standing as both creators and destroyers in their unyielding quest for mastery. The vampires were the last to enter, their cold beauty and dangerous allure causing a hushed silence in the room. Alara Bloodmoon, the matriarch of the vampire race, was a vision of otherworldly grace, her skin pale as marble, her long, flowing black hair almost seeming to absorb the light around her. Her crimson eyes glowed with an inner fire, an unquenchable thirst for power. Alara was a master of blood magic, her control over it absolute, able to manipulate blood in ways that defied the laws of nature. Her aura was chilling, a palpable force that seemed to drain the warmth from the room. At her side stood Vladimir Dark Fury, her most trusted lieutenant, and a being of incredible power. His eyes, sharp and calculating, seemed to pierce through those around him, his control over shadow magic just as strong as Alara's dominion over blood. Together, they were the dark rulers of the vampire race, their mastery of the arcane arts unparalleled. Lastly, the representatives of the human race entered the room, their presence a striking contrast to the overwhelming power of the other races. The first was Null Michael, the patriarch of the Null family, a human whose power had risen from the depths of his own will. Michael was like an anomaly in a world filled with beings of unimaginable strength, his aura cool and composed, yet deceptively powerful. He was a master of swordsmanship, his skill with a blade so refined that even those of the highest races took caution when facing him. Though human, his power rivaled that of many of the greatest beings in the world. His mastery of the sword in combat made him a force to be reckoned with. Beside him was Seraphina Dawn, an orphan who had risen from nothing to become one of the most powerful sorceresses in the world. She had no clan, no lineage, no family to speak of, only her own determination. Seraphina's magic was built on a foundation of raw, untapped potential, her affinity for space magic a force to be reckoned with. Her skills in elemental manipulation were unparalleled, and her will to survive had shaped her into one of the most dangerous individuals in the world. As the last of the representatives took their place, the room seemed to grow heavier with each passing second. Their auras, immense and oppressive, filled the space. The very air crackled with the power of their presence, and the ground seemed to shift beneath their feet, as though the world itself could not bear the weight of their combined might. Each of them was a ruler, a force of nature, a being whose power had shaped the world in ways that most could never comprehend. And yet, despite their immense strength, despite the weight of their legacies, there was a palpable silence that hung in the air. They were not here to fight. They were not here to exchange words of peace or hostility. No, this gathering was not for conversation, nor for casual pleasantries. This was a meeting of titans, a gathering of beings whose very existence could alter the fate of the world. And they were here to discuss something that affected them all. At last, the room fell into a still silence, their combined power pressing down upon the space, and the only sound was the slow, deliberate ticking of time itself. The great hall was silent, a palpable tension in the air as the world's mightiest gathered, each of them carrying the weight of entire races and legacies. The atmosphere crackled with an almost suffocating intensity, as though space itself bowed to the overwhelming presence of these ancient beings. The gathered figures, cloaked in their resplendent auras, each radiating unique energy that was both comforting and intimidating, sat in silence. At the long table, each seat was occupied by a representative of the great clans, their bloodlines stretching back millennia. The race heads sat upon their high thrones, each one a monument to their power, and their voices were like thunder in the minds of all who dared listen. There were no pleasantries exchanged, no frivolous words. This was not a place for idle chatter. They were here for a singular purpose, and they would waste no time in arriving at it. In the heart of the hall stood the head of the Titan race, Gorith, his very being bending the air around him. His skin was like granite, and his eyes gleamed with the power of the mountains. As he opened his mouth to speak, the room seemed to tremble, his voice rumbling like a deep earthquake, each word a force in its own right. "I bring forth the champion of the Titan race, Teron," Gorith declared, his deep voice echoing through the hall. "Though he is young, his mastery over the earth and his innate strength surpasses even our greatest warriors. It is his time to lead our people into the next era." A single wave of his hand seemed to command the very air around him, and the surrounding space seemed to bend with his will. His gaze swept across the room, almost daring anyone to question the might of his champion. Next, the air shimmered with ethereal energy as the king of the dragon race, Isirios, spoke. His form was almost too radiant to behold, the fire in his eyes flickering with the agelessness of dragons. His voice was like the distant roar of a storm, his words carrying the weight of centuries, his aura affecting the very fabric of reality. The air grew hotter, and the sound of crackling flames seemed to come from the very air itself. The one chosen to represent the dragons is none other than Kalathar. Isirios' voice soared through the room. He is a prodigy of both flame and flight. His bond with the primal forces of fire has already surpassed many of our most revered elders. The flames that consume him are not of this world, and his wings can scorch the skies themselves. It is his to claim. As he spoke, the air seemed to warp and twist, creating a heat that made the very walls sweat. His power was palpable, and it was clear that even the finest warrior would tremble before him, let alone her champion. The next to speak was Aurelius of the Phoenix race, his regal form alight with radiant, golden feathers that glowed with the intensity of 1,000 suns. As he stood to address the assembly, his presence stretched outward, and the very fabric of reality shimmered under his gaze. His voice was soft, yet unyielding, filled with the same fiery passion that embodied his people. "My chosen champion is Serenelle," Aurelius announced, his tone both proud and expectant. "Her flames burn brighter than any before her. She has already been seen soaring higher than any phoenix ever dared. Her rebirths have come faster and with greater power, showing that she will stand at the pinnacle of our kind. She is the flame of our future." When Aurelius spoke, a wave of heat radiated from him, causing the air to shimmer with the raw intensity of burning fire. His words were not just spoken, they were felt, like a rising sun that would never set. The elf king, Eltharion, stood next, his form elegant and noble, the aura of the elves surrounding him like a soft breeze. He was tall, lithe, his silver hair cascading like flowing water down his back. His voice was clear, like the ringing of a bell at dawn, and yet there was power in every syllable. His presence was not one of brute force, but of subtle elegance and a mastery over nature itself. "Vahalin is our chosen," King Eltharion said, his voice resonating deeply within the hearts of all who heard it. "He is a prodigy among our kind, unmatched in both intellect and swordsmanship. His control over the forces of the earth, the wind, and even the very trees themselves is nothing short of mastery. In time, he will show the world the true might of the elves." As Eltharion spoke, the room felt lighter, as if the very trees of an ancient forest were reaching their branches toward the gathering. There was no loud proclamation, only the gentle power of his presence, a force that grew as he spoke, urging everyone to listen closely to the wisdom in his words. Next came the dwarf leader, Balder, whose presence was like the unyielding strength of stone. His thick beard swayed as he raised his voice, the deep rumble of his tone vibrating through the chamber like the sound of an anvil struck by a hammer. "Thrain Ironfist will carry the banner of the dwarves," Balder announced, his voice like the crack of a forge's hammer. "His strength is unmatched, his resolve unshakable. He has forged weapons the likes of which the world has never seen, and his mastery over metal and stone is absolute. He will prove that the heart of a dwarf beats with the power of mountains themselves." The mere mention of Thrain's name seemed to ignite the air with an almost metallic scent, as though the very essence of steel had been awakened. Balder's words carried the weight of centuries of dwarven tradition, and in the silence that followed, it was clear that none would question the might of the dwarf race. Stay connected with MVLeNovelBin.net. The next to speak was the demi-human leader, a creature of both grace and untamed fury. Kalen stood with a wild, untamable energy, his form lithe and graceful, his piercing green eyes alight with power. He was the very essence of the wild, and his presence was like a storm about to break. "Rylus is the one chosen to represent us." Kalen's voice rang out like a hawk's cry across the sky. "He is both beast and man, his instincts honed beyond any of his kind. His ability to commune with the beasts of this world, coupled with his strength, makes him a force to be reckoned with. In him, we place our trust." His words stirred something primal in the room, as if a wild wind had swept through the assembly, carrying with it the scent of forests and untamed lands. Kalen's presence was both calming and overwhelming, and it was clear that the demi-human race would never be underestimated with such a champion leading them. Next came the vampire queen, Elara, a being of chilling grace. Her pale skin almost shimmered in the light, her eyes gleaming with an eerie crimson glow. Her presence was suffocating, as though the very air around her had become thick with power. When she spoke, her voice was like a velvet whisper that carried the weight of millennia. "Aurelio will be our chosen." Alara's voice cut through the silence like a blade. "Her command over blood is unparalleled, and her speed and strength rival the greatest of our ancestors. She is the very embodiment of the eternal night, and she will show all who stand against us what it means to challenge the vampires." As she spoke, the temperature in the room dropped, the air growing thin and cold, as though the presence of the vampires had drawn all warmth from the world. The power of Elara was undeniable, and it was clear that her chosen champion was no less formidable. Finally, the human race was represented by none other than Michael, the sword master, a man whose very presence seemed to slice through the atmosphere. He stood tall, his piercing gaze sharper than the finest blade, and his aura resonated with an unyielding power. Around him, the space itself quivered, as though bowing to the sheer intensity of his sword intent, an energy so refined it seemed capable of cleaving through the very fabric of reality. When Michael spoke, his voice was calm, yet commanding, like the whisper of a blade being drawn from its sheath, but it carried the weight of a storm ready to strike. "The one who will represent humanity is Anthony." Michael declared, his tone cutting through the thick tension in the room like a well-honed edge. He is a prodigy whose resolve is unshakable, his mastery over the elements unparalleled, and his will stronger than the sharpest steel. Anthony will stand as the sword and shield of humanity, carving a path for our future. As his words echoed, his sword intent manifested, an invisible but palpable force that seemed to press against the non-existing walls of the chamber. The air itself shimmered under its pressure, as though reality were being tested for its strength. Those in the room, powerful as they were, could not ignore the subtle hum of restrained devastation emanating from the Swordmaster. It was a force that demanded respect, a declaration that humanity's champion was one to be feared. Michael's gaze swept over the assembly, unwavering and absolute. It was not a challenge, but a promise that humanity would not falter under his watch. The world's mightiest had spoken, and as the room fell silent, their gazes turned to one another, each of them acutely aware that the time of reckoning was fast approaching. The assembled leaders of the world's mightiest clans stood in solemn unity, their forms casting long shadows upon the grand ethereal floor, the air thick with the weight of their power. Each carried the mark of their heritage, an aura so dense that it could warp the very fabric of reality. The Queen of Vampires, Alara Bloodmoon, stood at the farthest end of the room, her presence cool, yet undeniably sharp. The sharpness of her fangs was mirrored in the unyielding sharpness of her gaze. Her voice was a silken weapon, gliding through the silence like a knife. Yet it was her smile that commanded the room, not the blade she so deftly wielded. "Let us end this," she began, her tone velvety yet cutting. "The time has come to decide who will stand as the face of our races. How do we choose the one who will represent us all?" Her words were deliberate, measured, and heavy with expectation. The heads of the clans exchanged glances, each leader considering the gravity of the question. The moment lingered, like the calm before a great storm, before the response was delivered. From across the room, a figure of immense presence stepped forward. The towering form of the Titan Lord, Gorith, his very footsteps causing the ground beneath them to tremble, spoke next. His voice was as deep as the earth itself, each word reverberating through the hall. "We decide with strength," he rumbled, his eyes blazing with the fiery passion of his race. "We test them, each young prodigy, and see who emerges victorious. The strongest will stand as our representative." His words were simple, yet resounding. There was no need for elaboration. Gorith's power alone conveyed the weight of his belief. The other heads, some solemn, others skeptical, absorbed his words. But Alara, with her calculating smile, was the first to break the silence. "That may work for some," she purred, "but not all. Some of our prodigies have strength, not just in combat, but in intellect and resolve. Should we disregard these qualities and reduce them to mere battle-hardened warriors?" Her eyes flickered with amusement, her sharp fangs gleaming as she savored the tension building in the room. The Dragon Lord Izerios, known for both his wisdom and his unparalleled combat prowess, tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes narrowing as he considered her words. "You raise an interesting point," he said, his voice a low growl like distant thunder. "But we must remember that the future of our races will not only be shaped by intellect. Power, raw power, is what will carry them forward in the trials ahead. It is what separates those who are worthy from those who are not." Izerio's gaze turned to Gorith. "You speak of strength, Titan Lord. I agree with your sentiment. Strength, in all its forms, must be the deciding factor. Let us not forget that there are battles beyond the battlefield. Yet when the time comes for our champions to face the world, it is their power that will lead them." As Izerio's words resonated through the chamber, the Elf King, Eltharion, a figure as serene as he was terrifying, spoke. His voice was calm and measured, yet each syllable was imbued with centuries of wisdom. His appearance alone demanded respect, his lithe, nearly ethereal form exuding an aura of otherworldly grace. "I disagree," Eltharion said, his tone as cold as the winds that swept the highest mountains. You speak of strength as if it is the only currency by which worth can be measured. But there are other qualities, wisdom, foresight, the ability to command, to lead. Do we truly believe that our young prodigies can only be defined by their capacity for violence? He raised a hand, palm open, as if to still the rising tension. I propose we test them, not just through strength, but through their ability to think, to strategize. Only by balancing all aspects of power can we truly know who will be our worthy champion. His words were calculated, and yet, beneath them, there was an undeniable air of pride. Eltharion's race valued more than mere strength. They prided themselves on intellect, strategy, and the ability to see beyond the immediate horizon. The vampire queen, Elara, regarded him with a quiet smile, her sharp eyes glinting in the dim light. Strategy is well and good, Elf King, she said, her voice soft but laden with sarcasm. But in the end, it is the one who survives the trials who will stand tall. I suggest something simpler. There was a pause as the room awaited her next words. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Elara leaned forward. We put them together, she said, her smile widening, and let them kill each other. The one who remains alive, standing tall and victorious, will represent us all. A ripple of shock spread through the room as the heads of the other races processed her words. Michael, the sword master and representative of the human race, stepped forward, his presence steady and unwavering. His aura was sharp, a blade drawn in the air itself, and the weight of his sword intent pressed down upon the room like a storm gathering on the horizon. His hair, silver and streaked with age, framed a face of sharp features and cold determination. I see no issue with such an arrangement, Michael said, his voice calm, but with an undercurrent of something far more dangerous. Strength, intellect, survival, all of these qualities can be tested during their battle. What Elara suggests would show us who truly deserves the mantle of leadership. Let them fight, and we shall see who emerges unbroken from the trial. Elara's smile deepened, her crimson eyes flickering with something akin to approval. Exactly, she purred, her voice an echo of the night's cruelest winds. We need not waste time with meaningless trials. The truth will reveal itself on the battlefield. We all know that the future will belong to those who can outlast, outsmart, and overpower the others. Let them prove themselves in the only way that matters. Her suggestion hung in the air like a tangible thing, and for a moment, the room was silent. The vampire queen's audacity seemed to crackle in the air, but it was Michael who first broke the quiet, a thin, almost imperceptible smile forming at the corner of his lips. We shall see, he said, his gaze steady on the other leaders. This trial will reveal not just their worth, but our own. It will test us all, just as it will test them. Gorith's deep voice rumbled through the room again, like the sound of distant thunder. I've always believed in the power of a good challenge, he said. Let the trial begin. Aurelius, his gaze cold as always, simply nodded. I have no objections. Let them fight. We shall see who is worthy to stand for us. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as the heads of the clans agreed to Elara's suggestion, their voices uniting in grim resolution. This was not a decision to be made lightly. It was a declaration of war in its own right. And as the room filled with murmurs of agreement, the realization dawned upon the gathered leaders. This was not just about a single competition. This was a battle for the future of their world's progress. But each leader stood unwavering in their belief, a quiet yet resolute confidence emanating from them as they nodded in tacit agreement. The notion of bloodshed, though brutal, was not one they feared. On the contrary, it was a challenge that stirred the primal essence of their beings. Each of them, in their heart of hearts, was certain that their chosen kin would emerge victorious, standing triumphant over all others in this harrowing test of might. Elara's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she surveyed the room. Find your next read on m_vl enovelbin.net. Her suggestion had been accepted, and now the stage was set. As the final echoes of the leaders' voices faded into the heavy silence of the grand hall, the weight of their collective decision hung in the air like a dense fog. The tension that had briefly crackled between them now seemed to dissipate, replaced by an almost palpable sense of finality. The room, once alive with the presence of the most powerful beings in the world, began to empty as they prepared to depart, each aware that the world's fate had been irrevocably altered by the trial they had set in motion. Alara, the queen of vampires, stood with the air of a predator who had just cornered her prey. Her crimson eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Her smile curled ever so slightly as she surveyed the room. Her presence, an elegant yet ominous force, had never faltered, even as the other leaders had raised their voices in opposition. It was not her nature to gloat, but the subtle glint of approval in her gaze was undeniable. With a final, languid sweep of her gaze across the room, she turned, her black cloak swirling in the wake of her movement. Without a word, she vanished, her form dissipating into the air like smoke, leaving behind nothing but the scent of night and the echo of her unspoken authority. The room seemed to exhale collectively as the Dark Queen disappeared, her power lingering in the space she had once occupied, like the remnants of an ancient curse. Next, Izerios, the Dragon Lord, his golden eyes still glowing with the heat of battle and wisdom, raised his hand in a final gesture of respect. His deep voice had stirred the hearts of many, but his departure was as serene and imperious as his demeanor. The air around him shimmered with heat, the very temperature of the room rising in response to his overwhelming presence. His wings, massive and iridescent, unfurled for the briefest of moments, casting a shadow that stretched across the chamber. With a single, powerful beat of his wings, Izerios was gone. His form blurred, melting into the ether as though he had never been there. The room, still heavy with the after-effects of his power, was left in a stunned silence. His departure was both awe-inspiring and unsettling, a reminder of the might he wielded in this world. The Titan race patriarch, Gorith, stood as a mountain among men, his towering figure casting a shadow that nearly consumed the entire room. His eyes burned with the fire of his race, and the very ground beneath his feet seemed to quake with the intensity of his presence. Yet, despite his colossal size, his movements were deliberate and measured, like a force of nature about to change the course of the world itself. Without speaking, Gorith's massive frame seemed to melt into the stone, his figure absorbed by the earth beneath him. His departure was marked by the faintest tremor that ran through the walls, a final testament to his dominion over the world's very foundation. And just as quickly as he had arrived, he was gone, leaving only the lingering echo of his immense power. Eltharion, the king of elves, stood in his place with a quiet majesty that only centuries of experience could grant. His silver hair cascaded around his shoulders, his eyes glowing with an inner light that spoke of ancient wisdom and unyielding resolve. Unlike the others, who had departed with an air of finality, Eltharion lingered for a moment longer, his gaze sweeping over the room, his thoughts seemingly far removed from the present. His long, delicate fingers brushed against his robes, and he took a deep breath, as though preparing to leave a part of himself behind. Then, with a soft whisper of air, he too was gone. His form dissipated into the mist of time, leaving no trace behind. His presence was one that defied description, not simply the absence of form, but the absence of time itself. The room, now devoid of his ethereal grace, felt colder, emptier, as though something precious had been stolen from it. And then Michael, the swordmaster, the representative of the human race, stood alone. His eyes, silver like a blade tempered in the fires of battle, were focused and unwavering. His presence, though not as overwhelming as that of the other leaders, was no less commanding. The air around him seemed to crackle with restrained power, the very fabric of the world bending beneath the weight of his sword intent. He was a figure of stark determination, a man whose purpose had always been clear, even as the world itself turned and twisted in unimaginable ways. His gaze swept across the emptying room, pausing for a brief moment as if contemplating the vastness of what had just been set in motion. The trial would come, and with it, the weight of destiny would fall upon the shoulders of those who would fight. Yet for now, Michael remained silent. His path had been set, and he knew that no matter the outcome of the trials, the world would move ever forward, its future shaped by the decisions made in this very room. And then, with a single, elegant movement, Michael too began to fade. His form flickered like a candle in the wind, a brief flash of silver and steel before it was swallowed by the shadows. His departure was quiet, unassuming, yet the air felt distinctly colder in his absence, as if the world had lost a measure of its stability. One by one, the leaders of the clans vanished, each departing with a power and majesty that was uniquely their own. And as they disappeared, so too did the room itself begin to shift. The great hall, once vibrant with the presence of the world's strongest beings, grew still and quiet, the echoes of their departure lingering in the corners of the chamber. The torches flickered, their flames dancing uneasily in the absence of their masters. The walls, once adorned with the signs of ancient power, now seemed to close in on themselves, as if retreating into the deep recesses of time. The weight of the meeting, of the choices that had been made, pressed down upon the space, and for a moment, the room felt as though it were holding its breath. The trial was set. The fate of the clans, of the world, now rested upon the shoulders of the young prodigies who would soon clash in a battle unlike any other. And as the final traces of the leaders' presences faded, there was nothing left but the stillness of anticipation, the world holding its breath as it awaited the outcome of a decision made by those who had seen and shaped the rise and fall of empires. The time for words had passed. Now, only the world had shifted subtly over the past month since Anthony's grand birthday banquet, a time when the festivities of the event still echoed in the air. Yet, for all its joy, a certain stillness had settled in Anthony's life. He had become an observer of his own days, each one slipping by in a haze of indulgence. He spent hours, if not entire days, lazing about the estate, drifting between sleep and waking, ensnared in the luxury and peace afforded to him by the Null legacy. Anthony's usual restlessness had been replaced by a quiet lethargy, an odd contentment as he took each moment in stride. The weight of his power had grown less pressing with the passage of time, as though the urgency of his existence had momentarily faded. He felt disconnected from the ever-changing world outside, where events of great import were unfolding, a stark contrast to his own placid lifestyle. In that month, the one constant motion within the Null estate had been the departure of Collins. The former patriarch of the Null lineage, alongside his wife Irene, had left for the battlefield once more, their figures vanishing like twin shadows swallowed by the storm of war. It was a departure marked by silence, no fanfare, no long-winded speeches, simply the departure of two titans in pursuit of another battlefield, where the echoes of their power would once again shape the fate of those who crossed their path. In the grand halls of the Null estate, the absence of their presence felt as heavy as the weight of a mountain. Yet, in the farthest corners of the estate, Anthony rested, oblivious to the world that moved on without him. His mind was consumed by dreams, unbroken by the need for responsibility or action. His life was that of a prince, unchallenged in his leisure, or so it seemed. But today, the tranquil monotony of Anthony's existence would be shattered. The soft knock on his door broke through the veil of his sleep. He stirred slightly, his head rising from the plushness of the pillow, but his body remained languid and unwilling to move. Another knock, firmer this time, pierced through the layers of his groggy haze. "Young master," a voice called through the door, its polite and respectful tone making the air around it vibrate slightly. "The patriarch requests your presence. He awaits you in the grand hall." The words, though polite and formal, carried an undeniable weight, one that had Anthony lifting himself from the bed with swift and practiced ease. His body, still half ensnared by sleep, protested the sudden movement, but there was no denying the command in the voice. It was time to face whatever awaited him. He dressed quickly, his motions as fluid as a man who had long been accustomed to the rituals of high life. He donned his finest attire, carefully selecting each piece, but his mind remained distant, preoccupied with the task at hand. The knock and the message had stirred something in him, a rare sensation, like a cloud passing over his mind, something he could not name, but that felt unsettling in its unfamiliarity. When he stood before the great door leading to the grand hall, Anthony paused. A strange presence hung in the air, a suffocating weight that seemed to emanate from within the room. His hand hovered over the door handle, sensing a shift in the very atmosphere that surrounded him. His father's aura, a force he knew so well, was now more than just the familiar presence of a jovial patriarch. It was grand, imposing, and yet strangely cold. Anthony's hand fell to his side as he stepped back, feeling the oppressive weight of Michael's presence press down on him. He could almost feel the strength of the aura through the door, the pulse of power vibrating through the thick wood. Gone was the usual warmth, the easy laughter, the jovial nature of his father. In its place, a far more serious energy surrounded the patriarch, a force that left no room for jest, no space for warmth, no sense of familiarity. Anthony closed his eyes for a moment, grounding himself, gathering his composure before stepping forward. This was no longer a meeting between father and son. This was a meeting between the patriarch of the Null family and his heir, an exchange of matters too grave for sentiment. He opened the door slowly, the creaking sound seeming to echo in the vast hall. And there, in the heart of the room, stood Michael, his back straight and regal. His usual warm, inviting aura was now replaced by a disciplined, sharp edge. His expression was serious, unreadable. Gone was the man who could always be counted on for a laugh and a ruffle of Anthony's hair. Today, Michael stood as a pillar of authority, commanding and powerful. "Father," Anthony began, his voice measured and respectful as he lowered his head in a gesture that reflected the seriousness of the moment. "I greet the patriarch." Michael's eyes flickered for a moment, a brief flash of recognition crossing his features. His lips twitched, but the usual smile never came. He stood tall, a king in his own right, his entire presence imposing. The air seemed to ripple with the power he exuded, his body cloaked in the calm authority of a ruler. "You may rise," Michael said, his voice deep and unwavering. There was no humor in his tone, no softness to his words. He spoke like one who had far more to say than just pleasantries. "There is much to discuss, Anthony." As his son rose to his feet, Michael did not waste time with pleasantries. His eyes locked onto Anthony's with a gaze that was intense, as though trying to pierce through him. "The time has come for you to stand beside me in a matter far beyond our family's usual dealings." Michael began. "A gathering is taking place soon, and I've been asked to send one of my own to represent me. And you, Anthony, will be the one to carry my name in this." Anthony's brows furrowed slightly, the gravity of his father's words striking him. He could sense that Michael was not playing around. This was not some routine task. The air in the room had thickened further, and the weight of the situation pressed against Anthony's chest. The patriarch's voice was devoid of the usual warmth, his words clipped, efficient. "I trust you will not disgrace me in this matter," Michael continued, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. "The task ahead will test you in ways you cannot yet comprehend, but I have no doubt that you are prepared. You will face challenges that will push you to your limits, Anthony. Remember your place, and remember who you represent." Anthony nodded solemnly, his mind racing with the possibilities of what his father was saying. "A gathering?" His father's tone was unmistakable. This was no mere gathering, no meeting of minds. This was something far more dangerous, and Anthony felt the quiet tension between them. Before he could respond, Michael's gaze softened for a fraction of a second, just enough for Anthony to catch it. "Your life is on the line in this, Anthony. Even if you overcome what is coming, what follows may be far worse." Anthony's heart skipped a beat, the weight of his father's words sinking in. But the confidence that Michael had in him was clear, even in his stern tone. Michael knew the dangers, but he also knew his son. Anthony's mind raced with possibilities. His father had always been his greatest teacher, but this time, the stakes were higher than ever. The moment stretched on as father and son locked eyes, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Michael's gaze, as always, was full of quiet strength. He did not need to speak further to know that Anthony would take this task seriously. Still, his voice carried a finality, a sense of closure. "Go now, Anthony. You will prepare for what's coming," Michael said, his voice more gentle now, but the commanding presence remained. "I will be watching." Anthony nodded once more, bowing his head slightly before turning and walking toward the door, his mind heavy with unanswered questions. As he exited, Michael's eyes followed him, a sigh escaping his lips as the door closed behind Anthony. There was pride in his heart, yes, but also fear. Fear for the path that awaited his son. Even if Anthony succeeded in this bloodbath, what would await him after? The world was shifting, and Michael knew all too well that it was a world that might not allow his son to survive for long. Still, he had no choice but to place his trust in Anthony. The boy had come so far. Yet, Michael would not let his guard down. Not now, not with everything at stake. The calm, collected patriarch stood alone in the vast hall, his mind racing with the many threads of fate that were now pulling his son toward an unknown future. As Anthony stepped away from the grand hall, his mind was clouded with the weight of his father's words. He could feel the lingering pressure of Michael's presence still tugging at him, even as the door closed behind him. It was clear this was no ordinary task. The patriarch's somber warning echoed in his ears, the grave tone far removed from the usual warmth Michael exuded. Anthony walked down the long corridor, his footsteps heavy, each one feeling like it reverberated throughout the estate. His mind raced, piecing together fragments of information, but the puzzle refused to fit together. He couldn't shake the feeling that something far larger than him was in motion, and he, as always, was a player in a game whose rules he could not yet comprehend. But then, as his thoughts swirled, a memory began to surface, a conversation he had once had with the dean of the academy, back when the dean had spoken those cryptic words that had never fully left his mind. The words echoed in his thoughts now, clearer than ever. The world would need your help soon. At the time, those words had seemed vague, perhaps even melodramatic, considering his life at the academy had been relatively uneventful up until some time ago. But now, in the quiet of the hallway, as the full weight of his father's stern words settled over him, it felt as though a light had been flicked on in the darkness of his mind. The pieces were beginning to align just a little. He thought back to his father's words in the grand hall. Even if you overcome what's coming, what follows may be far worse. Those words had carried the undeniable weight of experience, of someone who had lived through far too much to ignore the stakes of what was to come. His mind flickered back to the dean's warning. The world might need him soon. The bloodbath his father had spoken of, the gathering, whatever it truly was, it felt connected, as if they were two pieces of a much larger puzzle. Was this what the dean had spoken on? Was the time finally upon him? As the connection clicked into place, Anthony's lips curled into a faint smile, a small gesture that seemed incongruent with the gravity of the situation. He didn't yet have the full picture. Far from it. Find your next read at m_VL_enovelbin.net. There are still gaps, critical pieces missing from the puzzle. But one thing was clear now. Whatever was to come, he would face it. No matter how dire or perilous, he would rise to meet it. The world was indeed shifting, and his place in it was being carved out before his very eyes. His steps quickened as he moved through the estate, the weight of his father's words and the dean's words becoming one in his mind. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him, and with it came the recognition that he was no longer merely a bystander in his own life. Forces greater than he could imagine were at play. The gathering his father had mentioned, the bloodshed, the challenges yet to come, it was all connected. And as Anthony smiled, the uncertainty in his heart began to give way to something else, battle intent. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur, the oppressive heat radiating from every corner of the vast, cavernous dungeon. A maze of stone pillars and jagged rocks seemed to pulse with an unnatural energy, as though the very walls were alive, exhaling their fiery breath. The dungeon was a place of eternal fire and ceaseless danger, where even the most seasoned warriors found their lives in constant peril. Yet, it was here that Kael'thar Drakemaw, the prodigy of the Dragon Clan, honed his unearthly power. Clad in the deep crimson armor of the Drakemaw lineage, his saber gleamed with an otherworldly light, the blade forged in the heart of an ancient volcano. Kael'thar's eyes burned with a fire as intense as the one coursing through the weapon, the very essence of the fire element flowing through him like an unstoppable torrent. His hair, a deep shade of onyx, was ruffled by the wind generated by the chaos of battle, and his expression, as always, was a mixture of disdain and cold confidence. The dungeon, brimming with ferocious monsters of every shape and size, seemed to tremble at his presence. As he stepped forward, the creatures, ranging from slavering beasts with fangs as long as daggers to serpentine abominations with scales like iron, sensed his power and hesitated, their instincts telling them that this was no ordinary adversary. But Kael'thar was not here to fight for survival. He was here to train, to push his limits, to conquer. In a swift motion, he unsheathed his saber, and the air seemed to warp around him. The blade ignited with a blinding flare of flame, its edges crackling with the raw energy of the fire element. With a single, effortless sweep, Kael'thar cleaved through the nearest monstrosity, its body splitting in two like a brittle twig snapped by an invisible force. The flames on his saber danced in the air, lapping at the disintegrating remains of the creature. Another monstrous beast, this one a hulking, armored behemoth with tusks like a war elephant, charged at him. But Kael'thar was already moving before the beast had taken its first step, his speed impossibly fast, a blur of motion. He darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the beast's crushing strike, and with a single flick of his wrist, sent a torrent of fire surging from his saber, engulfing the creature in an inferno that consumed it in moments. The flames burned with a ferocity that rivaled the heart of a star, reducing the beast to nothing more than a pile of smoldering ash in the blink of an eye. Kael'thar stood amidst the carnage, his body untouched, his breathing calm, as though the battle had never even occurred. The silence of the dungeon, once filled with the sounds of war and the clash of steel, now settled into an eerie stillness, broken only by the crackling of embers still smoldering in the air. He took a moment, lowering his saber and allowing the flames to die down, his gaze fixed ahead. His mind was not on the monsters, nor on the power he had just unleashed. No, his thoughts were elsewhere, clouded by a sense of ennui that had followed him for weeks. His command over the elemental fury of fire was absolute, a seamless fusion of raw power and precision, while his mastery of the saber was unrivaled, each strike an elegant testament to years of relentless training and innate genius. Yet, amidst the fervor of his relentless training and the adrenaline of battle, there lingered an unease within him, an unspoken void that no triumph nor the intensity of combat could ever truly quell. With a long, contemplative sigh, Kael'thar carefully returned his saber to its sheath. The flickering flames, like embers reluctant to fade, slowly ebbed back into the blade, leaving only the slightest trace of warmth in the air, an ephemeral reminder of the fiery force that had just been unleashed. He turned with the grace of a predator shifting between worlds, his steps carrying him to a stone slab nestled at the heart of the cavern. In one seamless motion, he lowered himself onto it, his posture perfectly poised as though carved from the very stone beneath him. The cool surface kissed his skin, a contrast to the lingering heat that clung to his form. The dungeon's oppressive atmosphere, thick with the stench of sulfur and the low growls of unseen creatures, seemed to close in around him like an insidious force. Yet Kael'thar paid it no mind. He had long grown accustomed to the harshness of his environment, to the ever-present hum of danger that whispered in every shadow. In truth, it was here, amidst the heat and the chaos, where he found a semblance of solace. This dungeon, alive with the crackle of fire and the ceaseless stirrings of monsters, was his sanctuary, a place where his power and fury were tempered by the solitude only darkness could offer. Net. Here, surrounded by the ever-present burn of his flames, Kael'thar could forget the burdens of his name, the expectations of his bloodline. The dungeon did not ask anything of him. It merely existed, raw and untamed as he was. Sitting cross-legged upon the cold stone, his form melding into the dim light, Kael'thar closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. The world outside him blurred into nothingness, and with deliberate calm, he entered a meditative state. His mind, usually as sharp and focused as the blade he wielded, wandered through the vast labyrinth of his thoughts. He reflected on his upbringing, on the expectations placed upon him as the Dragon Clan's prodigy. His bloodline was ancient, revered, and feared across the lands. Yet for all the praise and accolades he received, Kael'thar couldn't help but feel a sense of emptiness gnawing at him. Was this really all there was? Was this endless cycle of battle, power, and dominance all he was meant to be? As Kael'thar sank deeper into his meditative state, the dungeon's oppressive stillness suddenly shattered. A subtle movement at the edge of his awareness drew his attention. A silhouette materialized from the dimly lit corridor, and Kael'thar's eyes slowly fluttered open. There, standing at the threshold of the chamber, was a servant, a young dragonkin, his frame slight beneath the modest robes he wore. The servant's posture was stiff, his every motion betraying a clear unease. His eyes flickered between Kael'thar's intense gaze and the stone floor beneath him, a frantic darting that spoke volumes of his discomfort. Though he strove for composure, the nervousness was palpable in the way his hands trembled ever so slightly at his sides, and his breath came in hesitant intervals. Kael'thar studied the young servant for a moment, noting the subtle shift in the air. The dungeon, vast and unyielding as it was, seemed to pulse with the discomfort emanating from the servant's presence. Yet, there was no judgment in Kael'thar's eyes, only the quiet acknowledgement that even those of his own kin were not immune to the weight of his prodigious reputation. "Master Kael'thar," the servant began, his voice trembling slightly, "the Dragon King demands your presence." Kael'thar raised an eyebrow, his gaze unwavering. The Dragon King? His uncle, Iserios von Deathwrath, had always been a formidable figure, both in terms of his power and his presence. There had been little need for Kael'thar to speak with him directly in recent years, as he had been focused on his training. To be summoned now, especially after such a long period of silence, was unexpected. "Very well," Kael'thar replied, his tone cool and controlled, though a flicker of curiosity burned in his gaze. "Tell him I shall be there shortly." The servant bowed quickly, relief washing over his features as he retreated into the shadows, his mission completed. Kael'thar rose from his meditation, the weight of the summons settling in his mind. The Dragon King had not called for him lightly. The air in the dungeon seemed to grow heavier as Kael'thar moved. The ancient forest, a realm untouched by time, sprawled endlessly around Vahalin's star's shade. It was a sanctuary, a living testament to the immeasurable power of nature and the elven ancestors who had once walked these sacred paths. The air was thick with the scent of moss and earth, a crisp yet enchanting fragrance that stirred memories of old. Above him, the trees stood tall, their trunks gnarled and twisted in a manner only possible with millennia of growth. The canopy, a sprawling sea of leaves, shimmered with a ghostly silver sheen, glowing faintly under the ethereal light of a hidden moon that bathed this secluded land in a perpetual twilight. The forest hummed with life, a quiet, powerful symphony. It was not just the rustle of leaves or the gentle murmur of streams that filled the air, but the very pulse of the earth itself, a pulse that seemed to resonate within Vahalin, as though the land had been waiting for him. He was more than a mere elf here. He was an integral part of the balance between the mortal and the spiritual. Vahalan sat in the center of this hallowed ground, his legs crossed in a perfect lotus position, his posture straight but relaxed. His chest rose and fell in a slow, rhythmic motion as he breathed in the ancient magic that surged around him. His eyes, closed in deep meditation, were unwavering and serene. The wind itself, obedient to his presence, whispered through the towering trees, carrying with it the whispers of the spirits, ancestral echoes, long since silenced, now stirred by Vahalan's extraordinary affinity for the elements. His mastery of the sword was unmatched among the elves of his generation, a legacy of his rigorous training. His hands, though still, were poised in the elegant manner of one who had wielded a blade since childhood. The sword, an extension of his very being, was always within reach, though today it remained untouched by his hands. Instead, his connection to the sword was something far deeper. He could summon its power with a mere thought, as naturally as breathing. The blade of air and light, ever sharp, ever ready. But it was not only the sword that defined him. Vahalan's connection to the elements, wind, earth, plant/wood, was a bond cultivated over years of study, practice, and communion with the spirits of the forest. The wind responded to him as though it were a living creature, caressing his face with its soft, cool breath. The earth seemed to shift beneath him, warm and fertile, as if it recognized him as its son. His affinity for plant life was equally profound. He could feel the subtle pulse of the forest's heart, the way each leaf and flower bloomed, the intricate dance of life and death that sustained the delicate equilibrium of nature. And then there were the spirits, the ethereal beings who wandered the space between this world and the next, the spirits of ancient elves who had long since passed into legend. To them, Vahalan was not simply a prodigy. He was a beacon, a bridge between realms. He had the rare ability to commune with them, to draw upon their wisdom and strength, guiding him toward even greater mastery of his gifts. As he sat in perfect stillness, his connection to the forest deepened. The leaves above him fluttered gently in the breeze, their descent slow and deliberate. A soft cascade of emerald and gold, the leaves seemed to dance in the air, spinning lazily like the wings of butterflies. One by one, the leaves fell and landed on him, the faintest touch of nature's blessing. His skin tingled with the sensation of them, but his senses were so heightened that he felt as though the very fabric of the forest itself was merging with him. A bird flitted from a nearby branch, its wings delicate and swift. It landed on his shoulder, its soft, almost weightless presence bringing a serene peace to the surroundings. A butterfly, brilliant in its myriad of colors, hovered in front of his face, its wings fluttering gracefully before resting on his hand. Around him, the air seemed to shimmer with the life force of the creatures that called the forest home, squirrels, rabbits, and smaller birds, all drawn to his presence. They perched on his limbs, on the soft folds of his cloak, and even on the ground at his feet, seeking to share in the tranquility he exuded. This was where he truly belonged, where he could feel the unity of the elements within him. Net. The bond between Vahalan and the ancient forest was not just that of a wielder and his tools, but of a soul intertwined with the world around him. His connection to the earth was profound, rooted in the same soil that had borne the first elven ancestors. Here, in this timeless grove, he was a part of something far greater than himself. But even in this state of perfect harmony, the world had a way of pulling one back into reality. A slight shift in the atmosphere interrupted Vahalan's deep connection with the forest. A disturbance, subtle but distinct. The quiet flutter of wings ceased. The steady rhythm of the forest hum faltered for the briefest of moments. And then, just as quickly, the serenity returned. Vahalan's eyelids fluttered open, the tranquility of the moment unfurling as his gaze settled upon the figure, now standing at the entrance to the glade. A young elf, adorned in the simple yet elegant attire of the royal household, stood before him. The envoy's posture was upright, respectful, though there was a trace of unease in his demeanor. It was not fear, but a sense of reverence, for Vahalin's presence carried an aura of power that few could approach without feeling a measure of awe. The elf's voice broke the silence, calm and collected, but filled with the weight of the message he bore. "Lord Vahalin Starshade," he began, his tone firm but deferential. "The Elf King requests your presence. He has need of you." Vahalin nodded slowly, his expression as unreadable as ever. He did not rise from his seated position, nor did he speak a word of greeting. In this moment, there was only one thing that mattered: the request from the Elf King, the ruler of his people. Vahalin's respect for his king was deep, but it was not without its own weight. The king was not one to summon lightly, and when he did, it was always for a purpose of great importance. Without a single word, Vahalin raised his hand to dismiss the elf, the gesture swift and fluid. The message had been received. The envoy, sensing that further conversation was unnecessary, inclined his head respectfully before turning and vanishing into the forest from whence he came. The forest remained unchanged, its stillness enveloping Vahalin once more. For a moment, he stayed there, sitting cross-legged, the leaves continuing to fall in gentle swirls around him. The flutter of wings resumed, and the creatures once more crept forward, returning to their innocent state of curiosity and serenity. Vahalin did not rise immediately. Instead, he remained where he was, once again blending with the forest, becoming one with it. The spirits of the ancestors whispered around him, their voices like the rustling of leaves in a distant breeze. Their presence, though not seen, was felt, a silent reassurance that the path ahead would be fraught with trials, but it was a path that he would walk with strength. The moment passed, and with it, the prodigy of the elves rose to his feet. His movements were fluid, graceful, as though he were one with the very elements themselves. His sword, though still resting at his side, pulsed with energy, waiting for his command. He had a purpose to fulfill, a summons to answer. And though the forest called to him, with its ancient power and whispered secrets, Vahalin knew that the time for meditation had come to an end. He took one last look at the forest, his gaze lingering on the softly glowing leaves, before he turned and walked toward his destiny. In the depths of the forge, where the very air seemed to crackle with the heat of an unrelenting fire, Thrain Ironfist stood as a testament to both the artistry of the forge and the might of a warrior. The room was a furnace itself, every surface thick with the weight of burning embers and the heat of the ever-roaring flames. Yet, amidst this inferno, Thrain moved with a rhythmic grace that seemed to defy the oppressive heat. He was a giant of his kind, his towering frame stretching far above the typical dwarven stature. But even with his height, which surpassed that of most dwarves, his features were unmistakably those of his people, stocky, powerful, and brimming with the kind of raw strength that came only from generations of warriors and craftsmen. Thrain's beard was thick and wild, cascading down to his chest, the silvery strands flecked with soot and sweat. It was as much a part of him as his hammer, a symbol of both age and pride, well earned through years of intense battle and painstaking creation. His biceps bulged with muscle, veins pulsating beneath his skin as he gripped his massive war hammer, the weight of it seemingly no more than a mere extension of his own arm. His every movement was a blur of fluidity, his muscles rippling as he swung the hammer down with such precision and force that the very air around him seemed to shudder. The sound of the hammer striking the anvil was an earth-shaking clang, the force of it so potent that it sent shockwaves reverberating through the room. The noise was a violent clash, a sonic boom that seemed to explode outward, rattling the stone walls of the forge. Each strike unleashed a blast of air, a reverberation that threatened to split the air in two, but the thick walls of the room held the sound within, amplifying the sheer power of the blow. Find exclusive stories on m_VL enovelbin.net. The intensity of each impact was enough to shake the very foundations of the forge, sending waves through the metal as it bent and shaped beneath his hammer. Despite the overwhelming noise, the air in the forge was oppressive with heat, thick and suffocating. The anvil itself glowed with the intensity of the flames, its surface shimmering like molten metal, radiating an unbearable heat. The furnace that burned beneath it sent out waves of scalding air, making it feel as if the entire room was a living, breathing creature of fire. Sweat poured from Thrain's brow, soaking into his beard, but he showed no sign of slowing down. His focus was absolute. His mind and body were one with the weapon he was forging, every strike another step toward perfection. Thrain's affinity for both metal and fire was apparent in the way he commanded the forge. His connection to these elements was not just a matter of talent. It was as though the very essence of the metal itself answered to him, bending to his will with each blow of his hammer. The fire danced at his command, its heat rising in waves, not just from the furnace, but from his very being. His control over the flames was nigh perfect, as if the fire itself recognized the ancient power that ran through his veins. As the hammer struck again, the shockwaves of his blows seemed to echo into the very bones of the earth, creating a crescendo of sound that rang out across the room. The blast waves seemed to push back the very air itself, creating a ripple that shimmered like heat waves across the floor. The deafening sound was a symphony of destruction and creation, a violent testament to the power that lay in Thrain's hands. Despite the ferocity of his strikes, Thrain's movements were fluid, a seamless dance of force and precision. Each swing of the hammer was a natural extension of his body, as if the motion had been honed over lifetimes. His broad chest heaved with each breath, his powerful legs planted firmly on the ground, anchoring him to the anvil. His movements were like poetry, each strike deliberate and perfect, every motion in service of the masterpiece that would soon take shape under his hands. It was clear that Thrain was no mere craftsman. His talent for the forge was rivaled only by his skills as a warrior. Though he spent much of his time bent over the anvil, creating weapons of incredible strength, he was just as battle-hardened as any soldier. His body, built from the same brutal discipline as his creations, bore the marks of countless battles. His muscles, thick with years of combat training, were a testament to the harsh reality of war that had shaped him. The fire that burned in his forge mirrored the fire that burned within him, unstoppable, consuming, and utterly relentless. As Thrain worked, absorbed in the rhythmic pounding of metal on anvil, a shadow appeared at the edge of the room. It was a figure shrouded in the dim glow of the forge, a servant of the clan. The figure bowed low, as dwarves did before those of greater status, and spoke in a voice that barely rose above a whisper. "The clan head wishes to see you, Master Thrain." But Thrain did not answer. His focus was absolute, the intensity of his forging consuming all of his attention. His arms moved with fluidity, his hammer falling again and again, each blow reshaping the metal with meticulous care. He heard the words of the messenger, but they did not pierce the fog of his concentration. He could feel the presence of the servant, but the summons was no more than a passing breeze in his mind. The servant, understanding that Thrain's mind was far from the mundane world of messages and summons, offered a final bow and retreated into the shadows from which he came. The room seemed to hold its breath for a moment, the flickering flames casting long, shifting shadows on the walls as the air remained still. Thrain, oblivious to the departure of the messenger, continued to hammer the metal with unwavering determination. His concentration was so profound, so complete, that nothing could have torn him from his work. The only sound that filled the forge was the rhythmic clanging of his hammer, each strike another stroke of genius in the making. The room was filled with the heat of creation, the sound of destruction and rebirth. Thrain Iron Fist, master of the forge and battle, continued his work, his body moving with the grace of a seasoned warrior, his mind focused on nothing but the perfection of the weapon taking shape before him. The chamber was a testament to centuries of Gothic artistry and silent decay, its towering stone walls adorned with faded tapestries that whispered of forgotten eras. Shadows danced along the intricate carvings of thorned roses and coiling serpents etched into the obsidian pillars, their movements seemingly alive, as if drawn to the commanding presence at the heart of the room. Aurelia Dusksorrow stood motionless in the dim light, her blood-red hair cascading down her back like a flowing river of flame. Her pale skin, luminous in the darkness, contrasted starkly with the crimson of her eyes, which burned with an intensity that could pierce the soul. Her beauty was otherworldly, an unyielding blend of allure and cold detachment, the sharp lines of her face framed by a perfect stillness that hinted at an ancient power lying dormant within. The room was alive with the subtle hum of her magic. The air itself seemed to shudder in her presence, rippling with the faint scent of iron and the biting chill of death. The floor beneath her feet bore the dark stain of blood, pooled in a ritualistic circle that pulsed faintly with a rhythm resembling a heartbeat. The light from a single candelabrum flickered weakly, its flames struggling to assert themselves against the consuming shadows that emanated from her figure. In her grasp, the spear was both a symbol of regal elegance and brutal savagery, its obsidian shaft adorned with veins of crimson that pulsed with an almost sentient life, as though the weapon itself were alive, feeding on the very essence of blood. The shaft gleamed darkly, each streak of red seeping through its obsidian surface like lifeblood flowing through the body of a slumbering beast. The tip of the spear was crafted from a metal so black, so accursed, that it seemed to absorb the light around it, a reflection of a power not meant for the living. Its surface shimmered with an ethereal glow, as if it thirsted for the taste of blood, hungry and impatient for the life it would soon claim. With every movement, the spear became an extension of Aurelia's own will, a seamless conduit for her lethal intent. Its razor-sharp edge sliced effortlessly through the suffocating silence of the chamber, releasing a low, keening hum, a sound that seemed to vibrate in the very air itself, resonating with an unsettling harmony, as though the weapon was eager to claim the life of anything in its path. The haunting sound lingered in the air, its presence as unnerving and inevitable as death itself. With measured grace, Aurelia began to move, each step fluid and deliberate, her body a masterwork of deadly precision. She entered the center of the blood-drawn circle, the spear spinning effortlessly in her hands. The faintest motion from her seemed to disrupt the very fabric of the room, shadows bending to her will and coiling around her like obedient phantoms. She raised her spear above her head, and the blood within the circle answered her unspoken command. It surged upward in jagged streams, twisting and spiraling around the spear in a grotesque ballet. The liquid pulsed and quivered, forming shapes of monstrous beauty, razor-edged tendrils, jagged spikes, and wings of crimson shadow that flickered in and out of existence. The air crackled with the potency of her blood magic, thick with the scent of power and malice. Each strike of her spear against the ground sent a shockwave rippling through the chamber, the sound reverberating like a death knell. The force of her movements seemed to command even the atmosphere itself. Each thrust of the spear displaced the air in an explosive burst, sending ripples outward that caused the candelabrum's flames to shudder and nearly extinguish. The sound of her weapon's impact was deafening, a thunderclap that could rend the ears of any mortal, though the room's enchanted walls absorbed the cacophony, ensuring no sound escaped to the world beyond. Explore more at mvlinovelbin.net. Aurelia's focus was absolute. Her crimson eyes burned with a cold fire as she moved with the precision of a predator stalking its prey, each motion imbued with a deadly purpose. Her spear became a blur in the dim light, the blood entwined around it forming lethal arcs that cut through the shadows. The power of her darkness element merged seamlessly with her blood magic, creating an aura of palpable menace that seemed to consume the room entirely. Her physique, though deceptively slender compared to her overwhelming presence, was honed to perfection. Beneath the pale silk of her skin lay a deadly strength, her every movement a testament to the power lurking within. The muscles in her arms and shoulders flexed with each swing of the spear, their rippling motion as fluid and precise as the deadly weapon she wielded. She was the embodiment of deadly elegance, her beauty and power entwined in an irresistible dance that left no doubt of her prodigious skill. As the blood and shadows around her swirled in a chaotic storm, a presence stirred at the edge of the chamber. A flicker of movement emerged from the far corner, barely perceptible amid the oppressive darkness. From the shadows stepped a vampire, his form shrouded in a cloak as dark as night. His features were sharp, his frame smaller and less imposing than Aurelia's, a clear indication of his lower bloodline. The envoy moved cautiously, his head bowed in deference as he approached the center of the room. The power radiating from Aurelia was suffocating, an invisible force that pressed down on him with every step. Despite his trembling form, he forced himself to speak, his voice low and reverent. "My lady," he began, his tone quivering, "the vampire queen summons you to her presence." Aurelia did not pause in her movements, her spear slicing through the air with a force that caused the envoy to take an involuntary step back. Her eyes remained fixed on the ritual before her, the blood and darkness continuing to swirl around her in an unholy symphony. But she heard him. With a single, fluid motion, Aurelia lowered her spear, its tip hovering mere inches from the blood-stained ground. She tilted her head ever so slightly, an almost imperceptible gesture that conveyed her acknowledgement. The envoy, understanding the unspoken command, bowed deeply before retreating into the shadows. In a matter of moments, he was gone, leaving the chamber as silent as the grave. Aurelia returned her focus to the circle, the power within her rising once more as she resumed her ritual with unwavering concentration. The air trembled, the shadows coiled, and the blood obeyed her every command, as if the landscape was a testament to both destruction and creation, an endless expanse of volcanic plains where molten rivers snaked through jagged rock formations, and the very earth seemed to burn with an eternal rage. Great plumes of sulphurous smoke rose from fissures in the ground, twisting in the thick air like malevolent spirits, disappearing into the dark sky. The ground itself shuddered with each tremor, as if responding to an unseen force, an ever-present reminder of the power that lay beneath the surface. It was here, amidst the constant eruptions and the unrelenting heat of the volcanic wasteland, that Terran Earth Shatter stood, an indomitable figure against the backdrop of nature's fury. His presence alone seemed to quell the ferocity of the surrounding land, as though the earth recognized him, an ancient being to whom it owed its allegiance. At a towering height of 8 feet, Terran was a sight to behold, his frame massive and imposing, an embodiment of raw, unrestrained power. His black hair, cut short to avoid interference in battle, framed a face etched with the wisdom and pride of a Titan. The eyes, dark as the void, held an ancient depth, yet there was no softness to them, only the unrelenting will of one who had endured eons. His body, thick and barrel-chested, was a perfect testament to the Titan race's sheer might. Muscles bulged beneath his weathered skin, each sinew carved like granite, capable of withstanding blows that would splinter mountains and shatter stars. Every movement was a dance of unparalleled precision and power, each step causing the earth to tremble beneath him. Clad in minimal attire, his body remained largely exposed to the harsh elements, his skin kissed by the ever-present heat of the volcanic plains. He did not feel the searing heat, for it was nothing compared to the inferno within him. His bare hands, thick as boulders, rested by his side, the very shape of them a reminder of his might. They were hands forged by the very earth he stood upon, capable of crushing anything within their grasp. Terran's affinity for earth and fire was an extension of his being, an integral part of his soul, fused into his muscles, his breath, his heartbeat. The earth beneath his feet responded to him as if it recognized its master, shifting in reverence with each of his steps. His every action seemed to manipulate the very fabric of the landscape, the ground rippling in his wake. The flames of the surrounding lava responded to him as well, flickering higher, as if seeking his approval. With a deep breath, Tehran lowered himself into a stance, his legs firm, planted in the charred soil. His immense form seemed to blend with the landscape itself, the rocks beneath him cracking slightly under the weight of his presence. The molten rivers that ran in endless veins around him swirled with renewed intensity as he gathered his power. His hands clenched into fists, and a low, rumbling sound vibrated from his chest. The moment was still. Then, with a sudden, almost imperceptible shift, his fist collided with the ground before him. The earth buckled under the impact, fissures spiderwebbing outward from where his hand met the surface. The volcanic plains seemed to roar in response, the air thickening with the heat of the eruption that followed, as the earth groaned in protest to the force unleashed upon it. Tehran's punch had not just struck the ground. It had made the very earth quake in reverence. His affinity for earth manifested in a raw, unrestrained force, as the volcanic plains trembled under the sheer power of his will. A shockwave rippled outward from his strike, sending dust and ash flying into the air. The lava pools bubbled with fury, and the sound of the explosion, of earth shattering and fire surging, echoed for miles. Tehran's movements were fluid, his focus unwavering as he struck again, his massive fists landing with precision. His blows were like the strike of a comet against the planet, each one leaving a scar upon the land. He was not merely striking. He was reshaping the very environment around him, as though the earth itself had become his weapon. His chest heaved with each movement, yet there was no fatigue. His breathing, slow and deliberate, did not falter as the world seemed to crack and groan beneath him. He was in perfect harmony with the volcanic plains, as though they were an extension of his body, his will shaping the land with every pulse of his power. Each strike of his fist sent tremors through the ground, each impact a symphony of destruction and creation, a reminder of his unrivaled strength. It was then, amidst this display of overwhelming might, that a shadow flickered at the edge of his perception. Unseen by the giant, yet undeniable in its presence, the shadow slowly coalesced into a figure, a solitary envoy stepping forward through the fiery haze. The air around the figure shimmered with heat, yet it held firm against the oppressive warmth, unaffected by the volcanic turmoil that surrounded it. Discover more stories at mvlenovelbin.net. The figure, smaller than the Titan but no less resolute, bowed deeply before Tehran. The bow was respectful, but not trembling. The envoy knew better than to fear the colossal Titan who stood like a mountain, unmoved by the world around him. Lord Earthshatter, the envoy spoke, his voice booming like thunder across the barren land, unshaken and unwavering. The patriarch demands your presence. He wishes to speak with you. Tehran's gaze did not shift, his focus entirely on the fiery horizon before him. He had heard the envoy's words, but the call of battle, the call of creation and destruction, still rang in his ears. His movements were so fluid, so precise, that not even the envoy's words could disrupt the trance of power in which Tehran found himself. The envoy stood unmoved, awaiting any sign, any response. But Tehran did not react, not a single muscle twitching in acknowledgement. He was a Titan, and to him, the demands of the world outside his own realm of power were inconsequential until he chose to act. Understanding, the envoy nodded silently, his words having been conveyed. Without another gesture, he turned and stepped back into the shadows from which he had emerged, vanishing as quickly as he had come, leaving Tehran to continue his unyielding work. The sound of the volcanic eruption still roared in the distance. The earth continued to quake beneath his feet, and the fire from the molten rivers danced in response to his will. Tehran Earthshatter, unperturbed, continued his battle with nature, his fists pounding the earth with a ferocity that would reshape the world. The Titan stood alone, unshaken, unyielding, and eternal.